The Genesis of Neo-Kantianism, 1796–1880. 1. The Genesis of Neo-Kantianism, 1796–1880. Frederick C. Beiser. Preface. This book is the product of a renewed interest in Neo-Kantianism in the Anglophone world, an interest that grew out of the long overdue realization that one of the most influential philosophical movements of the late 19th and early 20th centuries had been badly neglected. This interest has been evident in four recent anthologies: The Kantian Legacy in 19th Century Science, edited by Michael Friedman and Alfred Nordman, Cambridge, MIT Press, 2006, Back to Kant, Neo-Kantianism and Its Relevance Today, edited by Andrew Sheenel, Terence Irwin, and Thomas Teufel, The Philosophical Forum, Summer 2008, Neo-Kantianism in Contemporary Philosophy, edited by Rudolf Makriel and Sebastian Luft, Bloomington Inn, Indiana University Press, 2010, and, last but not least, The Impact of Idealism, The Legacy of Post-Kantian German Thought, eds Nicholas Boyle, Liz Disley, and Ian Cooper, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2013, 4 volumes. This interest has been the motivation for 3 academic conferences, the first one at the Dibner Institute for the History of Science and Technology at MIT in November 2000, another at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, in September 2007, and the final one in Cambridge, England, in May 2008. I was fortunate enough to attend the conferences at MIT and Cornell, but because of family circumstances, I had to cancel plans to attend that in Cambridge, England. The stimulus I received from these conferences, either in attending or helping to plan them, was the main source of the present book. The aim of this book, though intended as an introduction, is ambitious: to provide an account of the main ideas of the leading Neo-Kantians from the 1790s to 1880s, the period before the institutionalization of the movement in the late 19th century. My subject is therefore the Neo-Kantians before Neo-Kantianism, the chief figures of the movement before its formation and division into distinct schools. This is a study in the origins of Neo-Kantianism, how and why it arose as a reaction against speculative idealism in the late 18th century, and as a response to the great cultural crises of the mid-19th century. My approach to this subject is old-fashioned. I focus on the main writings of major authors, attempting to understand their chief ideas in historical context. I have not attempted to write an institutional history of the Neo-Kantian schools, or to trace the social and political factors behind the rise of Neo-Kantianism as a whole. While I find all these alternative approaches admirable, they should not replace the more basic knowledge of the philosophy of the Neo-Kantians. We are far from such a basic knowledge, especially in the Anglophone world. The leading Neo-Kantians and their main writings are still largely untreated in English. My main focus has therefore been upon them, and I have given philosophical content priority over social and political context. Though my chief focus has been content, I do not ignore context. Since my main theme has been the origins and genesis of Neo-Kantianism, it has been necessary to study the intellectual development of the major Neo-Kantians. It is only through the study of the intellectual development of particular figures that we gain insight into the origins of Neo-Kantianism, especially the goals and motivations behind the movement. The study of Neo-Kantianism is still in its infancy. It has taken 2 great strides forward in the work of Klaus Christian Kohnke, Entstehung und die Aufstieg des Neokantianismus, Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, 1986, and Ulrich Sieg, Aufstieg und die Niedergang des Marburger Neokantianismus, Würzburg, Königshausen and Neumann, 1994. Yet what Kohnke has done so brilliantly for the origins of the movement should be done for its establishment and fall, and what Sieg has done so well for the Marburg school should be done for the Southwestern and Göttingen schools. Not much will be known about Neo-Kantianism unless and until we can recover the correspondence of its many participants. Though much has been destroyed, some has been preserved, though it lies moldering in archives. Fortunately, we have much of the correspondence of the early Neo-Kantians, Fries, Herbart, and Bennick. It is a sad truth, however, that the only published correspondence we have of the later Neo-Kantians is that of Hermann Cohen, which is lamentably brief because of the destruction of the Cohen family archives. Let me declare my hope here that future German scholars will make up for this terrible deficiency in the preservation of their cultural inheritance. My debts to previous scholars are evident throughout, in the various footnotes in the 14 chapters. I have been especially indebted to the work of Klaus Christian Kohnke, who has done more than anyone else to place Neo-Kantian scholarship on a sound footing. I have honored Kohnke, however, more by my many disagreements with him, which appear in the many footnotes in various chapters. I have also great debts to many colleagues with whom, over the years, I have discussed various aspects of Neo-Kantianism: Michael Friedman, Paul Geyer, Paul Franks, Gideon Freudenthal, Rainier Monk, Ingo Ferin, Sebastian Luft, Michael Zank and Daniel Dahlstrom. In more ways than I can count or recall, their thinking about Neo-Kantianism has been a major stimulus for this book. Just as I was putting the finishing touches on this manuscript, I received the fruits of the Cambridge Conference, The Impact of Idealism, The Legacy of Post-Kantian German Thought, eds Nicholas Boyle, Lisdesley, and Ian Cooper, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2013, 4 volumes. These volumes have a much wider scope than the present book, which is confined to Neo-Kantianism in the more narrow scholastic sense. The present book can be considered an addendum or supplement to these splendid volumes. Syracuse, New York. December 2013. General Introduction. Defining and re-examining Neo-Kantianism. 1. Chronology and topography. Simply defined, Neo-Kantianism, in a historical sense, was the movement in 19th-century Germany to rehabilitate Kant's philosophy. Neo-Kantianism was the predominant philosophical movement in Germany in the final decades of the 19th century, and its influence spread far and wide, to Italy, France, England and Russia. The golden age of Neo-Kantianism was from 1860 to 1914. During these decades, to be at the cutting edge of philosophy, to have a rigorous training in the discipline, meant studying Kant. In 1875, Johannes Vollkelt, an up-and-coming Neo-Kantian, gave witness to this new zeitgeist. With few negligible exceptions, all philosophers agree in the high estimation of Kant, all attempt to orient themselves around Kant, and all see in his philosophy more or less explicit indications of their own position. 1. Some hard statistical facts confirm the Kantian hegemony of these decades. 2. From 1862 to 1881 the number of lecture courses on Kant trebled, and there were more lectures on Kant than all modern philosophers combined. Bibliographies show that, after 1860, the number of works on Kant increased geometrically every year. And, by 1870, every major German university had at least one Neo-Kantian professor on its philosophy faculty, which was better representation than any other philosophical standpoint or tendency. Because of facts like these, Klaus Christian Kohnke, doyen of Neo-Kantian scholars, has called these decades the Neo-Kantian period of German university philosophy. 3. Customarily, Neo-Kantianism is divided into 3 main schools or groups: the Marburg School, whose chief protagonists were Hermann Cohen, 1842 to 1918, Paul Naderp, 1854 to 1924, and Ernst Cassirer, 1874 to 1945, the Southwestern, Baden or Heidelberg School, whose major representatives were Wilhelm Windelband, 1848 to 1915, Heinrich Rickert, 1863 to 1936, and Emil Lask, 1875 to 1915, and the Neo-Frisian School in Göttingen under the leadership of Leonard Nelson, 1880 to 1927. 4. The dominant Neo-Kantian universities were Marburg, Göttingen, Strasbourg, and Heidelberg. Berlin too eventually became a center of Neo-Kantianism later in the 19th and early 20th centuries, when Friedrich Paulsen, 1896 to 1901, Alois Riel, 1844 to 1924, and Benno Erdmann, 1851 to 1924, held chairs there. 5. It is necessary to emphasize that these three schools do not define or exhaust Neo-Kantianism. If one reads every article and every book by every member of all these groups, one would still be far from having an adequate knowledge of the movement. These groups came into being relatively late, between 1880 and 1904, decades after the core of the movement had been formed. All the founding figures of Neo-Kantianism preceded them, and even later Neo-Kantians fell outside their orbits. Among these outsiders were the Berliners Reil, Paulsen and Erdmann, but also Johannes Vollkelt, 1848 to 1930, Hans Weyinger, 1852 to 1933, Erich Addix, 1866 to 1928, Arthur Liebert, 1878 to 1946, Emil Arnold, 1828 to 1905, and last, but certainly not least, Hermann Helmholtz, 1821 to 1894. We too easily ignore these thinkers, some of whom played a crucial role in the movement, if we think of Neo-Kantianism strictly in terms of schools. The crucial formative decade for Neo-Kantianism was the 1860s. Although there had been several Neo-Kantian manifestos in earlier decades, 6 they grew in number and coalesced into a single force only in the 1860s. It was in this decade that some of the most dynamic young philosophers in Germany wrote articles, essays, and even whole books, championing the cause of Kant's philosophy. There were 5 major figures who helped to re-establish Kant in this decade: Kuno Fischer, 1824 to 1907, Eduard Zeller, 1814 to 1908, Otto Liebmann, 1840 to 1912, Jürgen Bohnemeyer, 1829 to 1897, and Friedrich Albert Lang, 1828 to 1875. Part 2 will examine each in some detail. It has been a commonplace of older scholarship that Neo-Kantianism began in the 1860s. The starting point of the movement has been seen as Otto Liebmann's famous polemic Kant und die Epigonen, with its alleged mantra Zurück zu Kant. 7. But this commonplace, strictly speaking, is false. As Kohnke has argued, Liebmann's book came at the end, not the beginning, of a series of Neo-Kantian manifestos. 8. Even Liebmann's mantra, which never appeared in such a punchy and pithy form, had its precedence in earlier works. Still, there is some merit to the old commonplace, though not the beginnings of Neo-Kantianism. The 1860s were a crucial formative decade. It is a central thesis of the present work that the origins of Neo-Kantianism go back to the 1790s, even before Kant's death, 1804. 9. The founding fathers of the movement were Jacob Friedrich Fries, 1773 to 1843, Johann Friedrich Herbart, 1776 to 1841, and Friedrich Eduard Benck, 1798 to 1854. All defined themselves as Kantians, and all called for a return to the spirit of Kant's teachings. They anticipated, and laid down the foundation for, defining doctrines of later Neo-Kantianism, the importance of the Kantian dualisms between essence and existence, understanding and sensibility, the limitation of all knowledge to experience, the leading role of a critical and analytical method in philosophy, and the need for philosophy to follow rather than lead the natural sciences. The crucial role of Fries, Herbart, and Benck in founding Neo-Kantianism, though ignored in recent Neo-Kantian scholarship, cannot be underestimated, especially in view of the enduring and widespread influence of Fries and Herbart. Part I will be devoted to a close study of the intellectual development and major writings of these early Neo-Kantians. It might seem absurd to trace Neo-Kantianism back to the 18th century. Neo-Kantianism, by its very name, someone will protest, implies renewal, rehabilitation, so that it can begin only after a period when Kant's philosophy was in decline. Since that decline came during the era of German idealism, so the argument goes Neo-Kantianism could arise only at the end of that era, which came, at the earliest, with Hegel's death in 1831. However widespread and plausible, this reasoning passes over 2 central facts. First, Kant's reputation was already in decline in the early 1790s with the advent of Reinhold's Elementarphilosophie and Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre. For the young Romantic generation, Kant's philosophy seemed to have been surpassed and was considered obsolete. The more orthodox defenders and expositors of Kantian doctrine Ludwig Jacob, 1759–1827, c.g. Schütz, 1747–1832, Karl Christian Schmid, 1761–1812, and Johann Schultz, 1739–1805, appeared to belong to an older generation, and they were duly pushed aside in the path of philosophical progress. Second, the reaction against Reinhold's, Fichte's, and Schelling's methods, and against speculative idealism in general, came later in the 1790s, in the fragments and notebooks of Hölderlin, Novalis, and Friedrich Schlegel, 11 and not least in the early writings of Fries and Herr Barth. 12. The most compelling critique of Reinhold, Fichte, and Schelling came with Fries 1803 Reinhold, Fichte und Schelling, which is really the source book for Neo-Kantianism. All this will happen before the rise in Hegel's reputation. The Neo-Kantian battle against Hegelianism will begin only in the 1820s, though it will largely reprise what had been said decades earlier during the campaign against Reinhold, Fichte, and Schelling. 2. The rise of Neo-Kantianism. How do we explain the rise of Neo-Kantianism? What made this movement such a powerful one in the second half of the 19th century? There were two cultural forces, already apparent in the 18th century, that had a powerful influence on the emergence of Neo-Kantianism. The first was German nationalism, that is, the belief and pride in a single German nation, which was still not a political reality in the 1860s and would become so only in 1871. Kant, it was generally recognized, was a major inspiration for the German cultural revival at the end of the 18th century. The Germans were proud of Kant because he was a thinker of international stature, the first German philosopher to have achieved such status since Leibniz. This nationalism took visible form in 1854 when the city of Königsberg erected a statue to commemorate its most famous resident. The second was German historicism, which encouraged reflection on, and recollection of, historical roots. For the historicist, self-awareness is a matter of knowing one's origins, of retracing the past that made oneself. It was clear to all historically minded philosophers in the early 19th century that Kant was the great revolutionary thinker dividing them from the intellectual life of the 18th century, and that he was the starting point of all modern German philosophy. Self-awareness therefore demanded understanding Kant, tracing the development of his views and seeing how his influence gave rise to contemporary philosophy. Such was the motivation behind much history of philosophy in the 1840s and 1850s, which gave pride of place to Kant. 13. It was in this spirit that Karl Rosenkranz and Friedrich Wilhelm Schubert published the first collected edition of Kant's works, which was finished in 1842. 14. These were only general cultural forces behind the rise of Neo-Kantianism. They explain why it became one intellectual current, but not why it became the predominant one. For an intellectual movement to gain hegemony, it has to justify itself philosophically, to legitimate itself with reasons or arguments, and it has to defeat its competitors in the intellectual marketplace. What, then, was the philosophical rationale or justification of Neo-Kantianism? Part of that rationale was purely negative, deriving from the misfortunes and inherent flaws of its competitors. First and foremost among these competitors was speculative idealism. But speculative idealism had collapsed by the middle of the 19th century, independent of any Neo-Kantian attacks upon it. The demise of speculative idealism left an enormous vacuum in the German intellectual scene, leaving Neo-Kantianism as a viable contender to fill it. The decline of speculative idealism began with Hegel's death in 1831, but, because his spirit lived on through his many disciples, it would not dissolve until the end of the 1840s. There were two developments in the 1840s that doomed the Hegelian movement. First, the accession to the throne in 1840 of Friedrich Wilhelm IV, whose reactionary policies spelled the end of the Prussian reform movement, which had for decades sustained the political hopes and dreams of the young Hegelians. Second, on a purely intellectual level, the combined effect of the many assaults on Hegel's philosophy. Though Hegel's philosophy was already heavily criticized in the late 1820s and 1830s, the 1840s saw a much higher caliber of criticism. In his Logisk Untersuchungen, 1840, Trendelenburg launched a powerful attack on Hegel's dialectic, whose devastating effect was conceded even by leading Hegelians. 16 In his Metaphysik, 1841, Lotze exposed relentlessly the hypostases and weak transitions of Hegel's logic. 17 And, finally, in Das Wesen des Christentums, 1841, Feuerbach convinced many neo-Hegelians of the need to go beyond Hegel, whose philosophy now seemed to be an obsolete metaphysics, the last desperate stage of Christian apologetics. 18 The net result of all these criticisms was to reaffirm the Kantian limitations upon knowledge, the inescapability of the dualisms between form and content, essence and existence, understanding and sensibility. The other part of the rationale is more positive. Neo-Kantianism became so popular and prevalent in the 1860s because Kant's philosophy, or at least some revised version of it, was widely seen as the only attractive solution to two major intellectual controversies of the mid-19th century. One of these controversies was the so-called identity crisis of philosophy, the other was the materialism controversy. 19 The identity crisis of philosophy, which began in the 1840s, was the result of two factors, the decline of speculative idealism and the rise of the empirical sciences. Now that the empirical sciences covered every sphere of reality, and now that the old a priori methods of speculative idealism had proven themselves bankrupt, it seemed as if there was no place anymore for philosophy in the globus intellectualis. What, then, should philosophy be? What could it do? To many, it seemed as if philosophy were obsolete, as if it had nothing more to offer than the hocus-pocus of metaphysics. The Neo-Kantians appeared to rescue philosophy from this imminent obsolescence and to give it a new mission and identity. Their solution to the crisis, which we will examine in more detail below, 20 went by the name of theory of knowledge, Erkenntnistheorie, what we now call epistemology. It was a central and defining thesis of Neo-Kantianism in the 1860s that philosophy could resurrect itself, and that it could find a definite place within the division of sciences, only as epistemology. The Neo-Kantians had in mind a very specific conception of epistemology, the examination of the methods, standards, and presuppositions of the empirical sciences. Though this conception would ultimately prove too narrow, it was very strategic when it was first advanced. For it not only aligned philosophy with the new natural sciences, whose dazzling success set the intellectual standards of the age, but it also gave philosophy a distinctive and definite task independent of them. Understood as epistemology, philosophy is no longer in danger of obsolescence because it determines the logic of the sciences, a logic that the sciences use and apply but never examine and discuss. What the sciences presuppose that philosophy brings to self-consciousness, so that science becomes self-critical. The materialism controversy began in 1854 and raged for decades thereafter. The central question posed by that controversy was whether science is leading inevitably to materialism. The advance of the natural sciences in the first half of the century seemed to make the old beliefs in a personal God, immortality, and freedom, which were so important for Christian dogma, into so much mythology. Like the famous pantheism controversy of the late 18th century, the materialism controversy confronted the philosopher with a dramatic and drastic dilemma: choose between either a rational materialism or an irrational leap of faith. The critical philosophy seemed to rescue philosophers from this dire dilemma, providing the true via media between its horns. The critical philosophy showed how it is possible to have both natural science and moral or religious faith. While it championed freedom of inquiry for the natural sciences, the right to investigate without limiting the causes of phenomena, it also stood for the autonomy and rationality of the moral and religious sphere. Kant's famous statement that he had to deny knowledge for the sake of faith resonated as much in the 19th century as it did for the 18th. While Neo-Kantian philosophers were highly critical of Kant's doctrine of practical faith, his attempt to justify the beliefs in God, providence, and immortality on the basis of morality, they still believed in the necessity of a moral or normative sphere above and beyond nature. The triumph of the Neo-Kantian philosophers in the materialism controversy went hand in hand with their victory over another major competitor in the 1860s, the materialists. Materialism had become a powerful intellectual force in Germany during the 1850s in the wake of the materialism controversy. The writings of Ludwig Buchner, 1824–1899, Heinrich Cholby, 1819–1873, Karl Voigt, 1817–1895, and Jacob Molschott, 1822–1893, had become popular, 21 spreading the message far and wide that materialism is the new philosophy of the natural sciences. The Kantian counterattack against materialism, which began in the 1860s in the works of Jürgen Bohne-Meyer and Friedrich Lang, 22 effectively blocked the materialist advance. The Neo-Kantians put forward two powerful arguments against the materialists. First, they could never bridge the chasm between matter and consciousness, and second, they were naive and dogmatic, simply assuming the reality of matter, as if it were a pure given, completely ignoring the physiological and intellectual conditions of knowledge of the world. And so, by the 1870s, Neo-Kantianism had seemingly triumphed. It had not only provided plausible solutions to the main controversies of its age, but it had also defeated two of its main rivals, speculative idealism and materialism. But intellectual hegemony never lasts long, and it is always quickly contested. There was another major rival to Neo-Kantianism in the 1860s, and its challenge would only grow in the decades thereafter. This was the strange rise of Arthur Schopenhauer, who, after being ignored for decades, had become the most famous philosopher in Germany during the 1860s. Schopenhauer was something of a Neo-Kantian himself, given his great debts to Kant, and he had even claimed to be Kant's sole legitimate heir. But he was still a potent challenge to the Neo-Kantians because he had a competing solution to the identity crisis of philosophy. For Schopenhauer, philosophy is first and foremost reflection on the puzzle of existence, which for him meant the Hamlet question, to be or not to be. The importance of this question, and its sheer popularity among the public, forced the Neo-Kantians to redefine their own conception of philosophy in the late 1870s and 1880s, so that it is not only epistemology but also ethics, not only a science but also a worldview. Despite this redefinition, Schopenhauer, and the Lebensphilosophy he inspired, would continue to challenge the Neo-Kantians until the beginning of World War I. 23. Removing preconceptions and prejudices. Like any major intellectual movement, Neo-Kantianism has been the subject of misleading preconceptions and prejudices. We do well to remove them here. Some of these preconceptions are popular, others more esoteric or scholarly. One popular preconception is that Neo-Kantianism was an essentially scholarly movement, an attempt to revive the historical study of Kant's philosophy. Certainly, there is some truth to this view. The movement did give rise to new editions of his writings, to studies of his intellectual development as well as interpretations of his major ideas. The Academy edition of Kant's writings, still the authoritative edition today, is very much the product of the Neo-Kantian movement. 24. There was also a period of Kant philology at the turn of the century, in the works of Benno Erdmann, Eric Adix, and Emil Arnold, which gave rise to some of the best historical scholarship on Kant. Still, Neo-Kantianism was more a philosophical than scholarly movement. It was the attempt to reaffirm the validity of Kant's philosophy, and more specifically one crucial aspect of it, his conception of philosophy and its method. The Neo-Kantians believed that Kant's critical conception of philosophy, and his transcendental method for determining the necessary conditions of experience, are of enduring value, and that it is only by reviving them that philosophy can become a science. Another popular misconception is that the Neo-Kantians were epigoni, faithful disciples who would have to go without truth for a week if the mail coach from Königsberg broke down. 25 Nothing could be further from the truth. Though all Neo-Kantians were intent, in one way or another, on the rehabilitation of Kant's philosophy, none were strict disciples of Kant. All were severely critical of Kant, and all used him for their own ends. Often they would appeal to a distinction between the spirit and letter of Kant's philosophy, but the spirit blew where it listeth, taking on all shapes and forms depending on the philosopher. One of the most prominent scholarly prejudices originated with Karl Loede's influential book on 19th-century philosophy, Von Hegel's Nietzsche. 26 Loede saw Neo-Kantianism as a scholastic academic philosophy, and attributed the real source of revolutionary thinking in the 19th century to the great outsiders, Marx, Kierkegaard, and Nietzsche. It was these thinkers who were concerned with questions of existence and the meaning of life, whereas the Neo-Kantians, ensconced in their ivory towers, had become entangled in abstruse questions about the logic of the sciences. Loede's image of 19th-century philosophy has been a remarkably persistent one, captivating scholars even in the 21st century. What Loede fails to see, however, is that the Neo-Kantians were themselves outsiders for a long time, and that most of them, unlike Kierkegaard and Nietzsche, were persecuted for their heterodox moral and religious doctrines. He also does not recognize that the Neo-Kantians, beginning in the late 1870s and early 1880s, were concerned to overcome their own narrow epistemological conception of philosophy, and that they shifted their interest towards moral, political, and aesthetic questions. Loede tends to identify Neo-Kantianism with the arid positivism that it repudiated. Another more recent but no less powerful source of prejudice was Richard Rorty's influential Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature. 27 Though Rorty wrote with an air of authority about Neo-Kantianism, almost everything he said about it is false, confused or misleading. Neo-Kantianism played a crucial role in his narrative about modern philosophy and how it went astray. The Neo-Kantians were for him the source of the modern conception of philosophy as a science and as a profession distinct from the positive sciences. 28 While Rorty is certainly correct to ascribe a crucial role to Neo-Kantianism in forming much 20th century philosophy, he ascribes doctrines to the movement that reveal ignorance of its intentions and origins. He maintains that the Neo-Kantian conception of epistemology went hand in hand with the theory of the mind as a mirror of nature. 29 Though even a partial familiarity with Neo-Kantian thinking shows that they decisively rejected that theory. He also states that the Neo-Kantian conception of philosophy as epistemology is essentially foundationalist, that it is based on the idea that philosophy can provide grounds for the positive sciences. 30 But the Neo-Kantians, virtually without exception, rejected foundationalism. Their movement began with a reaction against the foundationalist tradition in epistemology, and it contested the idea that philosophy could provide a grounding for the empirical sciences. In the Neo-Kantian view, the positive sciences are autonomous, and they no longer require, as the speculative idealists once held, a foundation from philosophy. We will see, in the following chapters, this anti-foundationalist stance appear again and again in the history of the movement. Part I. Introduction. The Lost Tradition. 1. Unearthing the Lost Tradition. The origins of Neo-Kantianism are shrouded in mystery. Neo-Kantianism arose from a tradition of philosophy that has been almost entirely forgotten. 1. At the very end of the 18th century and the very beginning of the 19th century, a distinctive idealist tradition was formed in Germany by three young philosophers, Jacob Friedrich Fries, 1773–1843, Johann Friedrich Herbart, 1776–1841, and Friedrich Eduard Benecke, 1798–1854. Though idealists themselves, they stood in self-conscious opposition to the idealist tradition of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. Their tradition has been lost, however, because it was overshadowed by the speculative idealism of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, which is normally regarded as the sole form of idealism in this period. Yet it was from this lost tradition that Neo-Kantianism arose. The Neo-Kantian movement, which became fully visible and established only in the 1860s, has its fons et origo in the lost tradition. Fries, Herbart, and Benck were separate, isolated spirits, working independently of one another. Although they knew one another, sometimes even met, and on one occasion even attempted to collaborate, they did not form an organized and self-conscious movement. There were also many important intellectual differences between them. Still, they had so many attitudes, values, and beliefs in common that one is justified in regarding them as a distinct tradition. They shared an allegiance to transcendental idealism, a program for reforming epistemology through psychology, a mistrust of rationalism and speculative metaphysics, a deep belief in the reliability of the methods of the exact sciences, an ethics based on aesthetics, and an antipathy to the speculative idealism of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. The reason this tradition has been lost has much to do with how the history of philosophy has been written since the early 19th century. We are often told that the history of philosophy after Kant consists chiefly in the emergence of an idealist tradition that begins with Reinhold, continues with Fichte and Schelling, and then culminates in Hegel. The source of this simple but powerful narrative was Hegel himself, too, who saw his own system as the telos of post-Kantian philosophy. His narrative was reaffirmed later in the 19th century by two neo-Hegelians, Johann Erdmann and Kuno Fischer. It was then revived in the 20th century by Richard Kroner and Frederick Copleston. For what this history so tendentiously leaves out is its competition, the tradition of Fries, Herbart, and Benck. For self-serving reasons, Hegel had virtually written his opponents out of history, and his disciples gladly followed him. The general fact obscured by Hegel's history of philosophy is that there were two opposing idealist traditions in Germany in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. There was the rationalist speculative tradition of Reinhold, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, and the empiricist psychological tradition of Fries, Herbart, and Benck. These traditions were opposed in 5 fundamental ways. The rationalist speculative tradition rejected, while the empiricist psychological tradition accepted, Kant's transcendental idealism in its original intended sense, that is, the limitation of knowledge to appearances and the distinction between appearances and the thing in itself. Rather than decrying the thing in itself as the great weakness of the Kantian system, as Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel had done, Fries, Herbart and Benck regarded it as its great strength. The rationalist speculative tradition employed a deductive or dialectical method, believing in the powers of pure thought or a priori reasoning to reach substantive conclusions. The empiricist psychological tradition, however, stressed the importance of an empirical method, insisting that pure thinking alone could reach no substantial conclusions and that knowledge must receive its content from experience. In Schelling and Hegel, the rationalist speculative tradition developed into an objective or absolute idealism, according to which all reality is the manifestation of the ideal, where these ideals are forms or archetypes existing independent of human consciousness. The empiricist psychological tradition stuck to subjective idealism, protesting that there are no such ideals and that all knowledge is relative to human consciousness. The rationalist speculative tradition attempted to surmount Kant's dualisms between understanding and sensibility, essence and existence, form and content, through an organic concept of nature. The empiricist psychological tradition, however, wanted to retain these dualisms, and disputed the constitutive validity of that organic concept. The rationalist speculative tradition believed in the unity of reason, that is, that there is a single source of theoretical and practical reason. The empiricist psychological tradition disputed that there is any such unity and stressed the fundamental divide between theoretical and practical reason. Some of these conflicts are clear to us now only with the benefit of hindsight. But it would be wrong to assume that the existence of these two traditions is a mere post facto reconstruction, the product of the historian's abstraction. For sometimes these differences became all too plain to these thinkers themselves. Fries, Herbart, and Benck were aware of their common opposition to the speculative rationalist tradition. On these grounds, Benck proposed collaboration with Herbart, and Herbart hoped for an accord with Fries. For their part, Reinhold, Fichte, and Schelling were well aware of their differences with Fries, Herbart and Benck. though they did not deign to write polemics against them. In the case of Hegel, however, opposition to Fries and Benck became hostile, even political. He condemned Fries in the preface to his Philosophie des Rechts, and he has been accused of using his influence on the Prussian government to place a rescript against Benneck's lectures in Berlin. 5. Two conflicting Kantian traditions. It is a striking and perplexing fact that both these traditions, despite all the conflicts between them, would invoke the name and authority of Kant to justify themselves. Both claim to represent the spirit of the Kantian philosophy, which pushed them in opposing directions. The source of all the conflicts between them lay indeed in their conflicting interpretations of Kant's main project. Reinhold, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel read Kant's philosophy as a foundationalist enterprise along Cartesian lines, that is, its aim is to provide a self-evident basis for knowledge, one completely immune from skeptical doubt. They maintain that 5 see Chapter 3, Section 2. 14. Kant's philosophy contains self-evident first principles, namely, the possibility of experience, the unity of apperception, the facts of consciousness, the concept of representation, subject, object identity, from which it could derive deductively all its central conclusions about the structure of human knowledge. It was often admitted that Kant did not provide a straightforward exposition of this foundationalist project, though it was still held to be implicit in his texts and his ultimate design. Formulating that exposition, realizing the true foundationalism inherent in Kant's project, was the aim of Reinhold's Elementarphilosophie, Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre, and Schelling's Vomich als Prinzip der Philosophie. The philosophers in the empiricist psychological tradition, however, read Kant's philosophy in a completely different light, though one that seemed no less sanctioned by Kant's texts. For Fries, Herbart, and Benck, Kant's transcendental philosophy was not a foundationalist but a psychological or anthropological project whose chief task was to describe human psychology and the basic workings of the human mind. Kant's aim was to realize the old Enlightenment project for a science of human nature or anthropology. Although they conceded that Kant had not given a perfect exposition of that project, they still insisted that it was implicit in his texts. It would be their aim to make this project clear and explicit. No less than their rationalist speculative counterparts, Fries, Herbart, and Benck wanted to put Kant's philosophy on a solid foundation, but for them that foundation would lie not in deductive or dialectical reasoning but in the observation and experiment of the empirical sciences. Kant's philosophy was to be placed on a sound empirical foundation, its psychology based upon solid facts of experience. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, we can see that each tradition had stretched one aspect of Kant at the expense of the other. They had pitted his rationalist and empiricist sides against one another. Reinhold, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel had taken hold of Kant's rationalist side, namely, the value he placed on systematic unity, on a dogmatic method of demonstration, on a priori principles and reasoning. Fries, Herbart, and Benck, however, had grasped the empiricist side, namely, his insistence that the content of knowledge be given by the senses, that metaphysics should not transcend the limits of experience, that analysis of concepts cannot provide substantive knowledge. Both traditions knew that Kant's intention was to synthesize empiricism and rationalism, but they could not bring both sides together. Thus Reinhold, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel complained about Kant's empiricism, which appeared in his lack of systematic rigor in deriving the categories. But Fries, Herbart, and Benck would grumble about the remnants of scholasticism in Kant's philosophy, that is, his too rigid systematic sense, his artificial conceptual distinctions, his old-fashioned dogmatic method of analysis and demonstration. Summa summarum, for the rationalist speculative tradition, Kant was too much of an empiricist, but for the empirical psychological tradition, he was too much of a rationalist. For both traditions, Kant's grand attempt to synthesize rationalism and empiricism seemed a hopeless delusion. 15. In the battle over Kant's legacy, both traditions could put forward a strong case for why they alone were the true heirs. Fries, Herbart, and Benck could give several reasons. First, They advocated Kant's transcendental idealism in its original form, especially its limitation of knowledge to appearances and its postulate of the thing in itself. Second, they upheld Kant's regulative constraints upon teleology, which had been violated by Schelling and Hegel. Third, they banished appeals to intellectual intuition, which Kant had proscribed but which had been re-invoked by Fichte, Schelling, and the young Hegel. Fourth, they dwelled in the bathos of experience, insisting that all knowledge be limited to experience. Fifth, they reaffirmed Kant's dualisms, more specifically, those between understanding and sensibility, essence and existence, practical and theoretical reason, all of which are central to his critical teachings. For all these reasons, Fries, Herbart, and Benck believed they represented the true Kant, the spirit of his teachings. They called for a return to Kant in the early 1800s, decades before that refrain became widespread in the 1860s. The rationalist speculative tradition could also muster a strong case. In stressing the foundationalist side of Kant's philosophy, they were attempting to show how it could be a response to scepticism, which had been Kant's intention all along. Had not Kant said that he was aroused from his dogmatic slumbers by Hume? And had he not made it plain that it was his intention to reply to the Scotsman's scepticism? It was in Kant's transcendental deduction, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel claimed, that one could find the true spirit of the Kantian philosophy, because the plain purpose of that deduction was to legitimate synthetic a priori knowledge against scepticism. Their demands for rigorous deductive or dialectical reasoning, for strict systemic form, and for a priori science, also seemed sanctioned by Kant himself. For Kant had often insisted that reason is by its very nature systematic, that a system should be organized around a single idea, and that all science involves a priori principles and reasoning. Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel were well aware that, in some respects, they were revising Kant, namely, they were abolishing the thing in itself, postulating an intellectual intuition, and casting aside regulative constraints upon teleology. But they insisted that in doing so they were violating only the letter of Kant's philosophy, and that for all these infractions of the letter they could find reason enough in the Kantian spirit. After all, they were only trying to make Kant's philosophy consistent, to help Kant solve his own problems according to his own principles. Since it transcends the limits of possible experience, the thing in itself is an untenable postulate according to Kant's own standard of knowledge. The concept of intellectual intuition, though contrary to the Kantian letter, seemed to be strongly suggested by Kant's teaching in several places. It was implicit in his theory of mathematical construction, in his conception of the self-awareness of our own cognitive activity, and in the fact of reason. And as for the regulative constraints upon teleology, Schelling and Hegel insisted that Kant himself had to infract them, for it is only by giving constitutive status to the idea of the organism that it is possible to overcome the Kantian dualisms, which otherwise pose an insuperable obstacle to explaining synthetic a priori knowledge. 3. Neo-Kantianism and the lost tradition. Fortunately, we need not decide here who were the rightful heirs of Kant's legacy. The question is perhaps irresolvable. Both traditions had crucial texts in their favor, and both could claim that in dropping some aspects of Kant's teaching they were only making it consistent. Both traditions could describe themselves therefore as Neo-Kantian. Yet, as history would have it, we now regard only one of these traditions as Neo-Kantian. The battle to represent Kant's legacy was won whether rightly or wrongly by the thinkers of the empiricist psychological tradition. They won the battle simply because their arguments were later adopted by a slew of thinkers whom we now happen to call, for purely customary reasons, Neo-Kantians. After the 1840s and the decline of Neo-Hegelianism, the arguments of the rationalist speculative tradition had lost their power to persuade. The first generation of Neo-Kantians in the 1860s, Kuno Fischer, Eduard Zeller, Otto Liebmann, Jürgen Bohnemeyer and Friedrich Albert Lang reacted against the neo-rationalism of Schelling's and Hegel's metaphysics, much as Fries, Herbart, and Benck did decades earlier. These Neo-Kantians were writing in an age even more dominated by the empirical sciences, and to them it seemed all the more necessary that philosophy give up its pretensions to legislate for the sciences. Its only feasible task seemed to be the examination of their underlying logic. The position of the empiricist psychological tradition seemed prescient, then, the best advice for philosophy to go forward in a more scientific age. These neo-Kantians also adopted other basic contentions of the empiricist psychological tradition, that Kant's philosophy should be interpreted in psychological terms, that philosophy should remain within the limits of experience, that Kant's concept of teleology should remain regulative, that it is necessary to accept Kant's dualisms between understanding and sensibility, essence and existence, form and content, as inherent limits of the human understanding. So, for better or worse, it was the empiricist psychological tradition that triumphed in history, and that won out over its rationalist speculative rival. It is all the more surprising, therefore, that the empiricist psychological tradition has been forgotten, slipping away into the mists of the past. Though it had paved the way for early neo-Kantianism, its powerful influence has been scarcely recognized. Some neo-Kantians acknowledged the importance of Fries, Herbart, or Benck, but later scholars of neo-Kantianism have virtually ignored them. Most of the standard works on the history of neo-Kantianism do not discuss them. 7. There are several reasons for such neglect. First, there was the reaction against the psychological interpretation of Kant in the 1870s and 1880s by the later neo-Kantians, especially by Windelband and Cohen. The argument that Kant's transcendental philosophy is epistemology and not psychology made it seem legitimate to leave out of account a tradition of interpretation that had stressed the psychological aspect of Kant's project. For this reason, it is common to limit neo-Kantianism to the Southwestern and Marburg schools alone. Second, some scholarship remains fixed on the idea that the neo-Kantian tradition begins only when epistemology is made a sui generis discipline distinct from the empirical sciences, not least among them psychology. Third, though many scholars assume, correctly, that neo-Kantianism arose from a rejection of the methods and metaphysics of absolute idealism, they date that reaction much too late, placing it in the 1840s after the collapse of Hegel's metaphysics. It is important to realize, however, that the reaction against speculative idealism took place much earlier, and indeed for very Kantian reasons. It arose in the early 1800s when Fries and Herbart criticized the methods and metaphysics of Fichte's and Schelling's idealism. If neo-Kantianism means a revival of Kant after his decline, then it is necessary to recall that Kant's reputation fell into decline even before his death. He had lost his stature as a major innovator by 1800 in the eyes of the early Romantics and metaphysical idealists. The protest against his decline, the case for his rehabilitation, was made by Fries in the early 1800s in his Reinhold, Fichte und Schelling. This brilliant but much neglected book, as we shall soon see, was the first statement of the neo-Kantian program. By far the most important factor working against the rehabilitation of the empiricist psychological tradition has been its association with psychologism. Since the work of Husserl and Frege at the beginning of the 20th century, psychologism has been regarded as a basic fallacy, the simple conflation of logical rules of inference with natural laws of thought. 8. Because of their advocacy of empirical psychology, Fries, Herbart, and Benck were associated with this fallacy, and so they became widely discredited. 9. Benneck's work, especially, was regarded as the most radical form of psychologism. 10. It is important to realize, however, that neither Fries nor Herbart nor Benck are guilty of the fallacy of psychologism in the simple sense attributed to them. We will see in later chapters that they carefully made the distinction between the normative and the factual, between rules of inference and laws of thought. It was, however, an important question among them, given such a distinction, how far psychology is still relevant to epistemological and logical questions. On the whole, the tradition saw psychological and epistemological questions as distinct yet complementary. They believed that it is still necessary and important to have both perspectives while distinguishing between them. The blanket charge of psychologism simply begs questions against the subtle discussions of the interrelationship between epistemology and psychology that took place in the empiricist psychological tradition. Though Fries, Herbart, and Benck understood Kant's project in psychological terms, it would be a mistake to think, as many neo-Kantians later did, that their intent was to read all epistemology out of Kant's project. They did not reduce the quid juris to the quid facti, as Cassirer was later to complain, and they were perfectly aware of, and indeed insisted upon, the distinction between these kinds of questions. Rather than ignoring or abolishing epistemology, they understood it in very different terms from the rationalist speculative tradition. Fries, Herbart, and Benck wanted to steer epistemology away from an ambitious foundationalism and towards a more modest examination of the logic of the sciences. They rejected the old conception of philosophy as a philosophia prima, whose aim is to provide a foundation for all the sciences, and they advocated instead a new conception of philosophy as the underlaborer of the empirical sciences, whose task is to investigate their methods and presuppositions. For Fries, Herbart, and Benck, empirical science is an autonomous activity that has already established its legitimacy and that stands in no need of a higher philosophical foundation. The philosopher need not, and should not, interfere with the sciences, attempt to anticipate their results or justify them from first principles. Since science is a fact, a fait accompli, the task of philosophy is to understand it and explain how this fact is possible. Fries, Herbart, and Benck were all critical, therefore, of the nature philosophy of Schelling and Hegel, which they regarded as an illegitimate intrusion of philosophy upon the domain of empirical science. The famous reorientation of philosophy around the empirical sciences, which is supposed to be a legacy of positivism or Trendelenburg, was really the work of Fries, Herbart, and Benck in the early decades of the 19th century. For origins and context, the origins of the empiricist psychological tradition lie in the early 18th century, in the project for a science of human nature that came originally from the Scottish Enlightenment. This new science, which was advocated by Hume, Smith, Home, Ferguson, and Miller, was modelled on the methods of the new natural sciences. It would be, in Hume's memorable phrase, an attempt to introduce the experimental method of reasoning into moral subjects. 11. What Newton had done for the physical cosmos, the Scottish philosophers intended to do for the moral realm. Their aim was to formulate precise laws about human nature based on natural history, whose facts were to be collected from introspection, observation, travel narratives, and histories. 12. Beginning in the middle of the 18th century, this project was imported into Germany through translations of the Scottish philosophers. 13. And it soon found many devotees, among them Carl Friedrich Flagell, Ernst Plattner, Jacob Friedrich Abel, Johann Georg Feder, Christoph Meiners, and, last but not least, the young Herder. 14. The Germans' word for this new science of human nature was anthropology, which was defined in a broad sense, the doctrine of man, his parts and relations, in a theological as well as a physical and moral sense. 15. There was a naturalistic perspective behind anthropology, which saw human beings as parts of nature as a whole and therefore as subject to her laws. Following this perspective, anthropology would stress the interaction between the mind and nature, viz. Geography and climate, and between the mental and physical aspects of a human being, striving to grasp man as a unity and whole. The old metaphysical mind-body problem, which had so troubled the great minds of the 17th century, was simply laid aside in favor of a kind of empirical interactionism. The aim was to show the intimate interaction between mind and body, regardless of the metaphysical basis for that fact. There are some direct links between the anthropological and empirical psychological traditions. It is no accident that Fries sometimes called his new critique of reason an anthropological critique, and that he had made anthropology into the basis of philosophy in his early System der Philosophie. As a student in Leipzig in 1796, Fries had attended the lectures of Ernst Plattner, who was the foremost spokesman for anthropology in Germany. He later acknowledged Plattner's great importance for his own philosophy. 16. The young Benck called his psychology Erfahrungsseelenkunde. A very revealing term in pinning down his intellectual roots. Erfahrungsseelenkunde was an immediate offshoot of the anthropological tradition, whose precedent was Karl Philipp Moritz's Erfahrungsseelenkunde, a project of the Berlin Aufklärung that flourished at the end of the 18th century. 17. This project was pursued by two Kantian philosophers in Halle, J.C. Hofbauer and L.H. Jacob, whose lectures Benck attended when he was a student there. 18. The triumph of Kant's philosophy in the 1790s thwarted and interrupted the tradition of anthropology. Though Kant himself was an anthropologist in his pre-critical years, he had turned away from anthropology on the road to transcendental philosophy. 19. Kant's critique of the empiricist tradition, and his sharp separation between the quid juris and quid facti, meant a turning away from the empirical methods of anthropology. Kant had located the problem of knowledge in a place where it could not be solved by empirical methods. Indeed, he had shown that following those methods to their ultimate conclusion, in the manner of Hume, could end only in scepticism. Accordingly, for the critical Kant, the method of philosophy is no longer empirical but transcendental, that is, it determines through logical analysis of concepts and discursive reasoning the necessary conditions of knowledge. 20. The method of philosophy, Kant now taught, essentially consists in rational cognition in concepts, which involves discursive proofs. 21. It is no wonder, then, that the champions of anthropology saw Kant's methodology as a relapse into the old scholasticism, a vice for which their empirical methods were a remedy. It is also no surprise that they were more impressed by the analytic method of the young Kant's prize essay, which they believed to be more in accord with the empirical sciences. Despite this friction between transcendental philosophy and anthropology, there was still, in one important respect, a confluence of these traditions. Despite their naturalism, the anthropologists still had an anthropocentric view of the world. They would often stress how what we know depends on our powers of perception and organs of sense, so that the object of knowledge is not simply given to us, and they would often emphasize how what we value depends on our desires and emotions, so that the good does not exist in a Platonic realm beyond us. Since what we know and value depends crucially on our human powers and needs, the anthropologists made anthropology into their master science, the basis of, or key to, all the other sciences. Following Pope's famous adage, they believed that the proper study of mankind is man. This anthropocentric tendency was an important shift in priorities away from the old Wolffian school philosophy, which had made ontology into philosophia prima. Rather than beginning with being in general, the anthropologists believed that we must first look at the man who knows being, given that all knowledge of being depends on him. It was this anthropocentric tendency of the anthropological tradition that eventually merged with the Kantian tradition, for it expressed the same direction of thought as Kant's Copernican revolution. Kant's philosophy had given a powerful new rationale and epistemology to support the anthropocentric direction of anthropology. Hence, in this important respect, the critical philosophy was not a turn away from anthropology but a vindication of it. We can now understand why Benck could claim that anthropocentrism was the proper critical spirit of the Kantian philosophy. 22. Once we place Fries, Herbart, and Benck in the context of the anthropological tradition, we can begin to understand their early reaction to Kant. They were very ready to embrace the Copernican revolution, which to them established in subtle and sophisticated ways the fundamental anthropological truth that all knowledge is conditioned by human psychology. Fries, Herbart, and Benck very much celebrated the Kantian critical enterprise, which they saw as a breakthrough for philosophy and as the final turning point against the old rationalist metaphysics that had dominated Germany in the past. Their task was now to carry through with that revolution, though by using the modern tools and methods that they had learned in anthropology. They believed that Kantian epistemology had to be based on a new empirical psychology, one whose methods were akin to those of the natural sciences. They could not accept, therefore, Kant's scholastic or rationalist methodology, which they saw as a relapse into the old scholastic methods. Still less were they ready to adopt Kant's psychology, whose archaic doctrine of faculties seemed to come straight out of Wolff's Psychologia Empirica. All that would be done away with in making the critical philosophy a new kind of anthropology. It should be plain by now that the thinkers of the lost tradition are of the first importance for understanding the genesis of Neo-Kantianism. For that reason we will now embark upon an examination of the early writings of Fries, Herbart, and Benck, the writings that established them as major thinkers in the Neo-Kantian movement. Since these writings have been largely forgotten, we will introduce and expound their basic doctrines, all the while setting them in their original context. I follow their intellectual development only up to their discovery of Kant and the first formulation of their Neo-Kantian doctrines. I make no attempt here to provide a complete account of the philosophy or intellectual development of these thinkers. That goes far beyond our business here. The story of the genesis of Neo-Kantianism. 1. Jacob Friedrich Fries and the birth of Psychologism. One place in history. Recent histories of Neo-Kantianism give little place to Jacob Friedrich Fries, 1773–1843. 1. This is a grave omission, because Fries should be regarded, along with Herbart and Benck, as a founding father of Neo-Kantianism. Though now almost forgotten, he is as important to the history of Neo-Kantianism as Windelband and Cohen. Just as Windelband was the leader of the Southwestern School, and Cohen the founder of the Marburg School, Fries was the guiding spirit behind the Neo-Frisian School, which was of no less stature and influence than its Southwestern and Marburgian counterparts. There are compelling reasons to regard Fries as a founder of Neo-Kantianism. First, when it was very unpopular to do so, and decades before the later Neo-Kantians, Fries declared himself a Kantian, often referring to his Kantianismus. In the early 1800s, before anyone else, he called for a return to Kant's teachings. The aim of his central work, Neue Kritik der Vernunft, was to defend and preserve the Kantian legacy. Second, Fries was the leader of the reaction against speculative idealism, a reaction crucial to the very identity of Neo-Kantianism. His 1803 Reinhold, Fichte und Schelling was the first systematic critique of speculative idealism, making its mark even before Hegel's rise to fame in the 1820s. Third, Fries was a closer follower of Kant than any of the speculative idealists. While Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel rejected or transformed Kant's transcendental idealism, Fries remained loyal to its original form, defending some of Kant's most controversial ideas, namely, the existence of the thing in itself, the noumenal-phenomenal dualism, the distinction between understanding and sensibility, the tripartite division of the mind into cognition, volition, and feeling, the metaphysical deduction and table of categories. Fries' chief departure from Kant was more methodological than substantive. The aim of his Neue Kritik was to place the critical philosophy on a new foundation, not to change the doctrines themselves. For all these reasons, by the early 1800s, Fries was seen as the foremost Kantian philosopher in Germany. All those who cited Kant's critical spirit against the new rationalist metaphysics and romantic nature philosophy were, in one form or another, allies of Fries. This reputation alone should be sufficient to ensure Fries a small place in the history of Neo-Kantianism. There is, however, good reason to give Fries a larger place. His influence extended well beyond the early 1800s and his lifetime. Few philosophers, especially Neo-Kantian ones, can claim two revivals in their name. But such is the case with Fries. In 1847, 4 years after his death, a Frisian school was formed in Jena under the leadership of Ernst Friedrich Apelt, 1815–1859, who had been a student of Fries. Among the members of the school were prominent scientists, namely, the mathematician Oskar Schlomilch, 1823–1901, the zoologist Heinrich Schmid, 1799–1836, the botanist Matthias Schleiden, 1804–1881, and the mathematician Carl Friedrich Gauss, 1777–1855. The group formed a common journal, Abhandlung der Friesischen Schule, whose express purpose was to keep alive the spirit of the critical philosophy as founded by Kant and developed by Fries. 2. Though the first Frisian school soon dispersed, a Neo-Frisian school was formed in 1903 in Göttingen under the direction of Leonard Nelson, 1882–1927. The group surrounding Nelson was equally distinguished, counting among its members the theologian Rudolf Otto, 1869–1937, the psychiatrist Arthur Kronfeld, 1886–1941, and the Nobel Prize winner Otto Meyerhoff, 1884–1951. 3. In 1904 Nelson restarted the Frisian Journal, rededicating it to philosophy in the spirit of Kant as formulated by Fries. 4. Fries played three prominent roles in the history of Neo-Kantianism. First, he was the founder of the psychological approach to Kant, which interpreted his epistemology as an empirical theory of mental activities. 5. This became the dominant interpretation for decades. It was adopted by Benecke, Zeller, Meyer, Lang, and Helmholtz, and it would not be questioned until the 1870s with the advent of the Marburg School. Second, Fries was the first spokesman for the scientific wing of Neo-Kantian philosophy, which rejected speculative nature philosophy, and which stressed the fundamental importance of mathematical method for science. 6. Long before Trendelenburg and Cohen, Fries saw the critical philosophy essentially as the aide-de-camp of the empirical sciences, a footman whose chief task is to explain their methods and logic. Third, Fries was the chief apostle of the anthropological interpretation of Kant's transcendental idealism, according to which the cognitive subject is irreplaceable and the ultimate basis of cognition lies in human nature rather than reason. 7. Fries' importance in all these respects became fully apparent only after his death. The first role became clear with the reaction against psychologistic interpretations of Kant, which began with Hermann Cohen's Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung in 1871. Cohen explicitly acknowledged Fries' importance in developing the psychological interpretation. 8. The second role became plain only with the formation of the Frisian schools. When, in 1847, Apelt and his fellow editors founded the Abhandlung der Friesischen Schule, they declared the importance of Fries' legacy to consist in his opposition to Schellingen Neoplatonism and Hegelian scholasticism, and in his attempt to found philosophy on the methodology of the empirical sciences. 9. And when, in 1909, Nelson and his followers restarted the Frisian school, they reaffirmed that legacy, declaring that their enduring faith in Fries' philosophy was based on the scientific method. 10. It is striking that Fries' historical significance in this respect was acknowledged by two of his severest critics, Hermann Cohen and Ernst Cassirer. 11. For all the differences between the Marburg and Neo-Frisian schools, they shared a common belief that philosophy should find its inspiration in mathematics and the empirical sciences. The third role became evident only in the early 20th century in the dispute between the Marburgians and Frisians about the foundations of Kant's philosophy. Nelson's harsh review of Cohen's Logik der reinen Erkenntnis, 12. And Cassirer's polemical reply to Nelson, 13 brought out the clash between these rival interpretations of Kant, the Marburgers' rationalist and objective idealist interpretation versus the Frisians' anthropological and subjectivist interpretation. Every Kant scholar has to find his way between these rival interpretations. It is a struggle that ultimately goes back to Fries and the merits of his anthropological interpretation. Given Fries' founding role and great importance in the history of Neo-Kantianism, an investigation into his intellectual origins and development promises to shed some light on the genesis of Neo-Kantianism itself. In Section 2 we will investigate Fries' intellectual development from his early years in the Moravian Seminary in Niesky, 1792–95, until the publication of his Neue Kritik der Vernunft in 1807. We will examine all Fries' major writings during these years with a view to understanding his relationship to Kant. 14. Though we will consider only slightly more than 2 decades of Fries' development, that is, the years from 1797 to 1807, these were his formative years, and especially so for his interpretation of Kant, which came to its completion in the 3 volumes of his Neue Kritik der Vernunft. Our chief task here will be to understand Fries in his historical context and through his intellectual development. Taking this historical approach will make it necessary to reassess Fries' rather ragged reputation. 15 For we will find that Fries was a much more subtle and careful thinker than his critics gave him credit for, that most of the objections against his anthropological and psychological approach to Kant are misconceived, that he had interesting solutions to problems of transcendental philosophy, and that his interpretation of Kant is more accurate than the competing interpretations of the Marburg school. To discovery of Kant. To understand Fries' intellectual origins, we need to raise two questions: why did Fries become a Kantian, and how did he learn about Kant? The answer to them lies in Fries' youth, especially in the years 1792 to 1795, when he was a student at the Moravian seminary in Niesky. Fries received his education there at the hands of the Moravian Brotherhood in the expectation that he would become a teacher or pastor in their church. He was preceded in this path by no less than Schleiermacher, who, from 1785 to 1787, had also studied at the Moravian seminary, then at Barbie. Like his illustrious predecessor, Fries rebelled against the narrow religious orthodoxy imposed upon him, but he too was deeply influenced by his education there. Fries later wrote of his time in Niesky: in the 3 years in the seminary, under the influence of all that I was taught, my whole view of the world and life was formed in all its individuality. 16 The education at the seminary was based primarily upon the Bible and theology, but students also received a training in classical languages as well as a general education in history, mathematics, and the natural sciences. Fries summarized his education at Niesky in these terms: in 3 years I went through the whole course of theological studies, as far as was demanded of us. Along with that we learned the elements of applied mathematics and physics with some chemistry. We were led further into history and received lively instruction for an encyclopedic knowledge of all the sciences. 17 This education in the sciences, and a proficiency at mathematics, were decisive for Fries' later intellectual development. It was the foundation for his interest in the scientific side of Kant's philosophy. Though Fries, on his own testimony, received a good general education at Niesky, the study of the latest philosophy was discouraged there. Fearing the damaging effect of philosophical criticism upon the faith of their charges, the Moravian brethren carefully monitored their reading. Books deemed damaging to the souls of the young were prohibited and, if found, confiscated. But these were trying times for the inspectors, as the censors were called at Niesky. The early 1790s were very exciting years intellectually, culturally, and philosophically, and it was inevitable that some of this excitement would seep and creep into the seminary. It was during these years that Germany witnessed the pantheism controversy, the effects of the French Revolution and the rise of Kant's philosophy. Fries was introduced to this intoxicating new world by one of his teachers at the seminary, Karl Bernhard Garve, 1763–1841, who made it his mission to educate the young about the latest issues in philosophy and theology. As one might expect, Garve's endeavors were not smiled upon by the elders at Niesky, who eventually relieved him of his duties. But Garve's efforts had their intended effect. His students made it their business to read the original works of the latest philosophers. At the top of their reading list was, of course, Immanuel Kant. In some later autobiographical fragments Fries described his attempt to read Kant at the seminary. 18 At first the only books he could obtain were the Prolegomena and the so-called prize essay, that is, Kant's 1764 pre-critical work unter Suchen über die Deutlichkeit der Grundsätze der Natürlichen Theologie und der Moral. Fries was greatly impressed with both works, which, he said, taught him a completely new method of doing philosophy. But how was Fries to get Kant's masterwork, his Kritik? Der reinen Vernunft? Only with great stealth. Against regulations, Fries sneaked out of the seminary and walked to a book dealer in neighboring Gorlitz. There he bought only parts of the book, some printed sheets. He dared not buy a whole bound copy, because this would have attracted the suspicion of the inspectors. When the seminary's doctor visited the bookshop in Gorlitz, the book dealer praised the youth's intellectual curiosity, the doctor raised the alarm, and the inspectors duly confiscated the sheets. Fries managed to get them back by convincing the inspectors that he would do it again anyway. It is clear that Kant had become forbidden fruit for students at the seminary. The temptation of reading him was all the greater precisely because it had been prohibited. The seminarians were attracted to Kant, however, not simply because of his heterodoxy. Kant was for them first and foremost a liberator. He stood for the power to think critically about religion, the right to think for oneself and not to be bound by dogmas and rituals simply because they were a hallowed tradition or sanctioned by authority. That, at any rate, was the effect that Kant had upon Fries, who later wrote that he studied Kant not just to learn his doctrines but to stimulate his thinking. 19. It is indeed noteworthy that Fries' early reception of Kant was sometimes critical. Although he was deeply impressed by the first critic, and especially the prize essay, he had doubts about the second critic and Die Religion. Unfortunately, he tells us very little about these doubts, only that his first philosophical essay took issue with Kant's claim that all principles of conduct falling outside morality are based on self-love. 22 events were especially fateful for Fries' early reception of Kant: first, that he was introduced to Kant through Reinhold, and, second, that he read the Prolegomena and prize essay before the first critic. In introducing his students to Kant, Garve followed the exposition of Reinhold's Elementar Philosophy, which attempted to derive all the results of the critical philosophy from a single first principle. The young Fries enjoyed showing his intellectual mettle and nettle by finding fault with Reinhold's reasoning. Like many in the early 1790s, he detected gaps in Reinhold's deductions and flaws in his entire program. It was only after finding these problems that he resolved to read Kant's own writings. He wanted to see for himself whether Kant's method and reasoning were prone to the same difficulties as Reinhold's. He quickly came to the conclusion that Kant's method was very different from Reinhold's and that it was completely immune to its difficulties. It was significant that, in reaching this conclusion, Fries kept in mind the Prolegomena and the prize essay, for the methods advocated and practiced in these works are indeed very different from Reinhold's. In the prize essay, Kant championed an analytic method that began with the analysis of concepts in ordinary experience and then proceeded to their general definitions, and in the Prolegomena he followed a similar analytic method by beginning with mathematics and the natural sciences and regressing to their necessary conditions. 21. In either case, the method used in these works stood in stark contrast to the synthetic method employed by Reinhold, which began from general principles and then derived more specific conclusions from them. Had Fries read the first critic before these works, he would have discovered that Kant is closer to Reinhold after all, for here Kant had also employed a synthetic method. But the die had been cast. The discovery of problems with Reinhold's synthetic method, and the belief that Kant followed a very different analytic method, which is not prone to the same problems, led Fries to the conviction that Kant had a more tenable philosophy than his successor. Thus was born Fries' Kantianism. As this early episode illustrates, Fries' Kantianism was based on his belief that the proper critical method is analytic, and that Reinhold had betrayed the critical philosophy by following a synthetic method. From his earliest days, a powerful contrast was forged in Fries' mind between Kant's reliable analytic method and Reinhold's unreliable synthetic one. Since Fichte and Schelling had followed Reinhold's methodology, the original contrast between Kant and Reinhold grew into a larger one between Kant and his idealist progeny. We can see already, then, the motive for Fries' later agenda: restore the original analytic method of the critical philosophy against Reinhold and the idealists, and show that it is not prone to all the problems of their synthetic method. Fries' early intellectual career will be devoted to this goal, which will reach its fruition in his 1803 Reinhold, Fichte und Schelling, one of the foundational works of Neo-Kantianism. Fries later wrote about his early study of Kant in Nietzsche that the more he read the first two Kritiken, the more he became convinced that they lacked a general psychological foundation. 22. Such a foundation would explain the meaning of Kant's various faculties, namely, transcendental imagination, the understanding, judgment and reason, and then determine the evidence on which they are based. Although the third critic was suggestive about where this foundation should lie, it too did not answer all his questions. And so Fries resolved to provide such a foundation himself. He called the kind of investigation he had in mind the propedeutic of general psychology. This was the very name he gave to his early philosophical program, which would bear its final fruit in the Neue Kritik der Vernunft. So it was already in Nietzsche, then, that Fries had formulated his psychological program for the reformation of Kant's philosophy. Why did Fries think that the critical philosophy required a psychological foundation? And where did he get the idea for such a foundation? Who and what were its sources? Prima facie one might think that Fries is voicing the same complaints as Reinhold, Fichte, and Schelling once did, that Kant had not provided sufficient systematic unity to his discussion of the faculties, that he only picked them up as he found them with no explanation of why there are just these and no others, and that he had failed to explain how they interrelate to one another as powers of a single mind. Though Fries shared these objections against Kant, removing them was not the chief purpose of his propedeutic. Its primary mission was not to restore systematic unity to Kant's haphazard discussion of the powers of the mind, still less to derive all these powers from a single first principle. Rather, its aim was to put the critical philosophy on a sound empirical foundation, to make sure that its results were based on the same solid procedures as the empirical sciences. The propedeutic would not provide a more cogent proof of the Kantian faculties but a more adequate analysis and inventory of them. It would begin from our ordinary experience, analyze the different powers of the mind, making sure each is basic and not composed of more elemental factors, and from this it would ascend to broader generalizations and definitions. In other words, the propedeutic would apply to the critical philosophy, in a rigorous and self-conscious manner, the analytic method Kant had already advocated in the prize essay. It was the Kant of the prize essay, then, who was behind Fries' program for a general propedeutic. Ironically, the early pre-critical Kant was being used to correct the later critical Kant. 3. Justifying psychology. After 3 years in the Moravian seminary, Fries went to the University of Leipzig to study law in the autumn of 1795. A self-confessed rebel in the seminary, Fries longed for freedom in the wider world, refusing the religious vocation imposed upon him. A training in law, he hoped, would give him the opportunity for a career in the secular world. But Fries was never very serious about jurisprudence, which he pursued only in a desultory and dispirited fashion. His heart and soul lay with philosophy, to which he devoted almost all his studies in Leipzig. He went to the lectures of K.H. Heydenreich, 1764–1801, a celebrated aesthetician, and Ernst Plattner, 1744–1818, a critic of Kant and champion of anthropology. Fries read the works of Reinhold and Fichte, and he followed closely the intense debates in Jena about the foundations of philosophy. More important than his lectures or reading, however, were his efforts to write his own philosophy. In the winter of 1796 he withdrew into his garret and began to work on his propedeutic, his program for the psychological reformation of Kant's philosophy. There he wrote the drafts for several articles, which he later revised and published in 1798 in CCE. Schmid Psychologisches Magazin. 23. The germ of Fries' later philosophy lies in these early articles, which have been much neglected. They reveal the motivation for Fries' psychologism, for his interpretation of Kant, and for his critical reaction against Reinhold, Fichte, and Schelling. To no small degree, his later writings are the elaboration and execution of the line of thought developed in them. We will therefore examine them closely, in this and the next section. The first of these articles, Über das Verhältnis der empirischen Psychologie zur Metaphysik, is the most important, because it sets forth the rationale for Fries' psychologism. 24. Fries begins with a simple statement of his psychologism, one that makes it seem the natural interpretation of Kant, and indeed any epistemology. Each cognition belongs as such to a state of mind, Gemoedzustand, and each individual cognition is an activity of the mind, namely, an activity, and this is its essential characteristic, by which an object is represented. Cognition, and so cognitions, are therefore objects of inner experience, and thus of psychology, especially its empirical part. I can, and must, therefore, consider all cognitions from a psychological standpoint, insofar as they are subjective and belong to states of the mind. 158 to 159. With this simple statement, the whole matter already seems settled. Starting from the natural premise that cognitions are states or activities of the mind, Fries draws the inference that epistemology must be empirical psychology, which is the study of such states and activities. In appearing to come so quickly to that conclusion, Fries seems to ride roughshod over some basic distinctions, namely, that between mental activities and their content, that between quid juris and quid facti, and that between ratio cognoscendi and ratio essendi. Since Cohen and Windelband, 25, this has been the chief criticism of Fries, whose project has been dismissed as crude and naive. But any patient reader of Fries' article soon finds that he is fully aware of these distinctions. Indeed, one of his central themes is that Fichte and Reinhold, and even Kant himself, are guilty of ignoring them. This should be enough to alert us to an important point, that Fries was neither crude nor naive, that the rationale for his psychologism goes much deeper than his critics were willing to admit. One of Fries' central contentions in this article is that it is necessary to distinguish between the metaphysical knowledge involved in the first principles of transcendental philosophy and the empirical knowledge by which these principles are discovered, observed, identified, and distinguished. These first principles are first order, providing us with knowledge of the structure of experience, but the empirical knowledge of psychology is second order, giving us a knowledge of the principles of knowledge. 178. While these principles themselves are universal and necessary, having an apodictic certainty, the empirical knowledge by which we discover, observe, and analyze them is particular and contingent, having only an assertoric or probable certainty. 181 to 182. Fries is careful to explain that the empirical knowledge of psychology does not provide a logical foundation or justification for these metaphysical principles. 171, 182 to 183. He is very aware that we cannot derive from empirical premises, which are particular and contingent, synthetic a priori principles, which are universal and necessary. For just this reason he maintains that empirical psychology is meant to be only a propaedeutic for philosophy, for the system of metaphysical principles. The task of the propaedeutic is to discover the principles that we have, to determine how they differ from one another, how many there are, and their interrelationships in the general economy of the mind. But it is not intended to be a metaphysical foundation for the principles themselves. Fries' firm distinction between propaedeutic and system, between the empirical discovery and justification of transcendental principles, disarms the standard objection against his psychologism. It was held that his entire project cannot get off the ground and is misconceived because what is a priori cannot be known a posteriori. 26. This objection of Fischer, which was reaffirmed by Liebman and Zeller, simply confuses the distinction Fries was so intent on making. Fortunately, Meyer, Lang and Cohen were eager to uphold it. Fries does admit, though, that there is something paradoxical about having an empirical knowledge of transcendental principles which are not empirical themselves. He even notes that such knowledge is circular, presupposing the very principles that it attempts to know. 182. Since transcendental principles are conditions of any possible experience, they are also the conditions of the empirical knowledge of psychology too. This circularity is often held to be a fatal difficulty for any attempt to put transcendental philosophy on an empirical foundation. But Fries insists that the circularity is not vicious at all, for the simple reason that the empirical knowledge of psychology does not intend to provide a demonstration of the validity of these principles. 183. A psychological propaedeutic shows these principles to be states within the mind, but it does not attempt to prove them. On a more general level, Fries makes a distinction between the subjective method by which we know the principles of knowledge and the objective method by which we justify or demonstrate them. 172. The subjective method consists in the ratio conoscendi, or in the order of discovery, the order in which we get to know these principles. It is a regressive method that begins from the particular and moves towards the universal. The objective method, however, concerns the ratio ascendi, the order of the thing itself. It is progressive, moving from the universal to the particular. Fries illustrates this difference with a helpful example. 172. Before we know anything about the law of gravity, we see stones fall and the moon revolving around the earth, and it is only by accumulating particular facts like these that we eventually discover the law of gravity. Here, in the order of our knowledge, these particulars precede the universal. But, in the objective order of things themselves, the law of gravity determines these events, so here the universal precedes the particular. Fries makes this distinction precisely so that the method of psychology will not be confused with that of metaphysics. The method of empirical psychology is regressive or analytic, proceeding from the particular data of experience and moving towards broader generalizations. Just for this reason, though, it does not attempt to provide an objective justification for the metaphysical first principles of transcendental philosophy. So we can now see that Fries makes, very explicitly and emphatically, the very distinctions that he is accused of confusing. Those who have conflated these distinctions, he argues, are Reinhold and Fichte. They make a fatal assumption, one which ultimately goes back to Kant himself, that because the principles of transcendental philosophy are metaphysical, they must be known by a metaphysical method. 27. In other words, it seems to them that the only means of knowing the synthetic a priori is through the synthetic a priori. So rather than beginning with a careful inductive survey of the mind before arriving at their first principles, Reinhold and Fichte begin with their intuitions about these principles themselves. Hence Fichte began straight away with his Ich equals Ich and Reinhold with his Satz des Bewusstseins, and from these alleged first principles they attempted to derive all the doctrines of transcendental philosophy. What seems to have been decisive in turning Fries towards his psychological approach was G.E. Schultz's celebrated attack on Kant and Reinhold in his 1792 Aeneisidemus. 28. One of Schultz's fundamental objections concerns how the critical philosophy can justify its transcendental discourse in the light of its standard of knowledge. 29. That discourse is supposed to give synthetic a priori conclusions about the powers and limits of knowledge, but Kant also insists that all knowledge should be limited to possible experience. Such conclusions can never be justified by possible experience, however, given that they claim universality and necessity, whereas experience consists in only particular and contingent facts. Fries' response to Schultz's objection is to make the method of the critical philosophy empirical, so that its discourse conforms to its own standards of knowledge. One basic question remains: how do we justify the principles of transcendental philosophy? Fries does not address this question in detail in his early essays, though he does suggest an answer to it. Of the difficulty of the problem, he is fully aware. These principles cannot be logically demonstrated by some other science, he points out, because they are already the most fundamental principles, those presupposed by all the sciences. 170. They also cannot be justified by some regressive method that begins with experience, because the analysis of what is in experience will never end, and in any case it cannot provide a universal and necessary conclusion. 171. Since they are demonstrable by neither a higher principle nor experience, it seems they cannot be justified at all. But Fries resists this conclusion. It is precisely here, he suggests, that the psychological approach shows its greatest value. Though it cannot prove, beweisen, these principles logically, it can still show, ausweisen, that they have a psychological necessity, that our human nature cannot sense or think without them. 30. We show their necessity psychologically. Fries suggests, when we explain how they are ultimate or basic powers, how they perform a necessary role according to the basic constitution of the mind. 175. If we can only determine the basic rule behind the various functions of the mind, then we can identify all its different principles and order them into a system. 176. Unfortunately, Fries provides little more explanation of what this rule might be, and he does little more than suggest how his proposed justification works. We shall soon see, however, that Fries eventually did provide a much more explicit account of this method of justification, which will prove to be one of his most controversial contributions to transcendental philosophy. 31. For early psychological program, Fries conceived his chief philosophical project as an introduction or propedeutic to empirical psychology. What, exactly, did he mean by such a propedeutic? And how, precisely, did he understand empirical psychology? Fries answers both questions in his second major article for the Psychologisches Magazin, Propedeutik einer allgemeinen empirischen Psychologie. 32. A propedeutic, as Fries understands it, performs the preliminary work for a science. Before one brings a manifold of cognitions into the systematic order of a science, he explains, one needs to conduct an investigation into these cognitions themselves. 205. One needs to discover and distinguish the different kinds of cognition, to determine whence they originate, to which faculty they belong, and the relations between them. That preliminary work is the chief task of the propedeutic. Since it examines cognition and not its objects, a propedeutic is a second-order discipline, one that makes cognition an object of cognition. Given its preliminary role and second-order status, the propedeutic seems to be conceived along the lines of Kantian critique. Sure enough, Fries calls it transcendental critique. 208. Just like Kant's critique, Fries' propedeutic contains a doctrine of method, Methodenlehre, and a doctrine of elements, Elementarlehre. 206. While the former examines the method of the science, the latter determines the kinds of cognition, their principles, the completeness of the principles, the sphere and limits of the science. 206. Following the argument of his earlier article, Fries maintains that there is a basic difference between the method of science and the method of propedeutic itself. While the method of science is progressive, moving from the universal to the particular, the propedeutic employs a strictly regressive method, moving from particulars to universals. 209. As defined so far, the concept of a propedeutic is very general. There can be a propedeutic for each and every kind of science. Fries' concern now, however, is to create the propedeutic for one particular science, universal empirical psychology. What does he mean by psychology? What makes it empirical? And in what sense is it universal? Fries defines psychology in terms of its subject matter, which is the mind, Gemüth, a term he prefers to the older word soul, Seele, which has too many metaphysical associations. 217. The mind is simply the subject of inner experience, whereas the soul has connotations of an enduring substance beyond experience. A psychology is universal when it deals with what appears in all human minds, that is, when it concerns the mind's basic constitution, Grundbeschaffenheit, as opposed to its contingent features in specific circumstances. 213. And it is empirical when it is based upon experience, and indeed upon inner experience alone. 213. Empirical psychology does not concern outer experience, that is, the content of what we perceive in the external world. Fries is explicit that empirical psychology does not deal with the connection between mind and body. This is a metaphysical question beyond the ken of empirical psychology, which limits itself to the realm of inner experience. In this respect, Fries says, empirical psychology differs from anthropology, whose proper concern is just that connection. 214. The exclusion of anthropology from the domain of psychology in this early essay is one respect in which Frye's early views differ from his later ones. By 1804 Fries will define anthropology differently, so that one form of it, philosophical anthropology, has the same concern as psychology, the realm of inner experience. 33 Fries conceives of his psychology as a natural science, referring to it as a doctrine of nature, Naturlehre, 217. He states that, like any theory of nature, its treatment should be physical theoretical, 213. He does not mean by physical, however, the material, as if he intended his theory to be materialistic. The word physical is used in the older Greek sense of physis, according to which it means simply the nature of something, implying no further assumption that such a nature is material, 209. As if to ward off any suspicion of materialism, Fries makes a clear distinction between inner and outer Naturlehre, where the inner concerns the mind and the outer physical nature, 219. Though not materialistic, Fries' psychology is naturalistic in the sense that it intends to employ the same form of explanation as the other natural sciences. In other words, it explains the mind according to general causal laws, 224. Insofar as it attributes faculties and powers to the mind, it understands these in terms of laws of causal efficacy, 224. Although Fries wants his propaedeutic to have scientific status, he realizes this is difficult to achieve. Empirical psychology, he admits, cannot make a claim to be a strict science, 236. It is impossible for it to make experiments as in physics or chemistry, and, as Kant warned, its objects are not readily capable of mathematical treatment, 225. The prospect of applying mathematics to psychology will improve in the 1830s, after the appearance of Herbart's psychology and the experiments on visual perception by Alfred Volkmann, 1801–1877, Ernst Heinrich Weber, 1795–1878, and Eduard Friedrich Weber, 1806–1871. But in the early 1800s Fries saw little hope for it. He does little more than envisage a law of continuity in the flow of inner changes, 258. As much as Fries insists that transcendental philosophy should be based on empirical psychology, it is important not to conflate his program with empiricism. Fries was highly critical of empiricism for the standard Kantian reason, that the mind is in possession of a priori principles, whose claims to universal and necessary validity cannot be justified by any experience. For just this reason he did not think that empiricism alone could provide a sufficient foundation for the principles of transcendental philosophy. All the empirical evidence in the world about how people actually think, he stressed, is contingent and particular, whereas the metaphysical principles of transcendental philosophy are universal and necessary. Why does Fries think that empirical psychology is the basis for transcendental philosophy? Empirical psychology is the basis for transcendental philosophy not in the logical or formal sense that it provides the first principles for the deduction of its elements, but only in the empirical or material sense that it supplies it with its materials. But why is even this necessary? The question arises because it seems that the essentially epistemological concerns of transcendental philosophy, which are about the validity or legitimacy of knowledge, are not about psychology at all. After all, Kant had distinguished firmly between the quid juris and quid facti. Aware of this very objection, Fries is ready with an answer to it. Transcendental philosophy has its foundation in psychology, he explains, for the simple reason that its central theses are, on at least one important level, psychological, having as their subject matter the basic structure of the human mind. When Kant argues in The Critic that the universal and necessary concepts of the understanding are subjective in origin, that they arise from the spontaneous activity of the mind, it is clear that he understands them to be laws of the mind, and that he intends them to have no validity apart from the subject itself. 215, 240, 243. Since his synthetic a priori principles are necessary conditions of the possible experience of a human being, and since that experience cannot exist without a human being, it is legitimate to conclude that they are based upon faculties of that being. 248. If these principles were somehow different, Fries argues, then the human mind too would be different. 248. As Fries conceives synthetic a priori principles, then, they are essentially about human forms of conception and perception, and so deal specifically with human nature. Their status is not strictly logical or rational, as if they could exist in some realm of being independent of our human nature, rather, they are simply deep facts about human nature itself. Fries' other articles for the Psychologisches Magazin, though much longer, are less original and important than the first two. Two of the articles von der rationellen Seelenlehre and de Brister Metaphysik der inneren Natur 34 sketch the foundations for a metaphysics of inner nature. 269. A metaphysics of inner nature will determine the most universal principles of the soul, and it will do so a priori. Prima facie it is surprising to find Fries, who has insisted so much on the importance of an empirical foundation for transcendental philosophy, now laying down an a priori foundation for psychology. But Fries never maintained that psychology should be only or completely empirical, and he never laid down an embargo on metaphysics, which he still regards as the foundational part of any discipline. There are still fundamental a priori or metaphysical principles of psychology, just as there are such for physics. Fries intends his metaphysics of inner nature to be the counterpart to Kant's metaphysical principles of natural science, which was a metaphysics of outer nature. It goes almost without saying, however, that, as a good Kantian, he places severe restrictions on the metaphysics of inner nature. The entire content of a metaphysics of inner nature turns out to be provided by the unity of apperception, by the I think that accompanies all representations. 270. Mindful of Kant's paralogisms, Fries then insists that we cannot derive any substantial knowledge at all from the I think. It is the mere form that accompanies all our representations, and to give it any determinate content we need particular empirical intuitions. 274, 278, 306. Fries is careful to say that nothing of metaphysical significance follows from the unity of apperception. From it we cannot infer that either materialism or spiritualism are true. 283, 311, 321 to 323. We do not know whether the I is an ultimate subject or whether it is simply the property of some other deeper substance, whether material or spiritual. 311, 364. The only value of the idea of a single enduring subject is strictly regulative. 282, 331. Its use consists in providing systematic unity to the study of the mind, in reducing all activities down to a few basic ones, and then showing these basic ones to be derived from a single principle. Fries' final article for the Psychologisches Magazin Allgemeine Übersicht der empirischen Erkenntnisse Digamats 35 attempts to provide a general overview of empirical psychology, one that will serve as a guide for more special investigations. 354. The task now is to find the basic faculties of the mind, and to do so Fries advises following the guiding thread provided by its a priori principles. For each fundamental kind of a priori principle he assumes that there is a basic faculty. Since Fries, following Kant, thinks that there are three basic kinds of a priori principles, he adopts Kant's tripartite division of the mind into three faculties: cognition, feeling, and desire. 368. I know, I feel and I desire designate three fundamental forms of experience, which are completely distinct from one another and which cannot be further explained. 370. Fries is again very careful in refusing to draw metaphysical conclusions from his psychology. He is agnostic about which position to take regarding mental-physical relations, and so he adopts the thesis of interaction only as a hypothesis. 360, 364. But on one point he seems to infract his own embargo on metaphysics, namely, in assuming the existence of freedom. Since the spontaneous activities of reason and understanding do not depend on external causes, we have reason to believe in the existence of freedom, he argues, 359. But here Fries was forgetting his own cautions elsewhere, namely, that the I can be the property of some other substance, which is the source of all its actions. To be consistent, Fries had to hold that freedom too, no less than the beliefs in God and mortality, is only a matter of faith. 5 encounters in Jena. Fries' stay in Leipzig lasted only 1 year. Though he had made great progress in writing down his philosophy in the winter semester of 1796 to 1797, he paid a heavy price for it: isolation and loneliness. Still suffering from the confinement of his seminary life in Niesky, Fries had had enough. He now resolved to enjoy the world. With a group of friends he joined in the gay social scene of Leipzig. His life in the spring semester of 1797 became one merry round of theatre, cafes, and beer halls. "Never have I done so many stupid things as in my time in Leipzig," he later wrote. 36. Here too he had to pay the price. In a few months he squandered most of his modest means. Seeing that he could not last long in Leipzig, either financially or spiritually, Fries resolved to go somewhere less expensive and more congenial to his interests. And so, in the autumn of 1797, he went to Jena. In 1797 Jena was in the very midst of its Wunderjahr. It had become the heart and soul of German cultural life. Reinhold, Fichte, Schiller, and Schelling gave lectures there. Novalis, Hölderlin, the Schlegel and Humboldt brothers had foregathered there, and presiding over it all was Geheimrat Goethe himself. Though still too shy and young to cavort with these titans, Fries quickly entered into the lively intellectual scene. Among his favorite subjects of discussion were natural law, Brownianism, the new antiphlogistic chemistry, and especially aesthetics. One of the initial attractions of going to Jena was to hear Fichte's lectures. But he was quickly disappointed. With Fichte, he later wrote, "I was finished after a few hours, because I saw through his unmethodical reasoning, his conflation of analytic and synthetic approaches, and the confusion in the abstraction and artificiality of his empty formulae." 37. After hearing Fichte's lectures, Fries would go home and write down refutations, which became the basis for his later polemics. It was significant for Fries' philosophical development, and for the origins of Neo-Kantianism in general, that he met in 1797 Carl Christian Erhard Schmid, 1761–1812. Schmid had quickly established himself as one of the first Kantians in Germany. Arriving in Jena in 1785, he gave lectures on Kant there even before Reinhold, who would not arrive until 1787. He was the author of several compendia on Kant's philosophy, and of a very popular dictionary of Kantian terms, which is still used today. 38. Along with Friedrich Niethammer he founded the Philosophisches Journal, a vital journal for contemporary philosophical discussions. Schmid also played a central role in the disputes concerning the foundation of philosophy in Jena. 39. He was a respected critic of Reinhold's Elementar philosophy. 40. And he had a bitter dispute with Fichte, which notoriously ended with Fichte, in his usual imperious manner, declaring Schmid non-existent as a philosopher. 41. Finding that they held common views, Fries and Schmid formed an intellectual alliance. They shared a sympathy for the spirit of Kantian doctrine, and an antipathy against the innovations of Reinhold and Fichte, which to them seemed to violate that spirit. Not the least of their common interests was their devotion to empirical psychology, which both saw as the proper foundation for the critical philosophy. As early as 1791 Schmid published his Empirische Psychologie, 42, which in many respects anticipates Fries' later work. Their alliance bore its first fruit in 1797 when Fries published his first articles in Schmid's Psychologisches Magazin. Already in the late 1790s, then, the program for a psychological reinterpretation of Kant, which will be a leitmotif of Neo-Kantianism until the 1870s, had begun under Schmid's and Fries' stewardship. Another important encounter for Frei's philosophical development was that with Alexander Nikolaus Schurer, 1771–1824, the leading champion of antiphlogistic chemistry in Germany. 43 When the major journal of chemistry, Chemisch Annalen, had continued to propound phlogiston theory, Schurer in indignation founded his own antiphlogistic journal, Allgemeines Journal der Chemie, which eventually became the leading chemistry journal in Germany. It so happened that the young Fries was greatly interested in chemistry, which initially attracted him as much as philosophy. He therefore regarded his meeting with Schurer as a great stroke of good fortune. He attended Schurer's lectures faithfully, went around with him on a daily basis, and virtually became a disciple. With Schurer's encouragement, Fries published 2 articles on chemistry, one a critique of Richter's chemistry and another on light and heat. 44 It was Fries' alliance with Schurer that created his first significant rupture with Kant. Fries' early ambition was to develop a mathematical chemistry, one that could bring quantitative measurement and precision to the explanation of chemical interactions. He accepted Kant's famous dictum, in the preface to his Metaphysikanfangsgrund der Naturwissenschaft, that there is only as much science in a discipline as there is mathematics in it. 45 But he then had to take issue with Kant's remark that chemistry, because it eludes mathematical treatment, is at best an art rather than a science. 46 In trying to apply mathematics to chemistry, Fries knew all too well that he was bumping against the Kantian limits. As he later wrote, despite the warnings Kant gave in the preface to his Metaphysikanfangsgrund der Naturphilosophie, I still hope to apply the mathematical natural philosophical doctrine of his dynamics to chemical forces. 47 Though his first year in Jena had proved rich and rewarding, Fries found himself unable to stay there. Having gone through almost all his savings, he now had to make a living. The most expedient and comfortable means of doing so, he believed, was as a house-lehrer, as a tutor to the children of some well-to-do family. This had been the fate of a host of others of his generation, of Herbart, Holderlin, and Hegel, and now it was time for Fries to join their ranks. After arranging a position in Switzerland, he traveled there in November 1798. In the little town of Zofingen he would remain for the next 2.5 years. Isolated from the intellectual and political world, he continued to work on his philosophy, especially his psychology and critique of Fichte. His work grew in maturity and depth, and would soon bear fruit. 6 Foray into medicine. After his stint as a house tutor in Switzerland, Fries returned to Germany in the summer of 1800. His first plans were to go to Halle to help Schurer edit his new journal of chemistry. But upon his arrival there he was greatly disappointed. Schurer had left academia to direct a pottery workshop in Berlin. 48 With that, Fries' plans for a career in chemistry came to an abrupt end. He would now have to try his hand at a much more uncertain and quixotic business, philosophy. Of all places to go for Fries in 1800, the most attractive was, again, Jena. Halle proved unappealing, a maze of narrow, crooked, and stinking alleys, barren of intellectual life. Jena was, by comparison, Athens. Though its intellectual life was no longer that of the 1790s, Fichte, Schiller, and the Humboldt brothers had all left, it was still very active, providing the opportunity for all kinds of stimulation, contacts, and discussion. More importantly, it was also a city where an aspiring young academic might make a living. Fries hoped to earn his subsistence there as a privatdozent at the university, which involved offering lectures and collecting money from the few students able to pay him. With all these thoughts in mind, Fries returned to Jena in September 1800. To have the right to lecture at the university, Fries first needed to receive a doctorate, which in those days was a purely formal affair. It required little more than writing a short dissertation, defending it, and, of course, paying a sizable fee. Fries' dissertation was a critical examination of the idea of intellectual intuition, 49 a topical and controversial theme, given that Fichte and Schelling appealed to this magical and mysterious power all the time. Since he viewed it as an utter formality, Fries put little of himself into the dissertation, letting it be published without even proofreading it. He later dismissed it as the hasty product of audacity and poor Latin. 50. Fries' experiment in earning his living as a lecturer proved to be a failure. He partly blamed himself for the fiasco. His voice was very weak, his delivery dull, and his exposition obscure, a fatal concoction, enough to scare off all but the most devoted students. But he alone was not to blame, because even if he had better rhetorical and pedagogical skills, there were still not enough students in Jena to support him. All the professors in Jena were having difficulty in attracting students, all but one, namely, Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph Schelling, whose full lecture halls were the envy of his older colleagues. Fries smarted under Schelling's success, whose talent he fully recognized but whose popularity he also resented. 51. His own lectures either had to be cancelled for lack of interest or they were poorly attended, with the students drifting away as the semester went on. Already by Easter 1801 Fries declared, "With so meager fare I will not be able to last in the service of the goddess of wisdom." 52. In despair about his prospects in philosophy, Fries decided around Christmas 1802 to try his hand at another career. His friend Schmid had suggested that he join him and go to Braunschweig to study medicine. Though Fries remained in Jena, he did begin to turn to medicine. He was so serious about the subject that he even wrote a little treatise about it, his Regulative für die Therapeutik nach Heuristischen Grundsätzen der Naturphilosophie, which he published in 1803. 53. While one might think a treatise on medicine was of little relevance for philosophy, the very opposite is the case. The foundation of medicine was a hot topic in the early 1800s, and it had indeed become a philosophical battleground. The aim of Fries' foray into medicine was to lay down Kantian guidelines for medicine and to combat the growing influence of Schelling's philosophy. In his later years Fries downplayed the value of the work, regretting his own youthful foolhardiness in writing about a subject about which he knew too little. 54. Still, his treatise is very important in his philosophical development, for it lays down his general philosophy of science and his views on the explanation of life. The foundation for any philosophy of science lies in its paradigm of explanation. Fortunately, Fries is perfectly straightforward in telling us about his paradigm, which comes directly from the explanation of physical nature. He writes, "We understand the changeable phenomena of external nature through concepts of physical processes." 19. Behind his physicalist paradigm was his adherence to the Kantian dictum that there is as much science in a discipline as there is mathematics in it. If we are to explain everything in mathematical terms, we must also explain it in physical ones, because it is only the physical phenomena of nature that are measurable. Fries would stick to this physicalist paradigm in all his writings about the philosophy of science, and it is basic to his general outlook. It is the most important respect in which his philosophy differs from that of Schelling and Hegel, who attempt to break away from the physicalist paradigm and advocate an organic or teleological model. This is one place where Fries breaks dramatically from the speculative tradition. If we adopt this mathematical paradigm, Fries realizes, then the prospects for a scientific physiology look bleak. For none of its phenomena seem capable of mathematical treatment. Fries draws just this conclusion, insisting that contemporary physiology is far from having scientific status. We cannot develop a physiological theory of animal or vegetable organisms along mathematical lines, he argues, for the simple reason that these organisms have such a complicated structure that it eludes mathematical reconstruction. 23. All physiological explanation is a miserable thing, he says, because we cannot explain even the most basic activities of life, that is, those in terms of which everything else is to be explained. 127. We do not know what a nerve is and how it works, or how muscles contract, or the mechanism behind secretion and absorption. 127. We know that life consists in self-motion, the power of an organism to move itself, but we do not have any explanation for how it can do this. 109. Although Fries is convinced that the organic process is physical, He also insists that it is a peculiar kind of physical process, one unlike the more simple processes of inorganic nature. 103. Life has its own special principle of motion, which we designate with the term irritability, but this concept has little explanatory value in itself, serving only to designate the characteristic phenomena of life, namely, the chemical processes of absorption and secretion, the movement of fluids, the contraction of fibers, the law of reproduction through the sexes. 107. For all these characteristic phenomena, we have no explanation at all. Though Fries thinks physiology is far from the status of a science, he does not rule out that possibility in principle. Despite the drastic limits of our knowledge of basic organic processes, Fries still thinks that there could be, logically speaking, a physiology based on strictly physical laws. This point is not so explicit in the regulative itself, where Fries wants to limit premature theorizing in physiology, but it is stated clearly in other works of the early 1800s. In his System der Philosophie, which Fries was writing at the same time as the regulative, we learn that all qualities in the physical world are resolvable in principle into quantitative relationships. 305, 258-259. And in his Wissen, Glauben und Handlung, also written around the same time, we are told explicitly that all physiology of the organism falls under physical and mathematical laws. 92. It is in this respect that Fries departs from Kant, at least in some of his moods, who had sometimes insisted that organisms cannot be explained mechanically. 55. Although the goal of a scientific physiology is a distant goal, Fries insists that this should have no damaging consequences for the practice of medicine. Because we do not have a scientific physiology, we cannot fully understand health and disease, but, fortunately, we do not need a complete understanding of them to practice medicine. 27. The doctor proceeds from a pragmatic knowledge about what works and does not work, even if he does not know why it works, and he needs to know only about his individual patient, and what works for his or her particular case. 28. The need of the doctor is not really for a nosology science of illness but only a therapeutic diagnostics, which one could calls a nosognomy practical knowledge of illness. 28. Practical medicine can make great progress, Fries argues, if it simply sticks to observations, notes the general correlations between phenomena, and organizes them according to heuristic maxims. 30. It should not attempt to provide, however, deeper explanations for these correlations. Medicine will progress if it avoids all more general theorizing, and does not attempt to mix general philosophical principles and mathematical models with observations of particular phenomena. For all these general theories are only so many wobbly hypotheses, whose application to experience is completely indeterminate. 28-29. Fries insists that it is of the utmost importance, in nature philosophy in general and in medicine in particular, to distinguish between two levels of theory. 8-9. There is the philosophical mathematical level, which is a priori and very general, and there is the empirical level, where we deal with all the particularities of experience. We must keep these levels distinct because there is no ready and obvious application of these general a priori principles to experience. They are compatible with all kinds of different empirical states of affairs, and we must not think that the necessities that hold on the a priori level also hold on the empirical one. On the empirical level we have nothing to guide us but observation and heuristic maxims for correlating and unifying phenomena. 12. Though basic and simple, these levels are constantly confused by philosophers, who treat empirical matters of fact as if they could be determined a priori. The worst culprit in this respect is Schelling, who applies general metaphysical principles to empirical matters of fact, as if they were determinable a priori. 13-14. Rather than examining matters of fact for their own sake, Schelling applies general concepts to them and thinks that he has sufficient knowledge of them. When applied to particular cases, this hasty and sloppy methodology can actually be dangerous, Fries warns. 14. A doctor confident in the power of general principles will approach a particular case and presume a priori that he knows what must work, only for experience to defy him. Fry's critique of Schelling contained a cruel ad hominem point. 56. The comment about the dangers of applying general theory too quickly to a particular case was a reference to the recent death of Augusta Boehmer, the 16-year-old daughter of Caroline Schlegel, a woman who now happened to be Schelling's lover. Allegedly, Schelling had applied his medical theory to cure Augusta. And with fatal results. Her death thus seemed to be a dramatic case of the dangers of the hasty and sloppy methods of Schellingian nature philosophy. A scandal soon erupted. There had been rumors in Jena of Schelling's role in Augusta's death, and there was even a reference in the Allgemeine Literaturzeitung to the effect that Schelling had the misfortune of killing someone he attempted to cure on idealist principles. 57. Fries himself makes a tacit but unmistakable allusion to the episode in the following passage. Gradually this firm conviction that one knows everything a priori, when applied in misfortunate moments to dietetics and therapeutics, can have very bad consequences, in that one pretends to treat a priori and through philosophical reasoning a hitherto unknown illness, or to know the effect of a medicine on an organism when it has still not been observed. This is in fact the dangerous side of the delusion involved in natural philosophical constructions of illnesses. 14. Having chided Schelling for confusing pure theory with experience, Fries proceeds to set forth his own theory, which he claims is based on experience and heuristic maxims alone. The proper method to form a physiology, he advises, is to make careful observations, to abstract from inexplicable or irrelevant details, and to focus on the most general relations between phenomena. 36. It is important to determine the quantitative relationships between these phenomena and to refrain from using qualitative concepts. 37. We must aim for the purely quantitative relationship between relations of the organisms with avoidance of everything qualitative. 37. This mandate to focus on quantitative relationships seems preparatory for determining mathematical constructions of the phenomena, but Fries, following his general distinction in levels of physiological theory, refrains from applying mathematics. Fries thinks that medicine is fortunately already in possession of a physiology of this kind, and that it is only a matter of formulating its principles with sufficient precision. This is the physiology of John Brown, the Scottish doctor, whose theories were in great vogue in Germany at the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th centuries. 58. The great merit of Brown's theory, Fries explains, is that it is based on solid observations, and that it has avoided the a priori constructions characteristic of nature philosophy. 31. What Smith is for politics, and what Lavoisier is for chemistry, that Brown is for medicine. 1. What has made all these thinkers so successful is that they have followed a method whereby theory follows experience rather than anticipates it. 4-5. Schelling too was an advocate of Brown's theory, though he attempted to base it on general a priori principles of organic nature. One aim of Fries' tract was to wrest Brown's theory from the Schellingians, and to show that the theory could and should be formulated without his a priori principles. The fundamental concept behind Brown's theory is that of excitability, Erregbarkeit, which is the power of an organism to react to stimuli from its environment. Fries thinks that this concept designates the inner cause of the whole complex of powers making up the organism. 39. Life just is the power to be excited and to respond to stimuli. Every part of the organism should then be understood as a moment or function of its excitability. The crucial factors to take into account in determining excitability are the organism's degree of receptivity for external stimuli, and the energy of its response to these stimuli. 50. We can assume that each particular organism is born with a definite quantity of excitability. 43. There is a norm for each person, which expresses the proper relationship between these factors, that is, how much it should react to a definite degree of stimulus. That norm, which determines a person's health, consists in the proper balance between internal energy and external stimulus. With deviations from that norm, there is illness. 57. Deviation arises from either too much or too little stimulus, so that all diseases are cases of either astheny, i.e. too little stimulus, or hyperastheny, i.e. too much stimulus. Treatment therefore consists in either increasing or decreasing the stimulus on the organism to restore balance. 46 to 48. Such are the crude outlines of the Brownian theory, at least as Fries understands it. We will leave aside here the question of the accuracy of his interpretation. Of greater philosophical interest is Fries' clash with Schelling in the regulative. Though only a skirmish, it was the prelude for a much broader offensive, which was soon to come. 7. Critique of Reinhold, Fichte, and Schelling. Shortly after his arrival in Jena, Fries met Christian Gottfried Schütz, a friend of Schmid who was the editor of the Allgemeine Literaturzeitung, the most popular literary journal of the day. A fellow Kantian, Schütz encouraged Fries to publish his Antifichteana, that is, the polemical notes he had been writing against Fichte's philosophy. 59. Schütz had promised to arrange a publisher and a review in his journal. Here was an opportunity that Fries could not miss. He had been writing about Fichte's philosophy ever since his student days in Leipzig, and he continued to do so in Jena and Zofingen. Now he had the chance to get his own views out in public. And so, from September 1800 until October 1803, Fries worked on a manuscript that eventually became his first book, his Reinhold, Fichte und Schelling, which appeared in November 1803. 60. Fries' book was not only his literary debut, it was also an important event in the history of Neo-Kantianism. Reinhold, Fichte und Schelling is significant because it inaugurates the Kantian reaction against the speculative idealism of Fichte and Schelling. That reaction was crucial for the development of Neo-Kantianism, and it appears in its first systematic form in Fries' first book. Fries calls explicitly and repeatedly for a return to Kant's critic. For us, the true art of philosophizing consists in going back to pure Kantianism. 198. That sentence is not as catchy as back to Kant, but its meaning is the same. Fries' book has been called a polemic, and so to an extent it is. Its first half is devoted to a detailed critical scrutiny of Fichte's and Schelling's latest writings. But the book is also much more than a polemic. It is primarily a discourse on method. Its entire second half contains a general discussion of philosophical method. Fries' main quarrel with Reinhold, Fichte, and Schelling concerns less the results of their philosophy than their method for arriving at them. When Fries wrote his book in the early 1800s, the debate about philosophical method in Jena had already grown old. Starting in the early 1790s, there had been an intense discussion about Reinhold's elementar philosophy, which attempted to derive all the results of the Kantian critique by beginning from a single self-evident first principle. Severe doubt had been cast upon the feasibility of Reinhold's project, which seemed dead in the water even before Fichte attempted to radicalize it with his Wissenschaftslehre. In his book, Fries took note of this fact, declaring that the dispute about Reinhold's elementar philosophy was now a finished business. 181, 214. And he added that even the latest speculative idealist on the scene in Jena, Dr. Hegel, in his book on the difference between Fichte's and Schelling's systems of philosophy, had brusquely rejected the attempt to begin philosophy with a single first principle. 11 to 12. 61. Still, though the debate had grown stale, Reinhold's elementar philosophy had cast a long shadow, and even the more recent writings of Fichte and Schelling had yet to come out from under it. Indeed, Fichte and Schelling were still dominating figures on the Jena literary scene. So there was good reason yet for writing a critique against them. Fries knew well that by taking issue with these popular figures he would be drawing attention to himself. If his criticisms were compelling, he would establish himself as the chief spokesman for a new philosophical force, a resurgent Kantianism. Though it was quickly forgotten, Reinhold, Fichte und Schelling did not fail to make a strong impression. Jacobi so loved the book that he resolved to meet its author. 62. Though one of its targets, Reinhold too admired it, not least because it confirmed his wisdom in having abandoned speculative idealism. 63. And Herbart regarded its critique of Schelling as so thorough and convincing that he saw no point in any further refutation. 64 An anonymous reviewer in the Allgemeine Literatur-Zeitung, ALZ, had this to say about the book. The philosophers named in the title have already found many opponents, but surely none that have penetrated so deeply into the spirit of the critical philosophy and their systems, and none that have so matched these three philosophers in acuity and learning. This writing deserves one of the first places in the history of the latest philosophy, and it is very important for it. 65. Predictable praise, perhaps, given that Schutz, the editor of the ALZ, had virtually commissioned the work. Still, coming from such a prominent journal, such an encomium could not be ignored or belittled. For better or worse, Fries had now arrived. Neo-Kantianism had gained its first spokesman against speculative neo-rationalism. Fries' critique examines all Fichte's major writings from 1794 to 1800, which comprise Über den Begriff der Wissenschaftslehre, Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre, Bestimmung des Menschen and the Sonnenklarer Bericht. Since it is so detailed and wide-ranging, Fries' critique resists easy summary. Here we note only his most important objections against Fichte's methodology. 66 According to Fries' interpretation, Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre was meant to be a more plausible form of Reinhold's elementar philosophy. It endorsed the basic idea behind Reinhold's program, that philosophy should begin from a single self-evident first principle and from it derive in a chain of reasoning all the basic propositions of the system of philosophy. Though Fichte never questioned Reinhold's methodology, Fries maintains, he did object to his first principle. Reinhold's first principle, the Satz des Bewusstseins in consciousness, the subject relates the representation to itself and the object proved to be ambiguous and vulnerable to skeptical objections. Fichte therefore proposed replacing Reinhold's principle with a more self-evident one, Ich bin, which refers to the immediate knowledge of our own existence, or Ich equals Ich, which designates the unity of self-consciousness. From such scanty and bare first principles Fichte proposed to derive all the basic results of the critical philosophy. Granted this is Fichte's project, Fries is ruthless in pointing out the insurmountable logical difficulties in executing it. Whatever the merits of Fichte's first principle, it still cannot by itself establish the entire system of philosophy. The attempt to build a system on a single first principle does not work, because all reasoning requires at least two premises. 12. There must be, therefore, not one but at least two first principles. Furthermore, since two premises give only one conclusion, to get further conclusions one would need more premises, which cannot be justified by the first principles. 12. For the deductive program to work, then, one must keep adding premises from the outside which are not derived from the first principle. In other words, the program does not really work at all. Fries also notes a curious tension between the claims Fichte makes for his first principle and his method of deduction. Fichte maintains that his first principle is unconditioned, so that its certainty does not depend on the truth of any other proposition. But then the method of deduction consists in showing that the first principle A depends on another proposition B, and that B depends on proposition C, and so on. Such a deduction shows that the first principle is conditioned after all, because each proposition derived from it amounts to one of its presuppositions. 62. Rather than the unconditioned principle, it is the most conditioned, having a long train of propositions for its consequences. Fries thinks that the chief fallacy behind Fichte's methodology is that he confuses the mere logical form of a system with the synthetic form of knowledge. 179, cf. 8. What he means by this is that Fichte assumes that the certainty we acquire from a logical deduction from a first principle gives certainty to the principle itself. Fichte thinks that the principle will be valid if it agrees with experience, and if it is a sufficient basis to ground the entire system of philosophy. But this is a fallacy, Fries argues, for the simple reason that deduction from a first principle, no matter how rigorous, does not mean that the principle itself is true. Fichte would reply, of course, that his first principle is immediate and self-evident, requiring no further support from logical deduction. But Fries questions the immediacy of all claims to self-knowledge. All self-knowledge is for him based on empirical intuition, and even the self-knowledge that I exist would be for him an indeterminate empirical intuition. 37, 227. 67. Alluding to Kant's refutation of idealism in the second edition of the Critic, Fries insists that all self-knowledge is mediated through knowledge of the world outside me. 177. Fichte, he maintains, was stuck in the old Cartesian dualism, which opposes my immediate self-consciousness to the doubtful awareness of a world outside me. Apart from the logical difficulties in his Reinholdian program, Fries finds problems in Fichte's conception of the Wissenschaftslehre. He notes that Fichte often writes as if the Wissenschaftslehre were a science of the mind, as if it determines the laws of our mental activities which exist independent of the philosopher's attempt to systematize them. 22-23. But in that case, he asks, why is it not a psychology proper, one which deals with causes and effects rather than premises and conclusions? The truth of the matter is the Wissenschaftslehre is a hodgepodge, a confused mixture of psychology and epistemology. 23-24. The whole deductive methodology that Fichte outlines is irrelevant to psychology, and it belongs to the completely different enterprise of constructing a system of philosophy. Fichte does not distinguish the system of laws or structure inherent in the mind itself from the philosopher's attempt to reconstruct that system in a second-order system of philosophy. 24-25. Whatever the merits of this criticism, it shows clearly how Fries separates logical and psychological questions and charges his contemporaries with having confused them. Fries' examination of Schelling covers only his latest writings, especially his 1801 Darstellian means systems and his most recent writings on nature philosophy, Von der Weltseele, 1798, and Erste Entwurfeines der Naturphilosophie, 1799. 68. His treatment of Schelling is no less exacting and severe than his handling of Fichte. It is noteworthy, however, that Fries does give credit where he thinks it is due. Amid all his criticisms of Schelling we find him expressing deep admiration for Schelling's organic conception of nature. Schelling's nature philosophy or speculative physics is the single, original great idea, which has showed itself in Germany since the publication of Kant's main writings. 101. Fries praises Schelling's organic conception because, on his interpretation, it shows how everything in nature can be explained according to natural laws so that it does not require any special teleology. 101-102. It is as if Schelling's achievement were in obviating the need to postulate teleology and in laying down the basis for a completely mechanical explanation of life. This is not, however, a correct account of Schelling's intentions, and it reveals more about Fries, who was reading his own mechanistic views into Schelling's writings. While Fries admires the content of Schelling's writings, he takes exception to their form or methodology. He notes that Schelling's methodology is not as indebted to the Reinholdian program as Fichte's. 181. Rather than attempting to derive everything from a single first principle, Schelling attempts to reduce the variety of phenomena down to a few first principles by applying an a priori conceptual scheme to them. Thus, he attempts to construct nature a priori by showing how its basic phenomena arise from the interworkings of a few basic forces. Nevertheless, even though he drops the most problematic aspects of the Reinholdian program, Schelling's method is still a priori and deductive, beginning from first principles and then imposing them upon the multitude of phenomena. Fries' main objection to Schelling's method is that he does not really construct the phenomena of nature from his first principles but simply redscribes them in philosophical jargon. 108. He begins from the postulate of the absolute productivity of nature, but because this productivity would not result in any finite products by itself, he simply postulates the existence of something that serves as a primal limit on its activity. 109. Rather than examining the phenomena of nature for their own sake, Schelling simply forces them to fit his own preconceptions. His concepts are so general and abstract that they seem to explain everything, but only because they really explain nothing at all. 136 to 137. The chief problem with the Schellingen system, Fries argues, is that there is an insurmountable gap between its first principle, A equals A, the standpoint of absolute identity, and the multiplicity and variety of the finite empirical world. From the infinite, absolute, or self-identical it is impossible to derive the finite, temporal and the different. 183. Fries notes that Schelling is aware of this formidable problem, and he duly cites passages from Bruno where Schelling tries to respond to it, 181 to 185. But he insists that Schelling has not really addressed the basic question, how can I from the standpoint of the eternal, and without presupposing anything beyond the absolute idea, arrive at division and separation. 185. In the end, then, Schelling leaves us with a complete dualism between the infinite and finite, the self-identical and different, the eternal and the temporal. Hegel, in his Differenzeskrift, had charged Fichte with just such a failing, but Fries cannot see how Hegel can defend Schelling against the very charge he lays against Fichte. 183. After his separate critiques of Fichte and Schelling, Fries went on to provide a general diagnosis of their common errors and failings. Fichte's and Schelling's systems both represent, in his view, a relapse into dogmatic rationalism. He sees the history of philosophy since Kant as one long struggle of rationalism to free itself from the limits of critique. 199. Reinhold's foundationalism is little more than an attempt to rehabilitate the old methods of Wolffian rationalism, which propose to prove everything in philosophy more geometrico. 211. Although Schelling's methodology is less true to the Reinholdian paradigm, it still followed assumptions that are characteristic of classical rationalism. When Schelling declared his first principle A equals A to be the standpoint of reason, and when he went on to claim that it is the basis for all knowledge, he had virtually assumed that pure reason is enough for knowledge itself, and in its purity, independent of the senses, the single source of all reality. 192. The fatal error of classical rationalism, Fries maintains, is that it begins right away with the synthetic or progressive method rather than waiting for the results of the analytic or regressive. The synthetic method begins with the universal and proceeds to the particular, the analytic method starts from the particular and proceeds to the general. Both methods have their place and worth, Fries believes. The synthetic method is best for systematic exposition, for showing the basic order of nature itself. The analytic method is best for discovery, for revealing the proper order in which we know things. The best method to begin inquiry, however, is the analytic or regressive, for the simple reason that we cannot know ab initio what is the first principle of the system of reason or the basic law of nature itself. We can determine that principle or law only by first undertaking an analytic investigation of our ordinary experience, by showing its necessary conditions, and then by ascending to first principles. This means that the first principles of reason, the basic laws of nature, are determined not at the beginning but only at the end of inquiry. The problem with Fichte and Schelling is that they presume to know, all too dogmatically, those principles and laws from the beginning. One of Fries' favorite formulations for the failures of neo-rationalism is that it confuses critique with the system of philosophy. The business of critique is to determine through analysis the necessary conditions of experience. The system of philosophy, however, consists in an organic whole organized according to a single idea of reason. 206 to 207. Reinhold, Fichte, and Schelling believed that they could circumvent the whole business of critique simply by constructing the system of philosophy. Fries thinks that some of the blame for this error falls on Kant's own shoulders. 199. Although Kant did distinguish between critique and system, he did not make it sufficiently clear that the critique follows a very different method than the system. Critique employs a method of observation and analysis in determining the basic facts of our ordinary experience and their necessary conditions. Reinhold, Fichte and Schelling reasoned that because these necessary conditions are a priori, then the method by which we discover them should be also a priori, but this confuses the object of critique, the a priori, with its method, as if the only means of knowing a priori knowledge has to be a priori itself. 202 to 203. Against the revival of rationalism, Fries pits the spirit of Kantian criticism. As the Marburg school would do more than a century later, Fries locates that spirit in Kant's methodology. The single essential point about the Kantian philosophy is the Kantian method, 199. That method Fries finds not in the Kritik der reinen Vernunft but in the prize essay, for it was here that Kant stated so clearly that the method of philosophy should be that of empirical science, that philosophy should begin with the analysis of concepts of ordinary experience, and that definitions should be the result rather than starting point of investigation. 198, 260. In the prize essay Kant had already determined the fundamental difference between the methods of mathematics and philosophy, that mathematics proceeds according to a synthetic method because it has a priori intuitions, whereas philosophy has to proceed with an analytic method because it is limited to concepts given in ordinary discourse. Though Kant reaffirmed this distinction in the Kritik, Fichte and Schelling ignored it, because they assumed we have an intellectual intuition in philosophy itself. Faith in intellectual intuition, Fries maintained, is another common illusion of Fichte's and Schelling's neo-rationalism. They had taken the Kantian method of construction, which Kant had limited to mathematics, as the paradigm for philosophical method, as if the philosopher too has the power to grasp through intuition the universal in the particular. If, however, we follow the critical method, Fries argues, we quickly cure ourselves of this illusion. Rather than beginning with the presumption of intellectual intuition, the critical method demands that we begin with the organization of reason itself, that is, the power of reason as it belongs to us as living human beings. The more we examine that organization, the more we see that, like all forms of organization, it is moved into action and functions only because of an outside stimulus. 193. A close examination of the organism of human reason shows that it consists in two sources of knowledge, one of which is the form of reason itself, the other of which is the senses, which receive stimuli from external sources. 193. This dualism of function within the organization of our reason, Fries contends, is another distinguishing feature of criticism, which he distinguishes from both empiricism and rationalism. 193. The rationalists overlook sensibility by reducing cognition down to its form, whereas the empiricists neglect reason by reducing cognition down to its content. The critical philosopher, however, gives each power of the mind its due, noting that form and content have completely distinct sources, that the senses can no more think than the understanding can sense. Accepting this dualism is for Fries basic to recognizing the finitude of our human reason, the fact that the world we know cannot be created by us and has to be given to us. The postulate of intellectual intuition, which assumes that we somehow create the object of knowledge, steps beyond these limits. Besides its analytic methodology and its dualism of form and content, Fries finds another central and distinguishing feature of criticism. Namely, it differs from both rationalism and empiricism in giving a strictly regulative status to the ideal of a system of philosophy. 194 to 195. While the rationalists believe that we are already in possession of the first principles of such a system and that it is only a matter of deducing their results, and while the empiricists think that we can reach them through a more exhaustive induction, the critical philosopher realizes that the ideal of a system of pure reason is ultimately only a goal that we can approach but never attain. The critical philosopher understands through his analysis of the concepts given in ordinary experience that there is no stopping point to such an analysis, and that it can continue forever. Any attempt to impose a limit on analysis would be artificial and arbitrary, a dogmatic fiat. And so, in the end, the ideas behind Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre and Schelling's Naturphilosophie have their value after all, but only if we accept them as having a regulative rather than constitutive status. By now it should be clear how Reinhold, Fichte und Schelling is a founding text of Neo-Kantianism. On point after point, Fries attempts to reinstate the contemporary relevance and abiding validity of Kant's critical doctrines against the neo-rationalism of Reinhold, Fichte, and Schelling. This critique of that neo-rationalism will later become a leitmotif of Neo-Kantianism, a common theme of the movement down to the Marburg and Southwestern schools. It is one of the ironies of history that Fries' contribution in this regard went unrecognized by both these schools, who became blinded by their stereotype of Fries as a purveyor of psychologism. Fries' book anticipates virtually every point made in the later Neo-Kantian critique of rationalism. It is missing, however, only one of its elements, Hegel. Eventually, Hegel's reputation would grow so large that, instead of Fichte and Schelling, he would come to symbolize neo-rationalism and turn into the bête noire of Neo-Kantianism. When Fries was writing in the early 1800s, however, Hegel had still not established himself. He was little more than the spear carrier of Schelling, the author of an obscure tract on the difference between Fichte's and Schelling's systems of philosophy. On several occasions Fries would refer to that tract, 11-12, 181, 183, little knowing what its author would later become and what bitter rivals they would soon be. 8. Early political philosophy. During his second period in Jena from 1800 to 1805, his so-called Akademische Hungerjahr, Fries wrote much in his struggle for recognition and survival. What money he could not get from his lectures he hoped to get from his writings. No sooner had he finished Reinhold, Fichte und Schelling than he wrote two more works. One was his Philosophische Kriegslehre, 69, which appeared in 1803, the other was his System der Philosophie, 70, which was published in 1804. The later work is a compendium, a guidebook for lectures. While it explores some new territory, it is chiefly a summary of Fries' thought so far. It is not as important as the earlier work, which demands careful scrutiny. The Kriegslehre laid down the foundation for Fries' political thought. What Fries later wrote and did as a leader of the liberal national movement, though it goes beyond this early work, is still largely based upon it. 71. The deepest influence on Fries' Kriegslehre is, of course, Kant, who supplies its basic principles and values. Still, the Kriegslehre can hardly be described as a Kantian work. Fries is highly critical of Kant, departing from him on many basic points. While he follows Kant closely on most epistemological issues, he does not hesitate to criticize him on ethical and political ones. 72. The Kriegslehre was a profound critique and reformulation of Kant's ethical and political doctrines, one which no history of Neo-Kantianism can afford to ignore. Seen from a broad perspective of the early 1800s, Fries' Kriegslehre is a typical work of nascent German liberalism. Like later liberals, Fries advocates laissez-faire, a written constitution, basic human rights, and the distinction between law and morality. There is still little trace of the communitarianism of Herder, Fichte, and the Romantics, which will surface in his later political writings. 73. There is also no hint of the nationalism, intolerance, and antisemitism that will later mar Fries' reputation. 74. The Kriegslehre is Fries at his most liberal, the decade when his political views are still close to those of Kant, Humboldt, and Jacobi. Kriegslehre, which means literally doctrine of right or law, has a technical meaning for Fries. He conceives it to be part of ethics or morality. The sphere of right is formed by the application of moral laws to society. Like Kant, Fries insists that morality should be sovereign in the realm of politics, so that moral principles take precedence over political expediency. While moral principles are not a sufficient guide for all that we do in politics, they leave open to the statesman exactly how they are to be applied. They are still a necessary one. No state can plead realpolitik to exempt itself from the authority of moral principle. Ultimately, then, right should rule over might. Though the doctrine of right presupposes the basic principles of morality, it is not the task of the political philosopher to determine these principles. He must accept them as given, as already worked out by the moral philosopher, and then attempt to apply them to the social and political world. 6. The task of working out these principles, Fries maintains, falls to a universal practical philosophy, which he sketches in a few paragraphs of his System der Philosophie. 75. Though based on ethics, the doctrine of right is not coextensive with it. It deals with only one part of ethics, with one kind of duties. Which part? Which kind of duties? Ethics, Fries explains, consists of duties of virtue, Tugendpflichten, and those of right, Rechtspflichten. Duties of virtue are those that hold only for myself, or for my inner disposition, whereas duties of right are those that hold for my relations to others, or for my external actions. 9-10. The doctrine of right is that part of ethics that deals with duties of right, hence it concerns solely my external actions, or how I ought to act with regard to others in society. Fries' distinction between duties of right and virtue, which is of Kantian provenance, 76 seems banal and humdrum. Yet it had become very controversial by the early 1800s. The Romantics had criticized the separation of right and virtue on the grounds that the ancient republics were based upon virtue or the moral character of their citizens. Friedrich Schlegel and Novalis, for example, wanted the modern state to be founded upon the Christian ethic of love, which would provide a bond of loyalty and patriotism. 77. Fries, however, explicitly and emphatically distanced himself from the Romantics, dismissing their rhetoric of love and friendship as the fantasy of a shallow novel because it is useless in politics. 29. We do well to note Fries' disagreement with the Romantics if only because his political philosophy has so often been lumped together with theirs. Ever since Hegel denounced Fries for his subjectivism and sentimentalism in the preface to his Philosophie des Rechts, his political philosophy has been cast in that light. 78. Fries has been taken to be a sentimentalist and subjectivist, partly because his own philosophy has been conflated with Jacobi's. 79. And partly because he appealed to feeling and conscience in his political speeches. But Fries' ethical views were far from Jacobi's, and the rhetoric of a political speech scarcely qualifies as the exposition of a philosophical position. There are indeed profound affinities between Fries and the Romantics, which will become more evident in his later work, especially his Julius und Evagrius. 80. Regarding the foundation of right, however, Fries' position is essentially Kantian, at least no less rationalist than Hegel's. Fries maintains that the principles of morality are founded in practical reason, which expresses itself not in feeling or conscience but in universal and necessary laws. 81. At the basis of Fries' political philosophy lies another Kantian distinction, that between the realms of morality and nature. Fries lays down this distinction at the very beginning of his Rechtslehre. The moral realm is that of reason, which gives laws about what ought to be, while the natural realm is that apparent to the senses, which consists in laws about what is and must be. 2. Reason determines the laws of freedom, whereas nature determines the laws of necessity. The laws of freedom hold for our inner self, the laws of necessity for our outer being. This distinction between morality and nature runs parallel to another, that between morality and history. Our moral ideals have no necessary validity for the historical world, Fries maintains, because whether they apply to it depends on our will, which might or might not act on them. 7. This distinction between morality and history and not any irrational romanticism was the real philosophical sticking point between Fries and Hegel. Following his distinction between morality and nature, Fries makes yet another basic distinction, now one between pure and positive doctrine of right. Pure doctrine of right concerns those laws regulating conduct in society that ought to hold according to the moral law, whereas positive right concerns those laws that hold as a matter of fact, whether they are morally correct or not. 18-19. Fries' special concern in his Rechtslehre is with the pure doctrine of right, not with positive right. 19. A pure doctrine of right deals with two questions. 1. What is right? What does the moral law command regarding the interaction of people in society? And 2. How is right to be realized in society? The first question is the concern of legislation, whereas the second is that of politics. 19. Politics is the art of determining the most effective means for the ends of action laid down by reason. While the question of right is practical or normative, the question of politics is entirely theoretical or factual. 19. Granted that right is based on the moral law, what is that law? How should we formulate it? Here Fries follows Kant very closely, paraphrasing Kant's formula of humanity as an end in itself. The moral law thus states, every person by his dignity has an absolute worth, he exists as an end absolutely, and dignity gives each person the same absolute worth as everyone else. 7. Or more simply, humanity in each person should be treated as an end in itself. 32. Fries emphasizes the equality implicit in this formula, everyone has the same absolute worth, no one more than another. Hence he states that the law of right means equality of personal worth. 3. More explicitly, the highest law for the freedom of a rational will is the equality of persons. 4. Of the three Kantian principles of right, equality, freedom, and independence, Fries sees the first alone as fundamental, the other two as derivative. This emphasis on equality will play, as we shall soon see, a fateful role in Fries' later political thought. Fries' formulation of the moral law, his distinction between morality and legality, and his contrast between morality and nature, show his great debts to Kant. The more we read into his Rechtslehre, however, the more we find him taking issue with Kant. Indeed, his Rechtslehre involves a complete redrawing of the conceptual terrain of the doctrine of right. Fries explicitly disagrees with Kant in two basic ways. First, he denies Kant's claim that right entails the authority to apply coercion against anyone who infringes it. 82. Right and coercion are completely opposed to one another, Fries insists. 26, 172. The realm of right holds within the state of society, where it always depends on the obligations of others. The realm of coercion is that of force, which holds only for the state of nature. 27. Second, he denies that the doctrine of right primarily concerns freedom, or that there is an original or natural right to freedom. Freedom for Fries is not, properly speaking, a right at all, but a precondition of right, a property presupposed by all rights. 24. The source of this error, he maintains, is in thinking of rights in terms of permissions, as if they are whatever we are allowed to do. 83. But if we think of rights in this way, he argues, then it becomes impossible to base them upon morality. 24. A right follows from a prior obligation, the obligation to treat human beings as ends in themselves, and does not consist in the absence of an obligation, as if it were definable where the realm of law ceases. A right is always correlative to a duty, it is essentially the claim I have against someone because he has an obligation to me. 8-9, 23. If we make freedom an original right, as Kant does, we end out with complete license. Everyone should have the right to do whatever he wants without the interference of others. 25. 84. As if these disagreements were not enough, there was another even more profound one, though it is not explicit in the text of the Rechtslehre itself. We know about it from a letter Fries sent to his friend Christ Lieb Reichel in August 1800. 85. While riding in a wagon during one starry summer night, Fries had an epiphany, that the Kantian account of the moral law was a mistake. Exactly what was wrong with it he does not explain. But another slightly later letter advises Reichel, do not recoil in horror. Kant's great act as though thou could will. A maxim as a universal law of nature is completely false in my opinion. One's own dignity, the dignity of humanity, is that from which one should begin. As these lines reveal, Fries was advocating replacing Kant's universal law formula with the end in itself formula. What was wrong with the universal law formula? We do not know from Heineke's extracts of the letters, but one hint is given in Reinhold, Fichte und Schelling, where Fries maintains that Gustav Hugo was right to expose the barrenness and emptiness of the universal law formula. 86 Thus Frei's call to replace the universal law formula with the end in itself formula was probably based on the realization that the end in itself formula secures more content and better results in justifying specific moral maxims. Later Kant scholars have come to a similar conclusion. 87 What Frei's does not explain, however, is precisely how the end in itself formula is based on reason, that is, why reason commands that we treat each person as an end in itself. The first theoretical part of Frei's Rechtslehre, Allgemeine Gesetzgebung, which treats the general principles of legislation, has a tripartite structure corresponding to the two premises and conclusion of the practical syllogism, 16-21. The first section treats the major premise, the fundamental idea or principle of morality, the categorical imperative that we treat humanity as an end in itself, 31-36. The second section expounds the minor premise, which determines the means for the realization of this moral principle in the political world, 37-42. And the third and final section states the conclusion, specific laws about how to act in the political world so that this moral principle is realized, 43-66. Frei's follows the same structure in the second part of the Rechtslehre, Die Politik, and in the third, Kritik aller positiven Gesetzgebung. Thus, not only each part, but the relations between the parts are meant to have the same syllogistic structure, 99. While Frei's only loosely follows this scheme, it does reveal one of his deepest convictions, that the realm of politics should be subject to the mandates of reason. He developed this scheme because he believes that the practical syllogism reflects the structure of reason itself, 16. Hardly the credo of the romantic sentimentalist. After expounding his ideal of morality in the first section of Part I, Frei's proceeds to discuss the conditions for its realization in the second. He maintains that the chief precondition for the realization of his ideal, the kingdom of ends where everyone is treated as an end in himself, is that people recognize one another as rational beings, 37. Recognition involves respecting the rights of everyone to be treated as an end in himself. There are two more specific physical conditions involved in achieving such recognition, Frei's explains. First, that people have property, the exclusive use of certain goods, which are necessary for their survival and well-being, 39-40. Second, that they have a common language, so that they can declare their intentions with regard to others, 40-41. From this moral ideal and these conditions, Frei's then deduces 5 laws for the realization of his ideal. 1. That promises be kept, first law. 2. That property should be distributed according to the principle of equality, second law. 3. That there should be a civil constitution under public laws and courts, third law. 4. That there should be a public code of law whose chief principles should be the validity of contracts and equality in the distribution of property, fourth law. And 5. That there should be a system of penal law based on retribution, fifth law. Regarding these laws, Frei's again takes issue with Kant when he contends that it is wrong to hold that honesty, telling the truth, is only a moral duty, 46. It is also a legal duty because the realization of the kingdom of ends requires that people form a contract where they keep their promises to one another. Having laid down the laws of right in Part I, Frei's proceeds to consider the problem of politics in Part II. While Part I considered the social conditions for the realization of the moral ideal, Part II treats specifically the political conditions. In other words, Part II deals with the state. The crucial question before politics, Frei's explains, is how the individual can be forced to comply with the law, 69, or how public right can be joined with power, 72. The idea of a social order based on principles of right, and enforced by a common power, Frei's calls a republic, 72. He uses the term in the Old Latin sense, that is, residential publica, to signify any public body. The term does not have special political connotations for him. It does not imply a reference to, or preference for, any specific form of government. Which form of government is best, Frei's does not regard as a theoretical question at all. He maintains that it is best answered by experience, by determining what is best for a people according to its traditions and under its specific historical circumstances. 88. Accordingly, the Frisian Republic can be a monarchy, democracy or aristocracy. Whatever the form of government, Fries insists that the ruler should have complete sovereignty. He rejects flatly the traditional doctrine of the separation of powers on the grounds that it leads to irresolvable conflict within government. 90-91. While any government must have distinct executive, legislative and judicial powers, these should be ultimately united in the will of a single ruler, who not only makes the laws but also enforces and interprets them. 75. For what if the legislative finds its laws unenforced by the executive? It must then force the executive to enforce them, so that it is really the highest executive power. And what if the judiciary interprets the laws in a manner completely unintended by the legislative? In that case the legislative must correct the judiciary and interpret the law for itself, so that it is the highest judicial power. 75. In insisting on indivisible sovereignty, Fries, yet again, put himself at odds with Kant. For in Zum Wegen Frieden, Kant had defined republicanism as that political principle where the executive power is distinguished from the legislative, and he had rejected as despotism the doctrine that one and the same power both makes and executes the laws. 88. Having already given the ruler complete sovereignty, Fries goes on to increase his authority and power by insisting that there is no contract between people and government. While people contract among themselves to enter into society, they do not make a contract to form the state itself. 76-78. A contract between people and government makes government impossible, Fries argues, because it allows people to withdraw from the state whenever laws are enforced against them. 78. The lack of a contract between government and people implies that the ruler is not accountable to the people. But this is a conclusion that Fries is happy to draw. Indeed, he insists that because the ruler has sovereign power, he cannot be compelled by anyone. 94. Individuals have rights against one another in civil society by virtue of the contract between them, but against the government they have no rights at all. 94. This means, and here Fries silently endorses one of Kant's most controversial doctrines, that the people have no right to revolt against their government. 96-97. What happens after an insurrection, Fries maintains, is not a question of right but only one of might. 95. Fries has now given his ruler such power, indivisible sovereignty and unaccountability that he appears to sanction utter absolutism. Yet this impression he was very eager to correct. He insists that the highest power in the state comes from not the ruler but the people, das Volk, which consists in the will of the majority. 80. Though the Volk does not have the right to make the law, it does have the power to control government. How? Through its opinion alone. 80. Public opinion turns out to be the main check against absolutism in the Frisian state. While the ruler makes the people conform to the law through his sovereign power, the people make the ruler conform to the law by virtue of their opinion. 81. Public opinion is the actual active general will, through it speaks the spirit of the people. 89. The maxim vox populi, vox dei is true in virtue of public opinion, which is not subject to the will of any political power. 85-86. Public opinion is the result of not any express agreement among the people, still less any organization or institution, but the interaction between people at a specific time. 83. Because its formation depends on particular circumstances at a particular time, public opinion is essentially an accidental historical phenomenon. 87. In making public opinion the ultimate power in the state, and in making it depend on historical circumstances, Fries came his closest to the budding historicist doctrine of the Volksgeist. 89. The state has for Fries three fundamental goals: distribution of property according to the principle of equality, the promotion of the physical welfare of the people, and the spiritual education of the nation. 108. Of these three goals only the first, Fries insists, is legally binding on the state. The other two are only physically or politically necessary, that is, while the state has no moral obligation to realize them, it is prudent that it do so. How should the state strive to realize these goals? Fry's liberal convictions permit only a laissez-faire approach. The best the state can do is to interfere as little as possible with the activities of its citizens. 115. Each individual is the best judge of his physical and moral well-being, and the state should not command or forbid measures regarding it. The only task of the state is to serve as a watchguard, making sure that individuals do not trample over one another's rights in the scramble for material and spiritual well-being. 115. The attempt to improve morality by external sanctions, Fries maintains, leads only to hypocrisy or deception. 118. His mistrust of public institutions to secure morality extends especially to the Church, which he finds a source of paternalism and heteronomy. 118-19. Fries, in a final act of rebellion against the seminary at Niesky, looks forward to a withering away of the Church, whose metaphysics and morality he finds unsuitable for the modern world. Like Locke and Kant, Fries made protecting property the raison d'être of the modern state. Unlike them, however, he made its chief goal the equal distribution of property. The fundamental legal obligation of the state, he often declares, is to ensure distribution of property according to the principle of equality. 42, 50, 106, 108, 135. Upon first reading, this pronouncement sounds extremely radical, indeed downright leveling, something like the proto-communism of Babeuf or the proto-socialism of Fichte. But the reader's suspicions or expectations are soon dashed. For when Fries finally explains what he means by equal distribution of property in Part 3 of his Reichslehre, it becomes clear that it is nothing like communism or socialism. He repudiates Plato's theory of communal property as well as Fichte's closed chimerical state. 128. Both of them he finds oppressive, destructive of individual liberty. It is the central goal of the state, he insists, to protect the right to private property, that is, each individual having exclusive rights to dispose of certain possessions. 39-40, 128. 90. All this raises the question, what does equal distribution of property mean for Fries? He goes to some pains and lengths to explain himself in the first section of Part 3. It turns out that it does not mean something as strong as everyone should have the same amount of property, but it also does not mean something as weak as everyone's right to property should be equally protected. Fries explains that we should equalize the right to property in two senses: first, there should be equal satisfaction of needs, and, second, everyone should enjoy the fruits of their labor. 121, 123. Equal satisfaction means people should have enough for their basic needs so that they can be content with their situation in life. 121-122. Because some people are content with a little and others are discontented with a lot, it is not necessary that everyone should have the same. 121. And enjoyment of the fruits of one's labor means no one should work for the profit of another. 123-124. Because people place very different values upon the very different products of labor, it is not possible that everyone should receive the same reward. 125. These are admirable goals, one might think, but the crucial question is how the state should realize them. And here Fries has very little to say. He suffers from the classic liberal dilemma, he sees the terrible injustices of the market economy, but he is hamstrung in his ability to address them because of his commitment to liberty and his fear of the state. Thus he notes that poverty and inequality are often the result of market mechanisms. 124. He insists that the government enact measures to ensure that workers are not cast into poverty, and he even recommends that the government ensure some minimal standard of living. 125. But his only specific proposal to deal with these issues consists in the provision of poor houses. Armin Anstelten, 135. On the whole, Fries was very thin on recommending specific policies for how the government should achieve his ideals of equal distribution. He claims that his task is only to lay down ideals, leaving it to governments to decide how to realize them in specific circumstances, 126 to 127. But that seems disingenuous. For there was a deeper reason for his lack of recommendations. His liberal convictions were decidedly against the state taking any active role in governing the economy. For all its emphasis on economic equality, the Frisian Republic was not especially egalitarian. It had a class structure, a social hierarchy all its own. Fries never wanted to universalize the middle class, making it the sole estate in society. In one place he lays down a threefold division of labor: the intellectuals, who work with their intellect; the professionals, who have some skill or trade; and the workers, who labor with their bodies and who use physical force, 136. In another place he envisages two basic estates: one is physical, because its members labor with the body, and the other is spiritual, because its members work with the mind, 111. He warns, however, against making these estates into a caste system, as if people were assigned their estate by heredity. Through their abilities and talent people should be able to rise in estate, and there should be social mingling between them, 111. Though Fries was not without sympathy for the plight of the laboring poor, he never envisages or encourages changing their basic condition. He thinks that workers and peasants, if their wages are only secure, are happy with their lot in life, and they are content if others think for them, 122. Of all the social classes Fries is especially concerned with his own, the intellectuals, and here he is not lacking in proposing specific policies and laws for the government. Fries was an advocate avant la lettre of intellectual property rights, 109, 112. The government should ensure that writers can make a living by giving them copyright protections. After all, ideas are just as much a commodity as fruit or furniture. Such was, in crude outline, Fries' early political philosophy. Its basic principles will be the foundation for Fries' later works in political philosophy, especially his Von Deutschen Bund und Deutsche Staatsverfassung. In one important respect, though, this later work will take these principles in a direction not apparent from the beginning. Fries will make the principle of equality the basis for a doctrine of ethnic homogeneity and communal solidarity. The principle that we should treat all people equally became the principle that all people in a nation should be equal, having the same language, religion, ethnic origin. 91. This understanding of equality, combined with a lack of tolerance for those who do not meet its requirements, was the basis for Fries' later anti-Semitism, which remains an inexpugnable stain on his reputation. 9. Philosophy of religion. Nothing so focuses the mind, and so summons the energies, of a young man than the prospect of poverty. This alone explains Fries' extraordinary productivity during his hunger jar in Jena. For he wrote from 1801 to 1804 not only his Rechtslehre and his System der Philosophie, but also his Wissen, Glauben und Andung, which appeared in spring 1805. 92. Wissen, Glauben und Andung is Fries' major work on the philosophy of religion, and one of his most important. This book also proved to be one of Fries' most popular and influential. His concept of Andung, of feeling, or presentiment, attracted discussion well into the 20th century. 93. Prima facie it is odd to find Fries writing about the philosophy of religion at all. For it did not seem, after his experience at Niesky, that there was much religion left in the man. Religion, and especially Christianity, was something he wanted to liberate himself from, a dank and dark tomb from which he had happily escaped into the sunny and bright secular world. Fries later wrote about the destruction of my Christianity, and even his contempt for Christianity in his early years at Niesky. As a self-described rebel, it was inevitable that he would doubt all the orthodox beliefs that his elders had taught him. And, sure enough, by the end of his training there, he had rejected all the standard doctrines of revealed religion, namely, miracles, the Trinity, incarnation and atonement. With respect to religion, he later wrote of his time in Niski, "I was a born deist and Lessengian fragmentist." 94 Fries also questioned the Bible as a rule of faith, because it was based on questionable history, and because people read into it whatever they liked. He took his doubts about Christianity far enough to question even its ethics, which he found fanatical, impractical, and crude. The basic ideas behind its morality, which consisted in love of one's enemy, forgiveness, suffering, repentance, castration and passive martyrdom, were either impractical or degrading. 130. Yet for all his doubts about Christianity, Fries did not discard religion entirely. On the contrary, he still clung to the beliefs in God and immortality. "I never doubted God and eternal life," he later wrote as an old man, 28, cf 23. Since he was so convinced of these beliefs, he never underwent the anxiety of doubt that afflicted so many of the faithful. The ideas of God, immortality, and freedom were simply too deeply rooted in the human mind, he believed, for them to be cast aside or eradicated by doubt. Respect for religion remained for Fries one of the enduring legacies of the Moravian Brotherhood. Despite his early skepticism about Christianity, he later wrote that his early years at the seminary had taught him a valuable lesson. "The experience of Moravian life showed me so clearly the great meaning of religion that I always recognized its importance." 28. Exactly how to describe Fries' early faith is no easy matter. It resists simple classification. Though he labeled himself a deist, this term is hardly accurate. While he endorsed the deist's natural religion and critique of revelation, he never accepted his confidence in the powers of reason to prove the existence of God and immortality. What the deist attempted to prove through reason, he regarded as a matter of faith alone. Fries also gave a much greater importance to religious sentiment than any deist. True to the pietism of the Moravian Brotherhood, he held that the real meaning of faith consists not in assent to dogmas but in personal devotion, commitment, and action. Since Fries had doubted the atonement, the basis for pietist devotion, it would seem as if he had deprived religious feeling of its very meaning and rationale. But Fries had a substitute for the inspiration of the atonement: aesthetic experience. The basis for religious feeling, the source and stimulus for religious devotion, he held, should be the experience of the sublime and beautiful. In attempting to replace dogma with aesthetic experience, Fries seems to walk down the romantic road, like so many of his contemporaries in the 1790s. Yet Fries was never much of a romantic either. He had little time for myth, which was crucial for the romantic attempt to revive religion. So Fries was deist, pietist, and romantic all in one, yet none of them completely. What role did Kant play in the formation of Fries' religious views? Prima facie only a small role, because Fries informs us that he was reserved in his first reception of Kant's moral and religious doctrines. 27. Kant's second critic and his religion made little impression on him. Fries' critical reaction to Kant will grow and deepen in later years, so that eventually he will be more critical of Kant's philosophy of religion than any other part of his philosophy. Nevertheless, Kant was still a decisive influence, and in two crucial respects. First, Kant taught him to be skeptical about the traditional proofs for the existence of God and immortality. Though Fries would later question Kant's own practical proofs, Kant at least taught him the problems with the theoretical ones. Second, Kant's noumenal-phenomenal dualism provided the essential structure for his philosophy of religion, the basis for his reconciliation of the conflicting claims of reason and faith. For Fries, the Kantian dualisms are the solution, not the problem. It was only by upholding them, he believed, that he could resolve the perennial conflict between reason and faith. Fries would probably never have written his philosophy of religion if it were not for a new disturbing development on the philosophical scene in Jena. Despite all his efforts in Reinhold, Fichte, and Schelling, speculative idealism was not retreating but regrouping, even preparing for a new offensive. Since 1801, Schelling and Hegel had formed an alliance, co-editing the Kritisches Journal der Philosophie. The aim of their journal was to combat the philosophy of subjectivity in all its forms, not the least of which was the Kantian philosophy of religion. They were indeed intent on destroying the very aspects of the Kantian legacy that Fries wanted to preserve. Through the postulate of intellectual intuition, Schelling and Hegel believed they could provide a theoretical basis for the belief in God, and through their organic concept of nature, they were confident that they could overcome the noumenal-phenomenal dualism. Fries could have perceived the Schelling-Hegel alliance only as a threat. It was probably the need to defend the Kantian legacy against it that moved him to write about the philosophy of religion. A critique of Schelling and Hegel would check the new offensive of speculative idealism, and it would be the natural sequel to his Reinhold, Fichte und Schelling. And so, sometime in the autumn of 1804, in the midst of preparing lectures, Fries set to work on Wissen, Glauben und Andung. Fries reveals the aim of his tract when he writes that the business of philosophy is to protect faith and to separate it from knowledge, 118. Philosophy can do this in two ways. First, by showing that knowledge has a subjective origin and validity, so that it cannot claim to be any more objective than faith. Second, by demonstrating that knowledge is limited to the sphere of nature alone. Fries follows both strategies in Wissen, Glauben und Andung. He does so by defending and reinterpreting Kant's dualism between appearances and things in themselves. It was only by defending this dualism, Fries believed, that he could protect faith and separate it from knowledge. Defending this dualism was no small task in the early 1800s, given that Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel had all subjected it to such severe criticism. Fries went to great lengths and pains to vindicate it in one long chapter of his book. 95. The best argument for Kant's distinction, he maintains, comes from the third antinomy, 46-47. If we assume that appearances are things in themselves according to transcendental realism, then we get caught in the contradiction of having to assume that the world is both infinite and finite. If, however, we distinguish between appearances and things in themselves according to transcendental idealism, we avoid this contradiction. Fries stresses the argument from the third antinomy because he finds Kant's argument in the transcendental aesthetic wanting. Like Trendelenburg decades later, he points out that just because space and time arise a priori in the mind, it does not follow that they cannot correspond with things in themselves. Kant's arguments show only that we cannot know that our representations correspond with things in themselves. This does not exclude the possibility that they do so in fact. 36-44. One respect in which Fries defends the Kantian dualism against Schelling and Hegel is by attacking their organic concept of nature, which was intended to overcome that dualism. Though Fries very much admired that concept, he does not think that it has the anti-mechanistic implications that Schelling and Hegel read into it. He maintains that physiology belongs to the realm of the physically and mathematically explicable no less than physics. 92. The organic is simply a higher degree of organization of the material forces of nature and does not differ in kind from them. There is no need to postulate, then, the existence of an extra sui generis teleological concept to explain the functioning of organisms. In making this point against Schelling and Hegel, Fries ensured that the concepts of life and organism are not bridges crossing the phenomenal into the noumenal but simply part of the phenomenal itself. How are we to interpret the distinction between phenomena and noumena, appearances and things in themselves? Fries maintains that appearances or phenomena are not simply representations within us, having no connection with things in themselves, but that they are aspects or relative properties of things in themselves, that is, they are how they appear to a human being with its characteristic cognitive capacities. 32-61. The distinction between appearance and thing in itself is also for Fries a distinction between finite and infinite, temporal and eternal, being. Schelling has performed a great service, he writes uncharacteristically, by formulating Kant's distinction between appearance and thing in itself as one between finite and eternal being. 4. This formulation has the advantage of connecting the old religious ideas about the infinite and finite, the eternal and temporal, with Kant's great discovery that space and time are only forms of sensibility. Whatever the merits of his defense and interpretation of Kant's dualism, Fries believed that he was justified in maintaining it and applying it to the philosophy of religion. The distinction between thing in itself and appearance now demarcates the spheres of knowledge and faith. Knowledge, Wissen, holds for the realm of appearances, nature, or finitude, the world of space and time, whereas faith, Glaube, holds for the thing in itself, the infinite, or eternal, the world beyond space and time. 61-62, 173. For Fries, the distinction between knowledge and faith is not only in their subject matter or domain but also in their epistemic status. To define that status, he carefully analyzes the meaning of each concept, knowledge and faith. Of course, this was old conceptual territory, once fought over by Kant, Jacobi, and Mendelssohn in the 1780s. Fries now revisits it, often taking issue with his predecessors. For him, the basic difference between knowledge and faith is essentially that between belief, Fürwahrhalten, that can be, and belief that cannot be, verified by experience. Knowledge, Wissen, means a belief whose objects can be known through sense intuition, whereas faith, Glaube, means a belief whose objects cannot be known through such an intuition. 64, 74, 120. This distinction reflects Fries' allegiance to the Kantian principle that the limits of knowledge are determined by possible experience. In other words, if we are to know that something exists, as opposed to just believing that it exists, we must be able to confirm that belief through sense intuition. This principle is fundamental for Fries, the basis for his assigning knowledge and faith to distinct realms, for it implies that we can know only appearances or phenomena, that we cannot know things in themselves or noumena. Since appearances belong to the realm of experience, we can have a sensible intuition of them, and therefore we can know that they exist and how they do so. Since, however, things in themselves transcend experience, we cannot have a sensible intuition of them, and therefore have no means of knowing whether and how they exist. 61-62. They are therefore solely the objects of faith. In making his distinction between knowledge and faith, Fries takes issue with Jacobi's famous competing account in his David Hume. 96. There Jacobi had maintained that the realm of reason is that of the demonstrable, that for which we can give reasons, whereas the realm of faith is the indemonstrable, that for which we cannot give reasons. This left him with a very broad concept of faith, however, so that whatever is indemonstrable falls within the realm of faith. This means that even self-evident intuitions, which are also indemonstrable, fall within the realm of faith. So, on Jacobi's reckoning, even the mathematician, who has to appeal to self-evident but indemonstrable intuitions or axioms, has to believe as much as the Christian. Fries does not accept Jacobi's distinction, however, on the grounds that it runs counter to ordinary usage. Thus he points out that we call immediate or self-evident intuitions knowledge, not faith. 71. While Fries disagrees with Jacobi that all indemonstrable belief amounts to faith, he does agree with him that all faith is indemonstrable. Crucial to, and characteristic of, Fries' distinction between knowledge and faith is his denial of any intellectual intuition of things in themselves. 57-58, 75, 250, 252. Fries stresses the necessity of sense intuition in distinguishing knowledge and faith precisely to exclude the intellectual intuition advanced by Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. Fries rejects intellectual intuition chiefly because he accepts the Kantian view that the human intellect is discursive and finite, discursive, in operating with concepts, judgments, and syllogisms, and finite, in not having the power to create its object and requiring a given one. So far we have seen how Fries defends an essentially Kantian position in his philosophy of religion. But there is another side of this philosophy that is very critical of Kant. Wissen, Glauben und Andung is filled with objections against virtually every aspect of Kant's philosophy of religion. One of the most important concerns Kant's distinction between reason and faith. Though intent on preserving that distinction, at least in a general sense, Fries sometimes formulates it in very different terms from Kant, and indeed by taking issue with him. He criticizes Kant for blurring the distinction by attempting to find a form of rational justification for belief in the noumenal world of freedom, God, and immortality. For Fries, belief in that world is entirely a matter of faith, and there cannot be any rational proof for it, whether theoretical or practical. 157, 165. 97. Thus he thinks that Kant is mistaken in assuming that we have through the moral law some kind of insight into our own freedom. 164 to 165, and he maintains that it is also an error to assume that practical reason can provide a proof for our beliefs in God and immortality. 68 to 69, 73. So, while Fries agrees with Kant that there cannot be any theoretical proof for these beliefs, that all the arguments for the existence of God and immortality collapse, he disagrees with him that there can be a practical proof for them through morality. Fries rejects much of the reasoning by which Kant attempts to establish his doctrine of practical faith. In the second critic, Kant had argued that our obligation to strive towards the highest good, i.e. the perfect correspondence between happiness and morality, justifies us in believing in the existence of God. 98. If we are to promote the highest good, so the argument goes, we need to believe in the existence of a cosmic creator and governor who guarantees that moral effort is rewarded with personal happiness. Without that belief, I will have no incentive or motivation to strive for the highest good, for it could be that all my efforts to create a better world are utterly in vain. But Fries objects that there is no necessary connection, either logical or psychological, between the moral law and belief in the existence of God. 68 to 69. A morally good agent acts for the sake of the moral law alone, and for him virtue is its own reward, even if he does not believe in the existence of God. 158 to 159. Furthermore, Fries finds Kant's whole argument for belief in the existence of God circular. We assume the existence of the highest good because we believe in the existence of God, who alone has the power to create the harmony of morality and happiness, and we believe in the existence of God because we assume that there is a highest good. 69 to 70, cf 156 to 157. Another central target of Fries' criticism is Kant's idea of the highest good. Kant understood the highest good as the perfect harmony between morality and happiness, where virtue is rewarded and vice punished according to principles of justice. Fries, however, thinks that this ideal only makes sense within the realm of appearances or the finite world. 150. The concept of happiness involves those of need and pleasure, which have meaning only for beings with our physical constitution. 149-150. In the eternal realm there will be no happiness whatsoever because there will be no need or pleasure. 159. Fries agrees with Kant that we must think of the divine in connection with the moral world order, and indeed as the cosmic guarantee of the highest good. 148, 309. The very essence of religion involves, he insists, the idea of a moral world order, that is, a world created and governed for the sake of the good. Still, he maintains that we should explain the highest good not in terms of the harmony between morality and happiness but in terms of another Kantian ideal, the kingdom of ends. 148 to 149, 160, 166. That is a more suitable account of the highest good, he argues, because the kingdom of ends exists in the eternal and noumenal realm alone. The kingdom of ends is that ideal realm where everyone is autonomous and a co-legislator, and where everyone is treated with respect and as an end in itself. We should then conceive of God as the sovereign who governs all finite beings in this kingdom, that is, the eternal ruler who ensures that all are treated as ends and never as means, and that all achieve their ends as autonomous agents. 160. Whatever the merits of Fries' defense and critique of Kant, the thrust of his book lies elsewhere. Its chief contribution lies with Fries' introduction of a new concept, a third concept that he distinguishes from knowledge and faith. This is the concept that appears in the last word of his title, Andung. Fries gives great importance to this concept, which he saw as his original contribution, 64.99. Following his tripartite title, virtually a third of the book is devoted to this concept, which receives equal treatment along with faith and knowledge. Unfortunately, Andung is virtually intranslatable. It derives from the German verb ahnen, which means to suspect something, or to have a vague idea about something. It also has connotations of prophecy, foreboding, or premonition. Perhaps the closest translation would be presentiment, because the German word was the intended substitute for the Latin praesentio. J.G. Walsh, in his famous Philosophisches Lexikon, defined Andungen as such feelings that put us in an inner melancholy and dread because they indicate some future but unknown misfortune. 100. Kant in his Anthropology defined it as the hidden sense of that which is not yet present. 101. It was in this sense that Kant had banished the concept from philosophy, for how, he asked, could one feel what did not yet exist? Fries, however, did not have to worry about Kant's ban. Leaving aside all connotations of prophecy or premonition, he uses the term in a more technical sense. He defines Andung as a feeling of the recognition of the eternal in the finite. 176. In Fries' system, Andung, like knowledge and faith, has its own ontological domain. While faith deals with the infinite, and while knowledge concerns the finite, Andung deals with the intersection or connection between these realms, namely, the presence of the infinite in the finite. 177. Fries reminds us that there is one truth in the infinite and finite, that the finite is the appearance of the infinite, that appearances are not subjective entities, i.e. representations, but how things in themselves appear to us. This one truth should have its own proper epistemic attitude, then, because faith and knowledge deal with only isolated aspects of it. 173. 261. Fries consistently calls Andung a feeling, Gefühl. What kind of feeling? That is the crucial question. As a feeling about the mysterious, Andung seems rather mysterious itself. Fries thinks of this feeling not only as an emotional but also as a cognitive state. Feeling involves a kind of knowledge, which is the recognition of the presence of the infinite in the finite. His term for recognition is anerkennen, a variant of erkennen, the form of cognition indemonstrable or inexplicable by concepts. By making Andung a form of knowledge, Fries seems to come close to the position of Schelling and Hegel, who were bent on demolishing the distinction between knowledge and faith with intellectual intuition. But Fries could still point out that there is an important difference between his position and theirs. While Andung is a feeling inexpressible in discursive form, intellectual intuition is an insight or perception intended for later conceptual elaboration in a philosophical system. He insisted that this feeling is irresolvable into distinct cognition. 253, and that what we recognize through it is only a mystery. 251. Though Fries insisted that the content of feeling on any specific occasion is a mystery, he went on to provide a general account of the experience of Andung. It is here that we see the romantic or aesthetic dimension of his philosophy of religion. We recognize the eternal in the finite, he explained, through our feeling for the beauty and sublimity of nature. 177. We feel the beautiful and sublime when we sense that nature forms an organic whole, that it is a system of ends or a purposive whole. 181. This organic whole or system of ends is structured like a work of art, and so the experience of it is aesthetic. Following Kant, Fries states that the feeling of Andung involves reflective judgment. 175. 182. Reflective judgment in Kant both expresses the feeling involved in aesthetic experience, and it involves the idea of a systematic whole that perceives nature as if it were a work of art. The main reason Fries introduces the concept of Andung is to define the mental state characteristic of religion. Religion, he insists, should not be reduced to metaphysics or ethics. Rather, its distinctive characteristic is a kind of attitude or mental state towards life and existence. This mental state consists not in knowledge, still less in action, but in a kind of feeling, a responsiveness or sensitivity to the world. 239. What is characteristic of religious life is devotion, which involves a feeling or mood, Gefühlsstimulung. 236. Frei's definition of religion resembles no one more than his fellow Moravian, Schleiermacher, who had made a similar argument in his famous 1799 Über Religion. Nowhere does Frey cite Schleiermacher, but the affinity is unmistakable. Frey's repudiation of intuition seems to put him at odds with Schleiermacher, who makes intuition of the universe the defining characteristic of religion. But this is more a difference in name than concept. Frey's Andung and Schleiermacher's Anschauen both involve the recognition of the infinite in the finite, and both resist conceptual or systematic articulation. Seen as a whole, Frey's book was an original synthesis of Kantian and Romantic themes. Its Kantian themes are its dualisms between appearance and thing in itself, knowledge and faith. Its Romantic themes are its aesthetic attitude towards the world and making feeling characteristic of religion. Like all syncretic works, it was doomed to dissatisfy the extremes it hoped to reconcile. No Kantian could stomach the abandonment of practical faith for aesthetic feeling, and no Romantic could suffer the reintroduction of the Kantian dualisms, which would violate his sense for the unity of things, his feeling for the one and all. Still, the work held its own, attracting interest and commentary long after its author's death. 102. 10 New critique of reason. All those writings during the Hunger Jar eventually had their effect. Frey's was gaining recognition, and with that came opportunity. In February 1805, thanks in part to the mediation of Clemens Brentano and Friedrich Savigny, Frey's received the offer of a full professorship at the University of Heidelberg. The offer was attractive, 900 florins, 9 measures of grain, as well as repayment of travel and transport costs. How could he refuse? Frey saw the offer as virtual deliverance. It hardly mattered to him that it was first made to Herbart, who had declined. Ever since his return from Zofingen, Frey's had become alienated from the intellectual scene in Jena, which had become dominated by the Romantics. He felt the lone sober Kantian amid a bunch of Romantic drunks. His economic situation too remained precarious. Although it had improved somewhat when he, along with Hegel, had been promoted to extraordinary professor in January 1805, his salary was still not enough. He could not supplement it with lecture fees, since his lectures were not that popular. After all, who wanted to hear old Kantian stuff when they could hear the latest exciting ideas from Romantic hotheads like Friedrich Schlegel and Friedrich Schelling? And so, for philosophical and economic reasons, Frey's gladly accepted the offer from Heidelberg. He moved there in May 1805. Frey's would remain in Heidelberg for the next 10 years, 1805 to 1816, which were the culminating years of his academic career. All seemed promising when he first came there. The university was going through a period of revival and growth. There were many new students, many new faculty, and several new departments. In the early 1800s, Heidelberg had become a center of the new Romantic movement, with Clemens Brentano, 1778 to 1842, Joseph Gors, 1776 to 1848, H. M. von Arnim, 1781 to 1831, and Joseph E. Schendorf, 1788 to 1857, all assembled there. But Frey soon discovered that the Heidelberg Romantics were no better than their Jena counterparts. They too were mystical, obscurantist, and self-indulgent. Least of all could he stomach their sanctimony, their mouths drip with the fat of the sacred, as if they had just eaten pork roast. After only a year in Heidelberg, Frey's felt isolated there too. Once again, it was his Kantianism that had made him the outcast. 103 His letters to friends during the Heidelberg years are filled with complaints about the lack of philosophical friendship. His feelings of isolation become fully apparent from an 1807 letter to Beaulieu: "If one requested the rigor of science, I would be the only person in Germany to answer." 104 As if to console himself for his intellectual isolation, Frey's turned inwards and focused on his own writing. his first years in Heidelberg were devoted to finishing his major work on Kant and anthropology. This was his Neue Kritik der Vernunft, which appeared in 3 volumes in 1807. 105 This work was the fruition of all Frei's thinking about epistemology since his seminary days in Niesky. He had already conceived the main doctrines of Volume I while a student in Leipzig, 106, and in Zofingen he had already worked out the outlines of Volumes 2 and 3. 107 The early conception and composition of the work is testimony to the great continuity of Frei's philosophical development. Our goal here is not to produce a conspectus of the 3 volumes of Frei's work. This would be not only an enormous task but also a tedious and superfluous one. For the originality and importance of Frei's work lies not in its content, which closely follows Kantian doctrine, but in how Frei's attempts to justify that content, that is, in his methodology. The chief contribution of Neue Kritik consists in Frei's new conception of a transcendental deduction, that is, in his account of the justification of synthetic a priori principles. We have already seen how Frei's was moving towards a new methodology in his early psychology essays and in the second half of Reinhold, Fichte und Schelling. In the first 2 volumes of the Neue Kritik Frei's finally gives that methodology a rigorous and systematic exposition. Our sole task in this section will be to explain that new methodology. The main problem Frei's addresses in his Neue Kritik is the same question that had once troubled Kant in his Old Kritik, namely, how are synthetic a priori judgments possible? 108 The justification of these judgments posed a severe problem for Kant, partly because they cannot be verified in experience, due to their a priori status, and partly because they cannot be justified by the principle of contradiction, due to their synthetic status. Since the fundamental principles of knowledge are synthetic a priori judgments, the justification of such judgments is an important task. The possibility of all knowledge hangs in the balance. Though Frei's faced in the 1790s the same problem Kant posed in the 1770s, the solution to it had become more pressing and difficult. The sceptical attacks on Kant, and then on the post-Kantian systems, seemed to reveal the weakness of every proposed solution to the problem. All paths had been tried, but all led only to the abyss of doubt. The result of this skepticism, as Frei's later summarized the situation, is that philosophers had still not answered Maimon's nagging question, quid juris? 54, I. 204. In other words, what is the justification of synthetic a priori judgments? Why had past solutions failed? According to Frei's diagnosis, they all suffered from a common problem, the rationalist prejudice. This prejudice assumes that to justify a judgment is to prove it, to show how it follows from self-evident premises. Reinhold, Fichte, and Schelling all revealed this prejudice when they attempted to prove the results of the critical philosophy from a single self-evident first principle. Their paradigm of knowledge was the classical rationalist one, a geometric system with definitions, axioms, and theorems, xxix. But their program collapsed because they placed too much weight on their first principle. Such a principle must be very abstract and general if it applies to all kinds of content, but for just that reason it cannot derive concrete and specific results. We can derive content only if we smuggle in additional premises which do not follow from the first principle itself. 73, I. 305 to 306. Fries thinks that Kant himself, despite his penetrating criticisms of rationalism, still failed to break with the rationalist prejudice, and so he set a poor example for his successors, XXVI. In the first Kritik he attempts to provide a proof of synthetic a priori principles by showing how they are necessary conditions of the possibility of experience. He understood his transcendental deduction to be a kind of proof, which would prove such principles from some higher self-evident fact in reason. 30. But Kant's transcendental deduction failed, Fries maintains, because the sceptic need not accept the premise of the possibility of experience. Experience for Kant consists in the conformity of perceptions to universal and necessary laws, but it is just this conformity that is questioned by Hume and Maimon, who insist that the given consists in nothing more than constant conjunctions of discrete impressions, THIRD. So if we are to justify synthetic a priori principles, Fries argues, we must free ourselves from the rationalist prejudice. To expose the problem behind that prejudice, Fries analyzes the reasoning behind it, XXI. We assume that, 1. All beliefs need some justification, and that 2. To give a reason is to provide a proof, that is, premises from which the belief follows of necessity. It then seems to follow from 1, and 2, that 3. All knowledge should be proven. That belief was the central prejudice behind Leibniz and Wolff's rationalism, which Kant and his progeny continued to uphold, XXVII. Fries thinks that there is nothing wrong with premise 1. The basis for this premise is nothing less than the principle of sufficient reason, which makes the rightful demand that we justify all our beliefs. No less than Leibniz and Wolff, Fries reaffirms this principle, which he calls the catharticon of all knowledge, 70, I, 280. We must recognize, he insists, the right of the sceptic to ask the quid juris, a question that stems from his strict and proper adherence to the principle of sufficient reason. The problem with this reasoning comes with the second premise, the conflation of justification with proof or syllogistic reasoning. This premise cannot be upheld, Fries argues, for the simple reason that all justification has to come to an end with premises that have an immediate certainty and that cannot be proven, 70, I, 280 to 281. The demand for proof cannot go on ad infinitum. We are now left with the question, how are we to justify principles if not through a proof? We need to rethink, Fries insists, the whole question of justification. To sort out these issues, Fries makes two sets of strategic distinctions. The first set is between proof, demonstration, and deduction, 70, 71, I, 278 to 286, 292 to 293. A proof consists in standard syllogistic reasoning, the attempt to derive a valid conclusion from true premises. Demonstration exhibits the content of a concept or judgment in intuition. It can be a priori in the case of mathematics, where we construct a concept in intuition, or it can be a posteriori in the case of an empirical concept, where we show how it derives from sense intuitions. Finally, there is deduction, which shows how a principle presupposes the law of our immediate knowledge or how it originates in the essence of reason, 70, 284. Rather than attempting to prove a proposition from self-evident premises, a deduction attempts to show how it plays a necessary role within the general structure of our reason. The second set of distinctions is between objective and subjective justification and transcendental and empirical truth, 71, 286 to 295. Objective justification attempts to prove transcendental truth, that is, that a judgment corresponds to being in itself, which is the nature of things independent of how we perceive it. Subjective justification attempts to show only empirical truth, that is, that a judgment conforms to other more basic or immediate principles of reason, which are true for only how we experience the world. Fries' central contention in Neue Kritik is that synthetic a priori principles can have neither a proof nor a demonstration but only a deduction. They cannot have a proof because they are themselves fundamental principles of knowledge, so that there are no higher principles from which they can be derived. They also cannot have a demonstration, because they are not mathematical principles that are constructible a priori in intuition, and because they are not empirical principles derived from sense perception. The only possibility for their justification, then, consists in providing them with a deduction. A deduction will show how these principles are integral to or constitutive of our most basic ways of perceiving and understanding the world, how they play a necessary role in the workings of our most fundamental faculties. Such a deduction, Fries is at pains to stress, cannot provide an objective justification. It cannot show the transcendental truth of these principles, for even if we show that the principle is essential to our faculty of knowledge, the fact remains that we cannot get outside this faculty to see whether it corresponds to things in themselves. 71, I, 287, 289. We cannot know whether our basic ways of conceiving and perceiving the world do conform to things in themselves. While it is possible that they do, it is also possible they do not, and we simply have to resign ourselves to ignorance. A deduction does provide, however, a subjective justification for these principles, because it shows how they are part of our basic mental economy, our fundamental ways of perceiving and conceiving the world, without which we would understand nothing at all. In this way we establish at least the empirical truth of these principles, that is, that they are part of our web of belief and basic ways of experiencing the world. Whether these basic ways of understanding the world have a transcendental truth is, however, a question that we cannot answer. The great advantage of deduction, Fries believes, is that it satisfies the principle of sufficient reason without making unrealistic claims to transcendental truth. We satisfy the principle of sufficient reason by a special kind of justification, by analyzing a proposition and showing how it is necessary for our cognitive functioning. Yet, having done that, we do not make the additional impossible claim that the proposition is somehow true of things themselves. We recognize that we have to resign ourselves to a subjective standpoint, which denies us access to things in themselves. But learning to accept that truth, Fries thinks, is the basic lesson of Kant's Copernican revolution. Agnosticism about transcendental truth, and the restriction of all knowledge to empirical truth, is for him the very spirit of the critical philosophy, the essential meaning behind the idealistic turn in speculation. 71, I, 295. How, exactly, does deduction differ from proof? This is the crucial question regarding Fries' concept of deduction. 109. As Fries sometimes explains it, a deduction shows how a putative principle presupposes the more basic or immediate knowledge of reason, cf 70, 283, 284. This makes a deduction sound like a regressive argument, which through the analysis of a proposition shows how it presupposes more basic propositions. A proof would then be a progressive argument, which begins from self-evident premises and then derives the proposition as its conclusion. It is striking, however, that Fries rejects this interpretation. Both progressive and regressive arguments are for him kinds of proof. 71, I, 286 to 287. If we take Fries at his word here, we must avoid conflating deduction with some form of regressive argument. What he means by a deduction is indeed very different from any logical argument, whether progressive or regressive. That this is so follows from his frequent insistence that he is not doing metaphysics or logic but anthropology, which attempts to provide an empirical account of facts derived from human experience. Understood as an empirical theory, a deduction attempts to describe a specific kind of fact, namely, a necessity of human nature. In other words, its concern is not with logical but with natural necessity. It attempts to show how a principle plays a necessary role in our cognitive constitution, a vital role in our mental economy, such that without the principle we will not be able to perceive or conceive the world. The ultimate justification of the principle against a skeptic would then be that the principle is naturally necessary, such that without it we human beings cannot perceive or conceive the world. Though it might not correspond to reality, we still cannot do without it, so that there is no point in demanding that we abandon it or replace it with some other principle. On the reading proposed here, Fries' deduction is a kind of functional explanation, which provides a kind of pragmatic justification for a principle. In other words, it explains and justifies a principle by showing how it performs a specific function. 110. Like all functional explanations, Fries' deduction has both a normative and descriptive component. A normative component, because a function involves a norm or lays down an end, something that it should achieve; a descriptive component, because a function also states what a thing actually does. This normative component serves as a kind of justification of the principle, because it implies that it is a necessary or efficient means for its ends, or that it conforms to the norms laid down for it. Understood in this way, Frye's deduction justifies a principle in pragmatic terms. It raises the questions: what use does a principle have? What function does it perform? And does it perform this function well or efficiently? The ultimate justification of the principle would then involve showing two things: that it performs a necessary function and that it performs it well. The question still remains how we actually produce such a transcendental deduction. How does the transcendental philosophy go about making one? Fries spent much effort in answering these questions in the Neue Kritik, and it is to his explanation that we must now turn. A deduction of a synthetic a priori principle is supposed to show its dependence on the most basic laws of the mind, its place within the systematic structure of our cognitive faculties. It succeeds, therefore, only if there are such laws, only if there is such a structure. Since, however, these laws and this structure are not immediately apparent to consciousness, since they are not evident as soon as we think about them, the Frisian transcendental philosopher has to postulate their existence. It is necessary to assume, therefore, that the systematic structure of reason, which is the basis of all our knowledge and the source of all certainty, lies beneath consciousness. Fries makes this presupposition very explicit when he insists on distinguishing between the reflective powers of the mind, whose employment depends on our voluntary activity, and the spontaneous activity of reason itself. 43, 54, 159 to 60,198. It is the spontaneous activity of reason itself that posits these laws, that creates this systematic structure, and that contains the immediate truths in terms of which all others are justified, but its activity is not immediately evident to consciousness, which rather presupposes its workings. Fries would insist, therefore, that the transcendental philosopher does not himself create the justification of his principles. What justifies them is something he discovers within consciousness itself. To be aware of the spontaneous activity of reason, then, the Frisian transcendental philosopher has to reconstruct it. He does so through what Fries calls reflection. That is, the discursive faculty that consists in concepts, judgments, and inference. We must understand reflection, Fries insists, as a purely reproductive faculty, which recreates the original productive and creative activities of reason itself. By using piecemeal methods of abstraction, comparison, analysis, and systematization, the transcendental philosopher makes clear and distinct the obscure activities of reason which lie below the threshold of consciousness. The ultimate goal of the transcendental philosopher is to create a theory of reason that shows how its activities form a systematic whole. A deduction works by showing how a synthetic a priori principle then fits into such a theory. 70, 284. The theory behind Fries' method does not bode well for its success. His insistence that the transcendental philosopher engage in the labor of reflection to create a theory of reason shows that he has to do much more than simply observe the facts of consciousness. The Frisian transcendental philosopher does not simply provide a phenomenological description of what appears to his consciousness, because he has to reproduce what goes on deep within the subconscious. But then a difficult question arises: how does the transcendental philosopher know that his reflection, his theory of reason, is an accurate account of the original activities of reason? All the problems of the correspondence theory of knowledge, that we can never really know that a representation corresponds with its object, now seems to arise within the mind for the transcendental philosopher himself. 111. The reason that Fries gets into this difficulty is because he insists on making a distinction between reflection and its object, but this is a distinction he cannot easily avoid, because, as a good Kantian, he does not think that the intellect has the power to create its own object. The opposite assumption, that the intellect does have such a power, is that of intellectual intuition, a position that Fries utterly and unequivocally repudiates. Whatever its intrinsic difficulties, we can now see the attraction of Fichte's intellectual intuition. It obviates the recurrence of the correspondence problem. There are other paradoxes involved in Fries' theory of reflection, which he neither avoids nor addresses. 112 He maintains that the original activities of reason consist in immediate truths that are self-evident and need no further proof, and that these provide the warrant for the synthetic a priori principles of a deduction. Yet it is odd to write about immediate certainties that are obscure and hidden. If these certainties are indeed immediate, they should be self-evident and apparent as soon as we think of them. The transcendental philosopher should be able to recreate them easily, and if he has done so, there is no need to hypostasize some other certainty lying deep within the mind. Fries also writes about reflection as if it were almost a passive power of observation, a faculty that mirrors the object given to it. But this is no genuine Kantian assumption. As all students of Kant know, the understanding is an active, spontaneous power, which as such alters, mediates and transforms what it knows, which is therefore only an appearance. We are then led straight to the Kantian distinction between the self in itself and the self as appearance, which means that the Frisian transcendental philosopher, restricted to the forms of reflection, should know even the creative activity of reason itself only as an appearance. Here again Fichte's intellectual intuition, however extravagant, seems the more attractive position. Since intellectual intuition creates its object in the act of knowing it, it knows that object in itself, which is only the product of its activity. The object of intellectual intuition is the creative activity of reason, which is realized in the act of intellectual intuition itself. 11. Psychologism. We are still left with the controversial question of Fries' psychologism. Beginning in the 1870s, 113 Fries acquired the reputation among some neo-Kantians, viz. Cohen and Windelband, as a founder of psychologism because he had made psychology the central concern of transcendental philosophy. Psychologism had become a term of abuse, associated with a welter of simple logical confusions, namely, conflating quid facti with quid juris, logical validity with laws of thought, ratio essendi and ratio cognoscendi. As a founder of psychologism, Fries seemed guilty of making these simple mistakes. In 1904 Leonard Nelson came to Fries' defense, protesting that Fries was not only innocent of the charge of psychologism but that he had even intended to refute the doctrine. 114 The debate between Nelson and the Neo-Kantians was continued by Ernst Cassirer in 1906, 115 who reaffirmed the charge of psychologism against Fries. After Cassirer's contributions, the debate came to an end, though no resolution. In this section we will revisit this old dispute and see if we can sort out its insights and illusions. We have already seen from Fries' early psychological essays that he is indeed not guilty of these fallacies, and that he did expressly warn against them. 116 To this extent, it is necessary to agree with Nelson's defense of Fries, even though, remarkably, he does not consider the early psychological essays, which are the strongest evidence for his case. The question of Fries' psychologism is not, however, simply whether he is guilty of some basic fallacies. The more substantial issue concerns the meaning of his doc. Psychologism. Much here depends, of course, on the precise meaning that we give this notorious term. 117 One common definition of psychologism specifically concerns logic. It is defined as the doctrine that logic is based on laws of thought, where these laws are determined by human nature and valid only for it. 118 In this sense Fries definitely should not be charged with psychologism. For he insists explicitly in his Neue Kritik that logic, understood as the formal study of the rules of thinking, concerns not only the laws of how our intellect conceives, judges and infers but also the structure or essence of things in general. 66, 263. Fries regards the rules of formal logic as not merely subjective laws about how we happen to think but as objective laws about being itself. A proof, understood as a purely formal structure, gives us transcendental knowledge, in the sense defined in section 10, because it is true of all possible things. Hence we can say of any three things A, B and C, that if A is B, and if B is C, then A is C. On these grounds Fries states that proof is an objective method to justify knowledge, 71, 294-295. Fries' later system der Logik shows how far he is from reducing logic to psychology. Here he is careful to distinguish demonstrative from anthropological logic, where demonstrative logic concerns the formal laws of inference and anthropological logic inference as an activity of the human mind. 119 Fries notes that it would be absurd to prove the laws of demonstrative logic on the basis of empirical psychology. 120 In this sense too, then, it is necessary to clear Fries of the charge of psychologism. There is another sense of psychologism, however, in which it concerns not formal logic but mathematics and the basic principles of our knowledge of the world, that is, in more Kantian terms, synthetic a priori principles. In this sense psychologism is the doctrine that these principles and mathematics are based upon laws of human nature and that they are valid only for it. If human nature somehow changed, or if we were born with a completely different constitution, these principles and mathematics would no longer be valid for us. This doctrine is opposed to the view that these principles and mathematics have a more general validity, that they are like laws of logic and so valid for any rational being and the world as such. There can be no question that in this sense Fries is committed to psychologism. He is very explicit in spelling out the subjective implications and limitations of his method of deduction. The highest justification for our knowledge is ultimately only subjective, he declares, because it determines only the laws of our human nature, the laws by which we sense, conceive, and understand the world. After expounding his method, he writes in an italicized passage, even for the ideal of a perfect scientific form of our knowledge, the highest possible justification is only a subjective one which relates to merely the inner laws of the activity of our reason. It is always only a question of what human reason knows and recognizes, and never immediately about how things are in themselves. 71, 295, for Fries, the guiding theme of anthropology is Protagoras' old dictum that man is the measure of all things. Anthropomorphism and anthropocentrism are not its vices but its virtues. What is decisive in making Fries a psychologist in this sense is his commitment to the Kantian theory of mathematics. 121 Fries never questioned the Kantian doctrine that mathematics concerns the forms of human sensibility, space, and time, and that it is therefore valid only for them. Mathematics gives us no insight, then, into some Platonic realm of being or nature as such. It is a common mistake, Fries cautions in his Neue Kritik, to think that demonstration provides us with objective justification, as if we knew reality in itself simply by showing how principles are grounded in intuition. 71, 293-294. All that demonstration ever gives us is knowledge relative to our way of perceiving the world. Proof is therefore for Fries the only objective method to justify knowledge. 71, 294-295. With the rise of Marburg Neo-Kantianism in the 1880s, Friesian-style anthropology and psychology had fallen out of favor. Cohen explicitly criticized Fries' anthropology in the first and second edition of his Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung. 122 The ground was thus set for a conflict between Cohen and the Neo-Friesians. Sure enough, Nelson and Cohen tussled in the early 1900s when Nelson rebutted Cohen's criticisms of Fries and wrote his damning review of Cohen's Logik der reinen Erkenntnis. 123 Ernst Cassirer rushed to Cohen's defense in a sarcastic polemic, Der Kritische Idealismus und die Philosophie des gesunden Menschenverstandes. 124 The more substantive and extensive critique of Fries, however, would come only in 1920 when Cassirer devoted a substantial chapter to Fries in his study of the post-Kantian systems, what eventually became Volume 3 of his magisterial Das Erkenntnisproblem. 125 This chapter was meant to drive a stake, once and for all, through the monstrous heart of Neo-Friesianism. It is a penetrating critique, showing a broad and deep knowledge of Fries' writings. It is here that Cassirer explicitly charges Fries with psychologism. Though he recognized that Fries did not espouse the doctrine expressus verbis, he insisted that Fries had supplied all the premises for it insofar as he held that the last ground for the validity of necessary truth lies in the existence of the mind and its factual constitution. 126 Cassirer complained that Fries' method of deduction dissolved the quid juris into the quid facti, and that it recognized no distinction between questions of truth and existence. Fries could justify a principle, Cassirer contended, only by showing that it is based on a fact of human nature. In the end, basic metaphysical cognitions are called true only because they are actual in us. 127 It was a form of justification, Cassirer pointed out, that ultimately went back to Thomas Reid and the philosophy of common sense. 128 According to that philosophy, there can be no further justification of our highest principles other than the hard fact that we are forced to think that way by the constitution of our mind. 129 Cassirer's critique, though often insightful, is somewhat simplistic. It not only ignores those passages of Fries' Neue Kritik where he refuses to treat logic psychologistically, but it also fails to recognize the normative and pragmatic dimension of Fries' method of deduction, which we have explained above, section 10. Insofar as it provides a functional explanation of a principle, which involves taking account of its use and purpose, Fries' deduction does serve as a normative justification. To an important extent, though, Cassirer is correct. Leaving aside formal logic and considering synthetic a priori principles alone, Fries, like Reid, does leave us with nothing more than an appeal to natural necessity or the constitution of the human mind. In that regard, the normative question ultimately does come down to a factual one. We ought to think this way, Fries is saying, because we must think this way, and that is the end of the matter. Cassirer thinks that this is to surrender to the skeptic, who doubts whether our necessary forms of mental functioning are true. 130 But, doubtless, Fries would respond to Cassirer, there cannot be any higher justification than showing the limits of our human nature. We cannot transcend these limits by leaping outside our faculty of knowledge to see if it conforms to being itself. For his part, Cassirer is happy to accept Fries' point against transcendental realism. He too readily admits that we cannot claim transcendental truth for our faculty of knowledge. 131 The source of his resistance to Fries' anthropology resides elsewhere, not in any lingering transcendental realism but in Cassirer's adherence to a quasi-Platonic theory of truth, whose sources came from Cohen and Lotze in the 1870s. 132 According to this theory, whether or not a proposition is true is independent of human psychology and even whether human beings know it at all. It is just a basic fact, for example, that 2 + 2 = 4 is valid whether I think of it at all, and indeed even if there were no human beings whatsoever. This does not mean, however, that 2 + 2 = 4 subsists somewhere or has a special kind of existence or being. On the contrary, the theory states that we must distinguish firmly and clearly between all questions of existence or fact on the one hand, and questions of truth or validity on the other hand. The distinction is intended in a broad sense, so that it holds for all forms or kinds of existence or fact. In other words, 2 + 2 = 4 is still true or valid even if there is no mysterious realm of numbers, hence the quasi-Platonism, or even if there are no special kinds of facts. Indeed, it would still be true even if nothing existed at all. This theory of truth is therefore very different from transcendental realism, which does require the existence of an object, and indeed a thing in itself like the representation which corresponds to it. From the perspective of this theory, the problem with Fries' anthropology is that it makes mathematical truths depend on human nature. For Cohen and Cassirer, the great value of transcendental idealism is that it distinguishes sharply between the quid juris and quid facti, where that distinction is coextensive with that between truth and existence, validity and fact. Fries' anthropological or psychological brand of transcendental idealism has to be rejected because it confuses these questions entirely. As we have seen, Fries understood fully well the importance of the distinction between the quid juris and quid facti. In his Neue Kritik he is explicit about the need for separating these questions in formal logic, 66, 263. Where Fries differs from the Marburg school is in insisting that synthetic a priori principles and mathematics are valid only for our human nature. His argument for this position is all too Kantian, that synthetic a priori principles derive their content from experience, which depends on our human sensibility, our characteristic human way of perceiving the world according to space and time. Similarly, according to Kant, mathematical propositions have to be constructed in intuition, which again depends on our human sensibility. Thus the ultimate foundation for Fries' anthropocentrism, for his restriction of knowledge to our human nature and way of perceiving the world, is his strict adherence to Kant's transcendental aesthetic. No one saw these limitations of the Kantian transcendental aesthetic more clearly than the mature Hermann Cohen, who, beginning in 1896, took issue with Kant's theory of sensibility for just these reasons. 133 Concerned to maintain the objective validity of mathematics against Frisian psychologism and anthropologism, Cohen developed a bold objective idealism in his Logik der reinen Erkenntnis, according to which the object of knowledge is entirely the product of pure thinking alone. Cohen readily admitted that his objective idealism was a revision of Kant, and he straightforwardly criticized Kant for clinging to his theory of sensibility, which would make mathematics a mere human construction. 134 Whatever the value of Cohen's objective idealism, his critique of Kant's transcendental aesthetic shows that, in the end, Fries was the more faithful Kantian. For Kant, mathematical truth is valid only for our human sensibility, our characteristic human way of perceiving the world. It was this all too Kantian point that Fries, a loyal Kantian, was insistent on upholding, and that Cohen, a not so loyal Kantian, was intent on contesting. 12 Wrestling the thing in itself. One overdue topic in Fries' discussion of the foundations of transcendental philosophy was the thing in itself. In his earlier expositions of his philosophy he had left this topic largely unexplored, contenting himself with simply repeating the standard Kantian position. This was a serious omission, however, because the difficulties with the thing in itself were legendary, and indeed fateful for the reception of Kant's philosophy. It was not least because they could not solve these difficulties within Kantian parameters that Fichte and Schelling turned to more speculative forms of idealism. Jacobi had perfectly summarized the predicament of the thing in itself with his famous dictum, that without that presupposition of things in themselves I cannot enter the Kantian system, but with it I cannot remain inside it. 135 That raises the question, how did Fries try to stay inside the Kantian system with that assumption? Fries finally engaged in a systematic discussion of this topic in a series of paragraphs in the second volume of his Neue Kritik der Vernunft, 122, 131. Here Fries takes on two extreme positions, the transcendental realist, who maintains that the objects of our experience are things in themselves, and the sceptic, who holds that the objects of our experience are only illusions. He attempts to defend the middle path, that what we know in experience are neither things in themselves nor illusions, rather, they are appearances, which are how things in themselves appear to someone with our sensibility. Against the transcendental realist Fries marshals two arguments. First, he notes that it is impossible for us to get outside our faculty of knowledge to compare it with thing in themselves, 127, 178 to 179. He pushes this point very far. Even in the case of self-consciousness, the mere self-awareness of my existence, I cannot get outside my consciousness of myself to compare that consciousness with myself in itself. And even a divine intuitive intelligence cannot get outside its intuitions to know if they correspond with things in themselves, because it too is limited by the laws of its own cognitive organization, 179. Second, sensibility transforms the given matter of sensation according to the a priori forms of inner and outer sense, so that we know the something only as it conforms to these forms but not as it exists in itself, apart from and prior to the application of these forms, 128, 185. Fries thinks that both these arguments count against the transcendental realist's thesis that the objects of our experience are things in themselves, but they are actually weaker than that. They show only that we cannot know whether the objects of experience are things in themselves. Remarkably, this is a point that Fries admits elsewhere. 136. Whatever their merits, Fries' arguments against transcendental realism still leave open the skeptical possibility that the objects of experience are mere illusions. Granted that these objects are not things in themselves, what prevents them from being entirely illusory? Fries contends that, normally, we determine whether a belief is true by comparing it with other beliefs in our whole system of belief. We determine truth inside our system of belief, and we do not go outside the system as a whole to see whether it is true. 126, 175. Nevertheless, he admits that it makes sense to ask whether the system as a whole is true in the transcendental sense, that is, whether it corresponds with reality in itself. 126, 174 to 176. The skeptic's argument is that if the system as a whole does not have such transcendental truth, then all our knowledge is an illusion, shine. The skeptic thus reveals himself to be a transcendental realist in disguise, who assumes that truth consists in the correspondence of a representation with things in themselves. He differs from the naive transcendental realist only in one respect: he thinks that this standard of knowledge cannot be satisfied. Although Fries agrees with the skeptic that the transcendental realist's standard of knowledge cannot be fulfilled, he still thinks that it is a non sequitur to infer from this point that human experience is an illusion. 129, 189. He insists that we must distinguish sharply, as Kant failed to do, illusion, shine, which is only a representation in the subject reflecting nothing in reality, from appearance, Erscheinung, which represents reality as it appears or relative to beings with our cognitive constitution. We can determine whether something is illusion by determining whether it conforms to our general system of belief. Fries' point that the skeptical argument is a non sequitur is well taken, though it still does not establish that the objects of experience are appearances. For Fries wants them to be appearances not just in the weak sense that they are only representations conforming to the general laws of consciousness, but in the much stronger sense that they are also appearances of things in themselves, which are objects existing independently of our consciousness. To establish this stronger sense, he needs to provide some independent argument for the existence of things in themselves. He attempts to supply just such an argument when he writes, "Where there is appearance there must be something that appears." 129, 189. But that old question-begging clunker from Kant, which Fries is desperate enough to repeat, works only if we have a right to assume the existence of appearances in the first place, which is the very point in question. Fries does provide more of an argument when he points out that we human beings, as finite creatures, do not have the power to create the object of our cognition. 122, 163. We have a passive sensibility, which has to be excited into activity by some external cause. But this argument too is hardly compelling. Perhaps we have within ourselves a hidden power to create the world that we know? Descartes was troubled by that possibility in his Meditations. 137. Fries, however, does not take this doubt seriously, and casts it aside on metaphysical grounds, that we finite human beings are not complete and independent substances but are dependent upon other things outside ourselves to know something. Our innate cognitive powers are only formal, and to have content, they must receive material from some external source. This is just the problem with intellectual intuition, Fries argues. Appeals to it fail to respect the rights of finitude, because they assume that we have the power to create the object of knowledge. 129, 188. Finitude means, however, that we human beings do not have such a power, that the object of knowledge is only given to us, and that it depends on external sources. It has rights because, though it gives us no knowledge of things in themselves, it does give us knowledge of how they appear to us. All that we can know about things in themselves, Fries contends, is that they exist, we cannot know how they exist in any positive sense, all our knowledge of how they exist is negative, that is, that they do not have the properties our human sensibility makes them appear to have. 128, 185. Besides his claim that the septic's case is a non sequitur, Fries makes another parenthetical argument against the septic, which turns out to be very revealing for his entire position. 128, 185 to 186. 138. While he previously seemed to concede the meaningfulness of the septic's doubts about our whole system of knowledge, 126, 174 to 176, he now seems to bring that point into question. The septic contends that because we cannot prove a priori in any particular case that we are awake and not dreaming, we cannot disprove a priori that our entire system of knowledge is illusory. 186. While these points are true, they seem problematic, Fries replies, only because they confuse error with irrationality. Unvernunfeed. Error is when we fail to operate correctly according to our faculty of reason, irrationality is when we assume that the whole faculty of reason is in error. The business of philosophy is to secure reason from error, but it cannot go on to found reason itself, because to do so would be question begging, it would be to apply the faculty of reason itself. To doubt the entire faculty of reason itself is what Fries calls folly, narit. And he then reminds us, it is not the task of philosophy to attempt to transform an insane asylum, Narrenhaus, into an academy of sciences. 185. The septic's folly takes us to the very limits of philosophy, Fries says, and in doing so it teaches us an important lesson, that no philosophy can achieve complete certainty through a priori means if it is not based on an anthropological investigation. 186. Unfortunately, Fries does not explain his meaning here, leaving it a tantalizing obiter dicta. What he seems to suggest is this, that the a priori arguments against the septic, which presuppose our faculties of reasoning, work only if we also add the anthropological point that these faculties are naturally necessary, crucial to the functioning and operation of our cognitive organization. In other words, the ultimate response to the septic is that we cannot do otherwise according to our human nature, and it is pointless trying to imagine us having completely different faculties that might give us the truth. It is just by appreciating this point about the limits of our powers, Fries thinks, that permits us to provide the only possible rationale for belief in the existence of the thing in itself. Although we cannot provide a proof for the existence of the thing in itself, we can supply a deduction of that belief. Such a deduction shows that the belief in the existence of the thing in itself is a necessity of our nature as rational beings. 130, 190. Just as we deduce the categories by showing them to be a necessity of our cognitive constitution, so we do the same for the ideas of reason, of which the first and foremost is the idea of absolute existence. The idea of the thing in itself is for Fries essentially the idea of substance, which is the notion of independent existence or self-sufficient being, that is, something that does not depend on anything else in order to exist. How, then, can there be a deduction of such an idea? Why must reason presuppose the idea of substance? Fries argues that our perfect cognitive functioning demands that we seek systematic unity and necessity in all our knowledge. 130, 192. Answering to that ideal of systematic unity is the assumption that every experience is one appearance of a single absolute substance. In other words, we assume that each and every experience is an appearance of the thing in itself. Fries' deduction of the thing in itself makes the belief in its existence into a Kantian practical postulate, that is, a belief that is justified on practical rather than theoretical grounds. 139. He makes this strategy perfectly explicit when he states that the proposition appearance presupposes being in itself is a principle of practical faith. 131, 196. We can know what is an object of sense intuition, but we must believe in the existence of something that cannot be such an object. Cf 101, 82-83. The great advantage of such a deduction, Fries believes, is that it recognizes the limits of theoretical knowledge. It involves a principle of our ignorance because it admits that we cannot prove the existence of the thing in itself, and that we are limited to only a belief in its existence. Still, this belief is justified insofar as we have shown that it is subjectively necessary for the functioning of our reason. In thus justifying the belief in the thing in itself, Fries was only complying with his general teaching that the basic presuppositions of reason are not capable of proof but only a deduction. It is just at this point that Fries connects faith in the existence of the thing in itself with his philosophy of religion. The connection becomes clear as soon as we see that for Fries the assumption of the existence of the thing in itself is one and the same as that of the existence of substance. The idea of substance, of absolute independent being, is for him, just as it was for Spinoza, Schleiermacher, and all the Romantics, the same as that of the divine or eternal. Belief in the existence of the thing in itself is then the same as belief in the existence of God itself. Fries then goes a step further in connecting this belief with his philosophy of religion by saying that the existence of the thing in itself is an object of Andung or feeling. Whatever one makes of the connection between thing in itself and eternal substance, the essential point to see now is that Fries places belief in the existence of the thing in itself in the practical realm. With that maneuver he was confident that he had pulled off the apparently impossible. He managed to maintain belief in the existence of the thing in itself without having to transcend the limits of knowledge. Justified as an article of practical faith, he could now squarely meet Jacobi's challenge. He did not have to step outside the Kantian system at all. Whatever its merits, it was an ingenious solution to an apparently intractable problem. It is just another example of the many interesting ideas contained in Fries' much too maligned and neglected transcendental philosophy. 2. Johann Friedrich Herbart. Neo-Kantian metaphysician. 1. Herbart. As Kantian of all the early Neo-Kantians, Herbart has seemed the least Kantian. He appears in histories of Neo-Kantianism even less than Fries and Benck. One and few historians of philosophy today regard Herbart as a Kantian at all. This is partly because Herbart is usually portrayed as a realist who is implacably opposed to all forms of idealism. 2. But it is also partly because he is most famous for his empirical psychology, the empiricist and naturalist premises of which are completely antithetical to Kant's transcendental psychology. For these reasons, the inclusion of Herbart in the history of Neo-Kantianism might seem strange and implausible. Yet Herbart's non-Kantian reputation is strikingly at odds with his own self-conception. Herbart began his philosophical career as a Fichtean. But the more his philosophy moved in an independent direction, the more he began to identify with Kant, so that by the end of his career he regarded himself as a Kantian. In the preface to his 1828 Allgemeine Metaphysik he attempts to locate his philosophy in the chaos of contemporary views, and then bluntly declares, Der Verfasser ist Kantianer. 3. And in his inaugural speech as ordinary professor in Göttingen, delivered in 1833, he makes a candid personal confession before the public, Kantianum ipsi me profsus sum, et Kantium nunc proficiere. 4. As sincere, blunt, and open as these professions might be, they are hard to understand given Herbart's general attitude towards Kant's philosophy. He had been highly critical of Kant throughout his career, disputing many of Kant's signature doctrines. When we add together these spurned doctrines, there seems little left to profess of Kant's philosophy. Herbart had rejected these central Kantian themes, that space and time are a priori intuitions, that acts of synthesis are the origin of the unity of the manifold, that the mind is divisible into cognition, desire, and taste, that there are mental faculties, that there are a priori concepts and intuitions, that reason is the source of moral obligation. And so on. If someone denies all these doctrines, someone might well ask, how can they be, in any straightforward sense, Kantian at all? Suspicions about Herbart's Kantian declarations only grow once we note that he considered his greatest debts to be to Kant's moral philosophy. It is difficult to understand what these debts could be, however, given that Herbart not only denies the basic premises of Kant's moral philosophy, but that he also attempts to base ethics on aesthetics, an endeavor that Kant had famously condemned. 5. Given Herbart's highly critical attitude, and given his rejection of such central Kantian doctrines, what are we to make of his Kantian professions? We do well to let Herbart speak for himself. He provides an interesting explanation in the form of the long historical disquisition making up the first volume of his Allgemeine Metaphysik. In the preface to that work, Herbart describes himself as a Kantianer vom Jahr 1828, meaning, in part, that he wants to keep Kantian doctrine only to the extent that it is in accord with the latest developments in the sciences. This does not mean, however, that Herbart intends to engage in a wholesale revision and modernization of Kant's philosophy. If that were so, we would have all the more reason to be suspicious of his Kantianism. When we place Herbart's remark in the context of his historical survey, we see that a Kantian of 1828 means someone who continues to uphold defining Kantian doctrines against contemporary trends. This is to keep Kant abreast of the modern age because these contemporary trends happen to be, in his view, not progressive but regressive. Herbart wants to maintain these doctrines against a resurgent rationalism, which would take philosophy back to the early 18th century, back to the age of pre-critical dogmatic rationalism, which is contrary to the spirit of modern science. There are two signature Kantian doctrines in particular that Herbart is especially eager to uphold, both of them distinctions blurred by past and present rationalism. One is the Kantian distinction between essence and existence. Kant had argued in the first Critic that however determinate and exact our concept of a thing, we still must go beyond and outside it to know that it refers to something that exists. This distinction played a fundamental role in his critique of the rationalist tradition. Herbart notes, because it shows that reason, whose stock in trade is concepts, cannot demonstrate existence. Herbart then tells a long story about the history of pre-Kantian metaphysics, a story which stresses the revolutionary significance of Kant's critique of that tradition, and which emphasizes the fundamental role of the distinction between essence and existence in that critique. Herbart very much identifies his philosophy with the Kantian revolution, whose legacy he wants to continue. He stresses that his metaphysics upholds the crucial distinction between essence and existence, which has been blurred by the neo-rationalist metaphysics of Schelling and Hegel as much as the old rationalist metaphysics of Leibniz and Wolff. Since Herbart regards the distinction between essence and existence as Kant's great contribution and revolutionary feat, and since he appropriates it as the distinguishing feature of his own metaphysics, he thinks he is fully justified in regarding himself as a Kantian. He sees himself as the heir and torchbearer of the critical Kantian tradition, which must now continue its work into the first decades of the 19th century. The other Kantian doctrine Herbart is so keen to uphold is the distinction between the normative and natural, between ought and is. 77, Erste 6. He saw this distinction as no less fundamental to Kant's philosophy, for it was a major ambition of Kant to separate ethics from metaphysics, so that the purity and integrity of ethics would not become mired in and compromised by the dangers and disputes of metaphysics. The failure to observe this distinction, Herbart was convinced, was one of the main problems of speculative idealism. Fichte had blurred it when he made the moral law into the basic condition of the possibility of experience, 167, 96, and Schelling and Hegel had confused it when they made teleology into a fundamental speculative principle of nature, 80, Erste. Though the normative/natural distinction was vital to Kant, Herbart believed that Kant himself was responsible for blurring it, 68, 77, Erste. The concept of an organism in the Kritik der Urteilskraft seemed to provide a connecting bridge between the normative and natural, the practical and theoretical. Of course, Kant had placed regulative constraints on this concept, so that we should treat nature only as if it were an organism, only as if it were purposive. But these regulative constraints were ignored by Kant's successors, who in their reckless enthusiasm made the concept of an organism into a constitutive metaphysical principle. A true Kantian of 1828 is for Herbart someone who keeps his distance from the Kritik der Urteilskraft, and who embraces the more critical doctrines of the critic der Reinen Vernunft, 73, Erste ANM. He is above all someone who refuses to revive teleology, which amounts to a relapse into the old scholastic view of nature. Whatever the precise role of the normative/natural distinction in Kant, Herbart thought it was a crucial part of Kant's legacy, and he made it central to his own philosophy. All the more reason, then, for regarding himself as a Kantian. Herbart's emphasis on the Kantian distinction is indeed one of the most salient and pervasive features of his thought. He insisted on following the distinction so completely and consistently that he firmly separated metaphysics from ethics, banished teleology from his concept of nature, and denied the sacred post-Kantian tenet of the unity of theoretical and practical reason. This set Herbart apart not only from his idealist contemporaries, but also from his idealist successors, most notably Trendelenburg and Lotze, who were intent on restoring teleology. For just this reason Herbart became a formidable challenge for both those philosophers in the 1830s and 1840s. We have now heard Herbart's case, at least as he puts it forward in his Allgemeine Metaphysik. It should be clear that his Kantianism is a very serious declaration of allegiance to some very basic Kantian doctrines, and that it is not based on a tendentious revisionist reading of Kant, but upon a well-grounded view of Kant's place in the history of philosophy. But it is worth noting that there was much more to Herbart's Kantianism than his adherence to these two Kantian distinctions. His Kantianism went much deeper, it involved nothing less than his conception of philosophy itself. Herbart believed in the great importance of metaphysics to philosophy because it alone could tackle basic questions and investigate central concepts, yet he saw metaphysics as essentially a transcendental enterprise, a science of the conceivability of experience, ars experientium recti intelligendi. Metaphysics should have nothing to do with knowledge of the absolute, as Schelling and Hegel understood it, because it should limit itself to the modest task of investigating the basic concepts and presuppositions of our experience. No less than Fries, therefore, Herbart insisted on the importance of the Kantian limitation of knowledge to experience. Metaphysics, as he understood it, should not transcend experience but investigate the conditions of its possibility. No less decisive for Herbart's Kantianism was his adherence to transcendental idealism. 7. Admittedly, it was a somewhat revised transcendental idealism, permitting a greater degree of realism than Kant's empirical realism. Herbart disputed the Kantian theory of space and time as a priori intuitions, and he insisted that particular spatial forms, viz. Sizes and shapes, are simply given to us in experience. Nevertheless, like a good Kantian, he still maintained that the immediate objects of knowledge are representations, and that our consciousness of the world is limited to appearances. Though on different grounds than Kant, he upheld the distinction between things in themselves and appearances, which is so vital to transcendental idealism. Decades before Lang, Cohen, or Windelband, Herbart advocated transcendental idealism as a bulwark against materialism, whose doctrines he saw as a threat to moral and religious values. It was no accident for Herbart's Kantian affiliations that, from 1809 to 1833, he was professor of philosophy in Königsberg. For this meant that Herbart had ascended to Kant's throne. He would lecture in the very same buildings as Kant, using the very same lectern, and he would pass on his daily walks the very houses where Kant once lived and wrote. From this distant Prussian province Herbart, much like his great predecessor, viewed the intellectual life on the mainland with a mixture of estrangement and envy. He felt alienated from the current trends of his day, which were dominated by Schelling, Hegel, and the Romantics. Like all aging philosophers, Herbart needed to define his place in history, to see where he belonged. Who better to identify with than the old sage of Königsberg himself? He lived in his city, taught in his classrooms, and occupied his chair. And so the older he became, the more Herbart saw himself as Kant's legitimate heir, as the very incarnation of the Kantian spirit. He believed that his mission was to be a torchbearer for Kant, to preserve what was still of value for his contemporaries in the Kantian legacy. Such was the context behind his famous declaration that he was a Kantianer von 1828. Our task now is a very limited one, to examine how Herbart became this Kantian. 8. Alas, this is no easy task. For, unlike Frei's, Herbart's intellectual development was not stable and continuous but tumultuous and fragmented. Before he became that Kantian, he first had to settle his accounts with Fichte, and then he had to contend with the romantic ideas of his circle of friends. By all accounts, the young Herbart was a prodigy, and everyone during his student years, including Fichte himself, saw him as the new up-and-coming star. But to realize his gifts, to get them down on paper, Herbart had to wrestle with internal monsters. He had to go through personal struggles which threatened not only his health but also his sanity. Herbart had arrived by 1809, by the time of his appointment as ordinary professor in Königsberg. But before that triumph there lay a troubled and twisted tale, which we must now proceed to tell. 9. Johann Friedrich Herbart was born May 4, 1776, in Oldenburg, a prosperous town in Westphalia, near the Danish border. His social roots were upper middle class. His grandfather, Johann Michael Herbart, worked his way up from poverty to become the headmaster of the gymnasium in Oldenburg. His father, Thomas Gerhard Herbart, was a privy councillor and secretary to the municipal government. Because of his delicate constitution, Johann Friedrich could not withstand the rigors of the public schools, so that he had to be tutored at home. His tutor was Hermann Wilhelm Oltzen, 1759–1808, a notable poet and theologian in his own right. 10. It was Oltzen who first introduced Herbart to philosophy, and for whom he wrote his first philosophical essays. Oltzen was Herbart's tutor from 1783 to 1788, after which he attended the Oldenburg Gymnasium. Philosophy was a regular part of Herbart's early education. As some early fragments attest, 11 he could write sophisticated philosophical essays even by his early teens. Among the first philosophers Herbart studied was, of course, Kant, whom, it seems, the boy took in with his mother's milk. A curriculum vitae he wrote in 1801 tells us how almost as a boy, penny pure, he had pre-tasted Wolff and Kant, Wolfiana et Kantiana rationi pregustata. 12 His valedictorian speech to his classmates, which he gave in 1793, shows a mastery of Kant's moral philosophy. 13 We know something about Herbart's early reaction to Kant, for in 1822, he recalled the impression reading Kant's Grundlegung zur Metaphysik der Sitten had upon him some 30 years earlier. 14 It was Kant, he said, who freed him from the errors of Eudaimonism, who taught him the value of human autonomy, and who showed him how morality is an end in itself. After graduating from the Oldenburg Gymnasium in 1793, Herbart went to study law at the University of Jena. Like Fries, he was fortunate to be in Jena during its Wunderjahr. But, as fate would have it, he never met Fries there. Herbart was a student at Jena from October 1794 to March 1797, having left the town just before Fries' arrival that May. His reaction to Fichte was the very opposite of Fries. Herbart did not rush home to write refutations of Fichte's lectures but studied his writings with religious devotion. 15 Herbart knew Fichte personally, became one of his inner circle, and was a frequent guest at the Fichte household. 16 He soon acquired a reputation as Fichte's best student. We know from the testimony of George Rist, a close friend of Herbart, that, by the autumn of 1795, Herbart was a convinced Fichtean, and so much so that he would try to convert friends to the new gospel. Rist describes how, one fine afternoon that autumn, he had a long conversation with Herbart, who persuaded him that his own pantheistic fatalism was untenable because the entire natural world was only a dream in his own soul. 17 Since Rist found this conclusion disturbing, Herbart tried to reassure him by providing daily tutorials on Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre. Shortly after his arrival in Jena, Herbart became a member of the Gesellschaft der Freien Männer, 18 The fraternity of Fichte students who banded together to discuss philosophy and literature. It was the custom of this society to hold fortnightly meetings to discuss members' philosophical essays. 19 Herbart's comments on one of Rist's papers in the autumn of 1796 reveal his Fichtean ruminations. 20 Kant's great question, how are synthetic a priori judgments possible, expresses, Herbart writes, the need of reason for synthesis. All our attempts to acquire knowledge, and all our goals for action, involve the striving for synthesis. What is the purest concept of synthesis, Herbart asks. His answer is pure Fichte, the ego. 6. The ego is an act of self-knowledge, which consists in pure synthesis because it involves a moment of both identity and difference. Identity, insofar as the subject and object of self-knowledge are one and the same, and difference, insofar as there is a distinction between the self as knowing subject and the self as knowing object. The question then arises, how this synthesis is possible? Or, more specifically, how is self-knowledge possible? There is an infinite regress in self-knowledge, Herbart argues, because the self-knowing subject cannot know itself as subject but only as object. Every attempt to know itself as subject makes it into an object, so that the subject remains forever out of view. It is the task of science, Herbart says, to resolve this problem and to explain the possibility of self-knowledge. 7-8. Much of Herbart's early reflections on the Wissenschaftslehre will be preoccupied with this issue. Though he much admired Fichte, Herbart's devotion to him was never unconditional or uncritical. Even before the autumn of 1796 doubts emerge. On July 1 he wrote his friend Johann Schmidt that he would have to write his own Wissenschaftslehre because not a single page of Fichte's book was a pure gain for truth. 21 Then, on July 30, he told Schmidt that his philosophy was now moving in an independent direction. And that he had misgivings about Fichte's philosophy of freedom. 22 As the months passed, so his qualms grew. In September 1796 he informed Schmidt that he was now formulating his own theory of space because Fichte's deduction of it was too abstract. 23 And in December he revealed that his departures from Fichte's exposition of the Wissenschaftslehre were significant because Fichte's version was so vague and unmethodological. 24 Although he felt that Fichte had many good ideas in his Naturrecht, he was also convinced that his deductions of these ideas are false. Unfortunately, Herbart does not go into detail in these letters, so we do not know much about the precise reasons for his growing doubts. For his Jena years there are only 2 surviving manuscripts about Fichte, 25, and only one of them sheds some light on his critical reaction to his master's teaching. This manuscript, dating from 1794, consists of some questions about Fichte's Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre. 26 The questions are of the greatest importance, however, because they concern the viability of Fichte's foundationalist program. It was Fichte's great ambition to base transcendental philosophy on a single first principle, namely, the principle that the ego posits absolutely its own being. 27 Herbart asks the difficult and important question, how can Fichte's self-positing ego posit the non-ego if that non-ego is something opposed to itself? If it is the nature of the ego to be purely self-positing, as Fichte so often insists, how does it negate itself and limit itself by something that it is not? In short, how from something purely self-positing and self-affirming do we get something self-oppositing and self-negating? The Wissenschaftslehre thus begins with an irresolvable paradox. At the very least it seems as if Fichte's first principle cannot explain the opposition between subject and object, the most basic structural feature of ordinary experience. We know about Herbart's early critical reaction to speculative idealism more from his response to some of Schelling's first writings. Starting in 1796 Herbart began to read and comment critically on Schelling's early works, specifically his Über die Möglichkeit einer Form der Philosophie überhaupt, 1794, and Vom ich als Prinzip der Philosophie, 1795. Why the focus on Schelling rather than Fichte? Herbart told Schmidt that he discussed Schelling's philosophy because it is the most consistent form of Fichte's idealism. 28 Perhaps too Herbart did not want to criticize his teacher directly. And perhaps he saw Schelling as a rival within Fichte's inner circle. In any case, he took Schelling very seriously and examined his work with great care and precision. There are 3 essays on Schelling, none of which were published, all of which are dense, crude, and fragmentary. Still, they deserve scrutiny because they are revealing documents about Herbart's early attitude towards speculative idealism, and because they laid the ground for his later reaction against it. The first essay is a brief comparison of Schelling with Spinoza. 29 It is very complimentary to Schelling, whose work is regarded as the idealist antithesis to Spinoza's realism and naturalism. Yet Herbart cannot resist raising 2 critical questions about Schelling's system. The first is the same he had once posed against Fichte: how does the absolute ego oppose itself to a non-ego? This struggle seems to be an imaginary one with a self-created enemy. The second poses a new problem: how can Schelling have an intellectual intuition of the absolute ego when he admits that it is not his own personal empirical ego? How does he raise himself above his empirical and personal limitations to grasp an ego that is neither empirical nor personal? Both questions went to the heart of the foundationalist program. The first asks whether the idealist's deduction is coherent, and whether it has any real explanatory value at all. The second asks for the epistemic warrant for such a first principle. No less than Fries, Herbart was skeptical of the claims made on behalf of intellectual intuition, which he likens to a mystical experience. The second essay is a critical commentary on Schelling's Über die Möglichkeit einer Form der Philosophie überhaupt. 30 Schelling's tract was a manifesto for Fichte's foundationalist program, an argument for the necessity of founding philosophy on the basis of a single self-evident first principle. 31 There must be one first principle, Schelling argued, because if there were 2 such principles, there would have to be some higher synthesis of them, which would then be the first principle. But Herbart could see no a priori reason for assuming that there is a higher principle, for what if the principles have very distinct content? 13. Schelling had placed a very high demand upon his first principle, which should provide not only the form but also the content of his system. Yet such a demand, Herbart argues, simply cannot be fulfilled. If the first principle cannot derive the existence of the non-ego, it has even less power to deduce the variety of the content of sensation. 14. The main problem with Schelling's program, Herbart explains, is that he confuses the concept of the absolute with the infinite. 14. Though his language is obscure, Herbart's main point seems compelling. While the concept of the absolute is the idea of the whole, the infinite consists in its many distinct parts. Just having the concept of the whole, Herbart is saying, does not by itself give us all its parts. This concept abstracts from the individual characters of the many parts, and for just this reason cannot deduce them. Herbart's final essay is a detailed examination of Schelling's Vomich als Prinzip der Philosophie. 32 Its central critical theme is Schelling's problematic inference from the first grounds of human knowledge to the first grounds of being itself. Schelling finds the first ground of human knowledge, its unconditional first principle, in the ego, and more specifically in the principle I am. This principle is unconditional in the sense that it is self-evident and does not presuppose any higher principle. Thus I am is true whenever I affirm it, and even if I were to deny it I would still affirm it, because I have to be to deny it. Granting this point, however, gives us no reason to infer that the I is the first principle of being itself. Just because the proposition I am is unconditioned in an epistemic sense, does not mean that the I to which it refers, the ego itself, is unconditioned in an ontological sense, that is, that it is causi sui and depends on nothing else to exist. Schelling makes a leap from the ratio conoscendi to the ratio essendi, from the grounds of our knowing something to the grounds of its being, confusing the unconditionality of thinking about an object with the unconditionality of the object itself. 20. Although there is perhaps a deeper philosophical reason for assuming that thinking and being are ultimately the same, Schelling does not provide such a reason and seems simply to confuse them. 18. For Herbart, it seems more plausible to assume that there is a basic distinction between the ego and reality. Absolute being is pure rest, it is the silence over the surface of the sea completely at rest, no one should dare to disturb this surface with the smallest circles. The ego is exactly the opposite, a vortex striving outward and inward. Rest would be the death of the ego, activity is its only being. 23. Herbart finds another glaring fault with Schelling's work, it is dogmatic, transcending the limits of possible experience. While Schelling abjures traditional metaphysics because it transcends these limits, he is guilty of the same sin. For his absolute ego, as the condition of all empirical consciousness, does not fall within empirical consciousness itself. 26. The more we reflect on the status of Schelling's absolute ego, the more it becomes clear that it is beyond all finite experience, and that it is nothing less than Spinoza's single infinite substance, the first principle of all dogmatism. 27. Though Herbart never refers to Kant in these early essays, he might as well have done so, because there are Kantian leitmotifs throughout. All the problems that Kant found with dogmatic metaphysics in the 1760s Herbart now discovers in speculative idealism in the 1790s. Fichte and Schelling, despite their pretensions to criticism, lapse into the same old fallacies as Leibniz and Wolff. Again and again in these early essays, Herbart applies the lessons of Kant's transcendental dialectic, that we must stay within the limits of possible experience, that we should not hypostasize thinking about being, that we must not search for a material criterion of truth, that a priori principles are entirely formal, that we human beings do not possess an intellectual intuition. Already in Jena, almost simultaneously with Fries, Herbart had discovered some of the same problems with speculative idealism and its foundationalist program. However, his reaction to these problems was very different from Fries. While Fries regarded these problems as fatal, as reason for rejecting Fichte's philosophy and program, Herbart believed that they were reason for revising that philosophy and placing it on a better foundation. Just what that new foundation and exposition should be Herbart still did not know, it would be the object of intensive search in the years to come. While Fries was hostile to Fichte from the start, Herbart had to contend with a man who had been his teacher and benefactor. Gratitude alone would make his reckoning with Fichte more difficult. It was only after a much longer inner struggle that Herbart would finally be able to liberate himself from Fichte's influence. We will now consider the crucial episodes in that struggle. 3 Swiss years the young men who formed Die Gesellschaft der Freien Männer saw themselves as leaders in the new order of things, as foreseen by Fichte. It was their goal to move mankind forward towards a new state and society founded on the ideals of liberty and equality. The task of the Fichtean intellectual was to explain these ideals to the people and to show them how they should be realized. 33 The path forward did not lie with revolution, however, but through gradual reform, especially through the education of the people. The people would be able to understand and appreciate the ideals of liberty and equality, and they would be willing and able to act on them, only if they were properly prepared through education. So, before the new social and political order, there had to be the new man, which could be created only through education. With such reasoning in mind, many of the free men resolved to be Hauslehrer, which was not only the most practical means to realize their ideals but also the best way for them to earn a living. The young Fichteans decided that the best place to realize their ideals was in Switzerland, the land of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Johann Pestalozzi, the greatest educational theorists of the 18th century. They were probably encouraged to go there by Fichte, who had lived in Switzerland in the early 1790s, and who had met Pestalozzi, whose educational experiments profoundly impressed him. 34 Two of the free men, Johann Rudolf Steck and Johann Rudolf Fischer, were already from Switzerland and so could help organize affairs there. In 1796 two more Fichteans, August Ludwig Hulsen and Johann Erich von Berger, went to Switzerland to scout and assess the situation there. They began to encourage others to come, so that by the summer of 1797 12 members of the society had emigrated to Helvetia. Not the least among them was Herbart himself, who travelled in a caravan with 5 other Fichteens to Bern in March 1796. The night before the caravan embarked, they were to be feted by Fichte and his wife. 35 The excited travellers were expecting to be sent off with a bash, a hearty celebration, but they were terribly disappointed when Fichte greeted them with reserve and served them sour punch. Surely, this was no way to say goodbye to his dearest students. But a closer knowledge of the circumstances allows us to excuse Fichte's glumness. Having already enjoyed an earlier bash, his guests arrived at midnight and left at 4 in the morning. In the final moment he did muster the energy to rise to the occasion. He became emotional, sorry to see the departure of his devoted students. While still in Jena, Herbart had entered a contract with an aristocratic family in Bern to serve as a tutor to their 3 children. The head of the family, C.F. von Steiger, was the governor of the province of Interlaken. As fate would have it, Herbart's predecessor in this role was no less than Hegel, who had been tutor to the von Steiger family from 1793 to 1796. 36 While Hegel's time with the von Steiger family had been fraught with tension and mistrust, Herbart had a more rewarding experience. On the whole, he felt at home there, enjoying the confidence of von Steiger and the affection of his children. 37 Wisely, Herbart had negotiated that the position would leave him sufficient leisure to pursue his own studies. One of the reasons he chose to be a house tutor is that he believed it offered him more independence than other careers. Such independence, he believed, would give him the time necessary to prepare for an academic career. The most important event in Herbart's intellectual development in his Swiss years, 1796 to 1800, was his encounter with Pestalozzi, who became the most powerful influence on his philosophy of education. The first meeting was probably arranged through Fichte, who would have recommended Herbart to Pestalozzi. Apparently, Pestalozzi was as impressed with Herbart as he was with Pestalozzi. A series of mutual visits took place. Pestalozzi would come to Bern to see Herbart, and Herbart would go to Bergdorf to see Pestalozzi. It is not difficult to understand the attraction Pestalozzi stressed the natural development and independence of the child, which seemed the best means of creating the new Fichtean man, whose ideal was complete autonomy. Pestalozzi's method would attempt to awaken the senses and feelings of the child, letting it discover things for itself through its own experience and reflection rather than relying on abstract lessons prepared for it. It discouraged the rote learning, emphasis on languages and severe discipline of traditional education, which seemed to place so many constraints on the child's natural development and autonomy. Thanks to the inspiration of Pestalozzi, Herbart would devote much of his career to the philosophy of education, and he would eventually engage in several educational experiments of his own. He became the chief spokesman for Pestalozzi's ideas in Germany. It was in this role that Herbart first became known in his homeland. Although educational theory and practice was a major concern of Herbart in his Swiss years, he continued to think about philosophy. He wrote his family friend Gerhard Anton von Halem in January 1798 that, despite the distractions of nature and work, his need for doing philosophy remained as pressing as ever. 38 There are, however, only 2 short philosophical fragments from the Bern period, Über philosophisches Wissen und philosophisches Studium and Erste Problematischer Entwurf der Wissenslehre, which were both written in 1798-39. It is often said that Herbart conceived his later system of philosophy during his Swiss years 40, but there is little in these fragments that indicates the direction of his future philosophy. The first, which was probably written for Die Gesellschaft der freien Männer, provides some general advice for pursuing philosophy. Herbart recommends thinking for oneself, avoiding eclecticism and reliance on authority. He also encourages thinking experimentally and rigorously, following an idea to its end wherever it might lead, and not letting a train of thought be interrupted by pet ideas. The second fragment contains Fichtean reflections on the theme of self-consciousness. It continues Herbart's earlier reflections on synthetic unity, the problem of how self-consciousness is possible if the subject and object must be the same and different. Herbart now ponders the conditions of the unity of apperception, that is, how there can be a single self-consciousness throughout a manifold of distinct perceptions. Nowhere in this fragment, however, do we find Herbart taking issue with Fichte. Indeed, Herbart's argument is very similar to that of Fichte in the third part of his Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre. Like Fichte, Herbart finds the solution to the problem of synthetic unity in the concept of an infinite striving. Despite his many doubts about Fichte, this fragment shows that Herbart was still following a Fichtean agenda, that he was still thinking about Fichtean problems, and that he was still trying to solve them according to a Fichtean method. His aim is still that of the Jena years, to rewrite the Wissenschaftslehre, not to overthrow it. The thesis that Herbart developed, the germ of his later philosophy in Switzerland, ultimately goes back to Herbart himself. In 1798 he was confident that his thinking was moving in a new direction, and that some of his ideas would prove fruitful. This is clear from his January letter to von Halem. Neither nature nor the work that I have found here silence the need for the philosophy I seek, and for which I believe I have found a starting point. I fancy it is a good omen for my idea of the science of knowledge that in every way it continues to urge itself upon me. I confess that Fichte's previous performances are conspicuous only by their contrast with the ideal. 41. He was even more self-confident when he wrote his parents 6 months later. The wealth of my present thoughts consists in some that seem to contain the germ of many others. I acquired them in the past 2.5 years. But thoughts either produce new ones or they grow old and disappear. Now an inner certainty elevates me above the systems of our time, the Kantian and Fichtean not excepted, and even if I should be in error, I hold it to be a great fortune, without fear or the need for a leader, to be able to wander through a field that appears to grow larger with every step. 42. But what were these ideas that Herbart was forging, the thoughts that gave him such confidence that he stood above the systems of his age? Unfortunately, Herbart does not explain and reveals nothing. Perhaps he had only vague intuitions, which he still had not been able to work out in any detail. Perhaps, after writing these letters, he tried to develop them but rejected them on further reflection. A remarkable letter from October 1798 to his friend Frederick Moerbeck in Paris shows that he was still not ready to write a system and that he was only collecting the materials for one. Had I known 6 years ago what I now know, a philosophical system would have grown from it in a few months, at least as an experiment, probe. Now I only look around for the tools to lift the heavy stones, viz. Analysis of the infinite, experience with people and children, and that kind of thing. 43. This tentative attitude appears more explicitly and emphatically only a month later in a letter to Rist, 44, in which Herbart responds to the rumor among his friends that he had created his own system of philosophy. In November 1798 Johann von Bollendorf, a friend of the society, wrote a letter to Rist with the exciting news, Herbart has now found his own system. 45. Bollendorf said that Herbart had gone into isolation in the forest near Engestein for several weeks, and that he came out of it with a draft for his own system. It was a new kind of system, Bollendorf said, one going beyond anything in Reinhold, Kant, Fichte, and Schelling. Bollendorf was probably referring to the manuscript Erste Problematiker Entwurf der Wissenslehre, which was indeed written in Engestein in 1798. But that fragment, as we have seen, contains nothing new and is only an exploration and reformulation of standard Fichtean themes. More tellingly, Herbart himself felt obliged to correct Bollendorf's enthusiasm. In his letter to Rist he declared that he had no such system, and that he only had some provisional ideas for one. All he would claim for his ideas is that they seemed worth considering, or at least that he had still not found out what is wrong with them, but he told Rist that he did not regard them as important enough to bother explaining them. The tentative attitude apparent from the letters to Moerbeck and Rist show that Herbart was still far from having worked out his own system of philosophy during his Swiss years. Rather than breaking with the Fichtean Wissenschaftslehre, Herbart was still thinking in its shadow. He wanted a new exposition of the Wissenschaftslehre, one that would make clear its real foundation, but not a new philosophy or doctrine. As we have seen, this was a project he had already conceived in his Jena years. In the final analysis, then, the Swiss years were a period of consolidation, not even one of transition, let alone gestation. Yet in one important respect Herbart was moving in an independent direction during the Swiss years, namely, in his personal attitude towards Fichte. Though he was still thinking with Fichtean methods and on Fichtean problems, Herbart felt himself less and less bound to the sway of his former teacher. Thus he told Moerbeke in his October letter that Fichte's fairy palace was no longer habitable for him. 46A spat with Fichte in early 1799 had also hastened the unraveling of their relationship. Apparently, Herbart wrote to Fichte that he wished to take issue with his latest work, his Appellation and Das Publikum, 47, and that Fichte had taken offense, scolding Herbart like a schoolmaster. 48 Herbart in turn was offended by Fichte's attitude. 49 This step towards personal independence will ultimately lead to a much greater intellectual independence, whose results we will soon see. 4. Years of work and sorrow. The most formidable force in Herbart's intellectual development was neither Pestalozzi nor Fichte, not even Kant. It was his mother. Lucy Marguerite Herbart, née Schutt, was a well-educated and, by all accounts, formidable woman. She directed Herbart's education at every stage, from infancy to adulthood, from cradle to university. His education was her life's purpose. She had become alienated from her husband from the early days of their marriage, and she feared losing the affection of her only child. And so after his gymnasium years Lucy Marguerite followed her son to Jena, where she lived by his side for years and joined in university life. Madame Herbart became part of the circle of Herbart's friends, some of whom she enlisted to serve as spies on the activities of her son. She was also a common guest in the Fichte household, where, on one memorable occasion, she cornered Fichte on his views about woman and marriage. 50 She eventually made Fichte her confidant, revealing to him her deepest feelings of despair before her divorce. 51 Lucy Marguerite gave her blessings to her son's journey to Switzerland. She very much liked the idea that her son would be teaching the children of a Swiss aristocrat. She did not share, however, her son's plans for a long stay there, least of all his hopes to prepare for a professorship. Convinced that philosophy is no career prospect, she had better ideas for her son. He was to accompany a prince from Oldenburg on his journey around Germany, and for his services he would receive a position in the local government. Herbart firmly resisted his mother's plans, 52 though only for a while. She later claimed to be so ill that she needed her son to care for her and the family business in Oldenburg. 53 With reluctance, Herbart resigned his post in Bern and returned to Germany in early 1800. Upon his arrival in Oldenburg he made a dramatic and traumatic discovery, that his mother was not so ill after all, and that she had called him home partly to realize her plans for him, and partly to use him in messy divorce proceedings. 54 Not surprisingly, this turn of events led to a breach in relations. Having overstepped her limits, Lucy Marguerite had achieved what she most feared, the alienation of her only child. Herbart now found himself back in Germany, estranged from mother and family, with neither work nor income. Having resigned his post in Bern, there was no going back to Switzerland, though he felt he really belonged there. In despair and distress he fell back on the one source of support that he had cultivated over the years, his circle of close friends. For the next 2 years Herbart lived with friends in Bremen and in Smidt's estate outside the city. Though the breach with his mother had ruined his nerves and sapped his health, Herbart continued to work on philosophy, classical scholarship and mathematics. He later described his Bremen years as Vollarbeit und Schmerz. Yet his pains were worth it. They bore great fruit. For the Bremen years marked the onset of Herbart's intellectual independence. This new independence manifests itself in a more critical attitude towards Fichte, which first appears in a short manuscript that Herbart wrote in Lilienthal at the end of May 1800, Zur Kritik der Ich-Verstellung 55. Herbart now begins to question Fichte's central and characteristic concept, the ego, or self. He raises the question, what have we gained with all Fichte's reasoning about the ego? Was it only so much vain and illusory labor? And the answer now, of course, is a firm yes. Herbart is now telling himself that he was wasting his energy in insisting in trying to think through the logic of this concept. What is wrong with it? Simply put, it is self-contradictory. Fichte maintains that the ego is pure subject, object identity, that in the ego being and thinking are one and the same. But the trouble is that Fichte also concedes that thinking in action cannot be thought through this very act. So he is therefore saying both that, 1. Thinking of being and being are one and the same, and 2. Thinking of being cannot be the being thought of, because it cannot be thought through this very act. 114. Herbart summarizes the absurdity of the idea, the being of thinking is the reality of thinking, real thinking, the act of thinking. But it is just that which cannot be thought. Therefore, an intelligence, i.e. a rational being or person, thinks of a thinking, it thinks of exactly that of which it cannot think, which is to say that it thinks nonsense. 114. With that, Herbart discards the concept that had troubled him since the mid-1790s. It is striking, however, that in this fragment he discovers no new problem in Fichte's concept, none that he had not already articulated in Jena and Bern. But now the problem is no longer a challenge to be solved, it has turned into an overwhelming objection. Herbart had simply decided not to try to save Fichte any longer. Another sign of an important change in the Bremen years appears in some popular lectures Herbart gave in the Bremen Museum in 1856. Nowhere in these lectures does Herbart explicitly take issue with Fichte, but his treatment of his main theme implies a break with Fichte's ethical idealism. Herbart's theme is the relationship between morality and religion. What role does each play in our lives? And what are the boundaries between them? Herbart draws a simple and basic distinction between morality and religion, so that one does not trespass into the realm of the other. Morality deals with human actions and decisions, with the world insofar as we can change it according to our will. Religion, however, concerns human feelings, involving an awareness of the world as it is given to us and lies beyond our control. While morality considers the human being in activity, insofar as it strives to change its world, religion treats the human being at rest, insofar as it is at peace with its world. In these lectures Herbart's conception of morality is decidedly Fichtean, that we create ourselves through an act of will. As he puts it, everyone must posit himself, not as he finds himself but in what he demands of himself. 118. But the striking point is that Herbart sets limits to the realm of morality. Moral striving should not be so consuming that we lose ourselves in our actions, that we fail to see the world around us. 120. There cannot be a morality for the human being at peace, Herbart argues, because peace deals with feelings, which cannot be created or commanded. 123. In setting these boundaries to the realm of morality, Herbart was taking silent issue with Fichte's ethical idealism. For it was a central doctrine of that idealism, as Fichte expounded it in his Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre and in his Bestimmung der Gelehrten, that there should be no limit to the striving of the human will, that the will should forever struggle and aspire to subdue all of nature, so that it is the product of its activity alone. Although Fichte believed that this striving would be infinite, that it could at best only approximate its goal, the ideal was still to overcome completely the otherness of the realm of nature, to break down even our physical and sensible natures, so that, in the end, all human beings would become a single infinite rational being, namely, God. Rather than striving to become the divine, Herbart is recommending that we rest and try to find it in the realm of nature outside us. This shift in attitude away from Fichte's ethical idealism also appears in Herbart's pedagogical writings from the Bremen years. These writings, some of Herbart's first publications, were attempts to introduce Pestalozzi's ideas into Germany. 57 We learn right away from the first of them, über Pestalozzi's neuest Schrift, wie Gertrude ihr Kinderlehrt, that the central point of education is to teach the child how to be aware of the world around it. We should not cultivate the child's imagination, nor train its intellect, to the point where it ceases to be sensitive and responsive to the world. Before we fantasize about another world, and before we talk about this one, we must first learn to see things. We must learn to develop what Herbart calls our power of intuition, Anschauung, that is, the capacity to perceive things accurately, just as they are given to us, and without trying to control them. The ultimate goal of Pestalozzi's education, as Herbart puts it, is to develop aesthetic perception, 139, 150. It is only when we develop this capacity, he argues, that we acquire subtlety of feeling, a wider field of vision, a richer fantasy and deeper investigative insight, 150. In another writing, the treatise Pestalozzi's Ideeins ABC der Anschauung, Herbart further explains that seeing is an art, and that like all art, it has to go through a series of exercises to be developed, 155. We can divide the powers of the child into desire, fantasy, and observation, and that to which we should give the greatest weight in education is observation. Why? Because cultivating desire and fantasy gives way to moods and whims, as Rousseau warned, while only observation teaches us a more realistic attitude, how things are and why they must be that way. Fantasy needs direction, desire needs a counterweight, and both are found in the power of observation, which shows us how things must be. We need not go into further detail here about Herbart's ideal of education, which has been discussed extensively by others. 58 The point worth stressing here is that Herbart's ideal demands developing a completely different side of human nature than that stressed by Fichte. The goal of education is not to develop the titanic Fichtean will, which knows no limits and which would make all the world obey its commands, rather, it is to cultivate a capacity of aesthetic perception that recognizes our limits and grasps the necessity inherent in things. Rather than attempting to make nature bow to our rational commands, we now learn to see that it has its own inherent value and order. Applying Herbart's earlier distinction between morality and religion to his pedagogical views, it should be clear that his ideal of education attempts to develop the religious side of our nature, our capacity for feeling rather than for acting. Herbart's move away from Fichte's ethical idealism in Bremen is not surprising or mysterious but only in keeping with the spirit of his age. Already in the late 1790s several members of the Romantic circle in Jena, Schlegel, Novalis, Schelling, Holderlin, and several friends of the Gesellschaft der Freien Männer in Switzerland, von Berger, Hulsen, had begun to react against Fichte's ethical idealism and to move towards an organic naturalism. 59 Rather than seeing nature in negative terms, as the non-ego, as an obstacle to be overcome in the infinite ethical striving of the ego, they saw it in more positive terms as an organic whole, as a living being in its own right. They ceased to regard the ego as a purely intellectual being independent of nature and having the power and mission to dominate it. Instead, they now viewed the ego as only one being in nature, as a product and expression of its laws. This organic naturalism went hand in hand with an aesthetic vision of the world. The whole of nature, as an organic unity, is akin to a work of art. Rather than striving to make it conform to our ends, the vocation of man is now to understand nature in her own terms, to treat her as an end in herself and to grasp her as if she were a work of art by a cosmic creator. To understand nature in her own terms is to perceive her as a work of art. This new emphasis on aesthetic perception was often expressed in terms of a power of intuition or feeling. 60. All these ideas begin to appear in the early 1800s in some of Herbart's Bremen writings. Not surprisingly, Herbart was moving in the direction of his fellow friends and Romantic contemporaries. In short, he was a Johnny-come-lately to the Romantic movement, and it had only been his extraordinarily close relationship with Fichte that had kept him from jumping into the Romantic stream earlier. Now that he had liberated himself from Fichte in his final burned days, he was now ready to test the romantic waters. In Bremen, Herbart sometimes did more than test the waters, he dived into them. He not only voiced romantic themes but he embraced the romantic worldview. Such is the upshot of an extraordinary essay that Herbart wrote probably in his Bremen days, Über die Ästhetische Darstellung der Welt, als das Hauptgeschäft der Erziehung, which he appended to the second edition of his Pestalatzidee einer ABC der Anschauung 61. Here we find Herbart, flatly contrary to Fichtean dogma, embracing two central romantic themes, the primacy of the aesthetic dimension of life and organic naturalism. The first theme emerges in the course of defending his thesis that the chief business of education is the cultivation of aesthetic sensibility. The question arises of the place of morality in this conception of education. Surely, a chief purpose of education is to develop moral character, but the cultivation of aesthetic powers seems to have only an accidental connection with that morality. Herbart's response to this difficulty is remarkable. He argues that morality, properly seen, is an aesthetic capacity, that moral judgment is ultimately subordinate to aesthetic judgment. He comes to this conclusion through an analysis of the concept of morality itself. Herbart maintains that the fundamental characteristic of morality consists in obedience, the acceptance of an obligation that binds the will. The source of obligation cannot lie in a practical capacity, the power of the will, because the will is bound by the law and has no power to change it. It also cannot lie in a theoretical capacity, because it is the business of theoretical reason to determine laws about what must be the case, whereas the will is bound by an ought, not a must. What, then, can be the source of obligation if it is not practical or theoretical? It can only be aesthetic. The source of moral obligation ultimately arises from a capacity of aesthetic judgment, which consists in perceiving the proper relations between things and judging their worth or value. Herbart sees aesthetic judgment as a power of reason, which is for him less a power of reasoning or inference than one of perceiving and judging. He calls it Vernehmen, an intranslatable term, which has connotations of perception and judgment, both of which are fully intended. The second romantic theme, organic naturalism, surfaces when Herbart questions the concept of the freedom of the will in the latest moral system, an unmistakable allusion to Fichte's ethics. If we assume that the purpose of education is to foster morality, he argues, this concept undermines that purpose. According to this system, freedom is a purely intellectual or noumenal power, which is independent of the sensible and phenomenal world. This power therefore becomes inaccessible to the educator, whose means and influence fall entirely into the sensible and phenomenal world. For the educator, morality is an event, a natural occurrence, which takes place in the mind of the pupil. It is for this reason alone that he thinks that he has the power to stimulate and encourage morality in the young. All that takes place according to education happens of necessity, Herbart insists. The realistic standpoint of the educator does not permit, therefore, any interference from the idealistic standpoint, not the softest wind of transcendental freedom, not through the slightest crack, can blow into the domain of the educator. 261. Herbart notes that the advocate of this moral system will try to explain away the educator's influence over his pupil by dismissing it as just another event in the empirical world, 260 to 261. But Herbart does not to give any weight to this attempt to escape the objection. His general view is that each person, though unique and individual, is still only one part of nature, whose necessity expresses itself through him, 272. By 1802, then, at the end of his Bremen days, Herbart had made enormous strides in escaping from his Fichtean heritage. He no longer accepted Fichte's ethical idealism, his concept of the ego, his view of nature, or his idea of transcendental freedom. In rejecting these Fichtean doctrines, Herbart drew sustenance and spirit from the budding Romantic movement. Herbart the Fichtean had now become Herbart the Romantic. Yet, as we shall soon see, Herbart's Romantic days were very brief. There were weighty forces within him restraining his romantic tendencies, forces that came from one powerful source and influence, Immanuel Kant. 5. Young academic. In May 1802 Herbart found himself in Göttingen. His immediate reason for being there was to be a house lehrer for the son of a Hanoverian minister, Graf von Grote, but moving there also brought him closer to his ultimate goal, a post in a university. 62. Shortly after his arrival in Göttingen, Herbart registered to undergo the necessary examinations for both his doctorate and habilitation. 63. For these, he had to undertake 2 public disputations, one for the doctorate and another for the habilitation. The disputations, which took place on 2 consecutive days, October 22 and 23, 1802, required that he defend 10 or 12 theses. 64. We know little or nothing about the reasoning behind these theses, still less what Herbart actually said during the disputation. The theses are simple Latin sentences that baldly state the proposition to be discussed. 65. They are remarkable, however, for revealing the skeptical and critical direction of Herbart's thinking at this time. Some of the theses target traditional metaphysics. The doctoral theses state that metaphysics cannot form a complete whole, 3, and that it is doubtful whether there is a single first principle to derive all metaphysical truths, 4, while the habilitation theses declare that the concepts of absolute necessity and perfection of traditional theology are absurd or empty, 2. This skeptical spirit also applies against ethics and practical philosophy. For one doctoral thesis maintains that natural law, separated from ethics and politics, is a nullity, x, whereas 2 habilitation theses proclaim that there is no general theory of the ideal state, 8, and that a theory of punishment is impossible, 9. More significantly, Herbart is very critical of transcendental philosophy, in both its Kantian and Fichtean versions. 3 doctoral theses blast transcendental freedom, declaring that the very concept is void, 7, that it is not necessary for ethics, 8, and that even if it existed we could never be aware of it, 9. Another habilitation thesis disputes Kant's argument in the transcendental aesthetic, simply because space and time are necessary for our knowledge does not prove that they are innate, v. 2 more habilitation theses attack Fichte's idealism, one declares intellectual intuition a nullity, 6, while another pronounces the ego to be self-contradictory, 7. The disputation theses show how far Herbart had moved away from the Kantian Fichtean idealism of his youth. Now he had greater critical distance than ever before on central doctrines of transcendental idealism. For some scholars, the theses show that Herbart now had his own independent philosophy that he conceived in opposition to transcendental philosophy. 66. We must be careful, however, to put the disputation theses in proper perspective. While Herbart will continue to be critical of all these aspects of transcendental philosophy, Fichte's concepts of freedom, the ego, and intellectual intuition, and Kant's reasoning in the transcendental aesthetic, he does not reject transcendental idealism entirely. Indeed, he refuses to abandon it for the sake of empiricism, naturalism, and realism. In the following Göttingen years he will develop his own metaphysics, some of whose central tenets he will describe as transcendental idealism. True to that doctrine, Herbart will maintain that the immediate objects of cognition are only representations, and that all that we know through them are appearances. Herbart passed his doctoral and habilitation exams with flying colors. He was indeed the first candidate to satisfy the university's new stringent requirements, which stipulated that a docent should supply not only a dissertation but also take both doctoral and habilitation exams. 67. Since Herbart had the reputation of being a Fichtean, some of the old guard at Göttingen were wary of admitting an idealist in their ranks, but Herbart's criticisms of idealism would surely have dispelled their doubts on that score. For the next 2 years, 1802 to 1804, Herbart lectured as a Privatdozent on metaphysics, introduction to philosophy and pedagogics. He was by all accounts a popular and effective lecturer, enjoying close rapport with his students. Such was Herbart's reputation that in 1804 the University of Heidelberg contacted him to see if he had any interest in a new philosophy position there. The Heidelberg authorities had already considered Fries with regard to the same position, though they soon lost interest when they heard about his teaching record. In February 1805 Herbart duly received an attractive offer from Heidelberg, a full ordinary professorship and 1,000 gulden salary. He declined, however, after Göttingen made an attractive counter-offer. Herbart felt at home in Göttingen, having acquired a good reputation there and a close circle of students. The position in Heidelberg eventually went to Fries after all. Having been promoted to professor in Göttingen, Herbart, following academic custom, was obliged to give an inaugural lecture. His lecture, entitled De Platonici Systematis Fundamentio Commentatio, 68 concerns a classical problem in Plato's philosophy, the place of the good in the world of ideas. Herbart published the lecture in 1805, adding an appendix or bailage which explains his argument and translates some of the Greek passages. 69 Prima facie it is surprising to find Herbart lecturing on classical philosophy, a subject that scarcely surfaces in his earlier writings and correspondence. Yet Herbart, like all gymnasia students of his day, was thoroughly trained in classical Greek, and he loved classical philosophy, especially Plato. In his bailage he stresses the relevance of classical philosophy to contemporary thought, 331. There is no better introduction to philosophy, we are told, than the great classical thinkers, because they engage with problems in a more simple and straightforward way than moderns, who indulge in needless technicalities and subtleties. Many modern thinkers believe that they surpass the ancients, only to lapse into errors the ancients already foresaw. Furthermore, the basic concepts of Heraclitus, Parmenides, and Plato reappear in the latest systems of today, which are often an inconsistent mixture of them. Pointedly, Herbart notes that this is especially the case with Fichtean idealism. Herbart's emphasis on the contemporary relevance of classical philosophy is the key to understanding the motivation behind his dissertation, which is really a parable about the errors of contemporary philosophy, especially Fichte's and Schelling's idealism, which were moving in an increasingly Platonic direction around 1802. 70. In his lecture Herbart locates the core of Plato's philosophy in his theory of ideas. 71 He maintains that this theory grew out of Plato's attempt to answer the question, what is the object of knowledge? Plato could not find this object in the sensible world, because he discovered contradictions within it. One and the same thing could be both heavy and light, small and large, beautiful and ugly, depending on its specific relations to other things. The object of knowledge, therefore, would have to be something whose being does not depend on its relations to other things, something that has independent being or being as such. This object is, of course, the idea. Although Herbart insists that Plato's ideas are not substances, that they are not things that exist in some mysterious place, 323-4, he does maintain that they alone have being or reality in the full sense of the word. According to his interpretation, Plato holds that everything in the sensible world, because it is subject to change and contradiction, lacks true being or reality, and so is only an illusion. Plato accepted Parmenides' critique of Heraclitus, that we cannot ascribe change to being because this introduces negation into it, but since we see change in the sensible world, it follows that the sensible world cannot have true being, which we can find with the ideas alone. The crucial question here concerns not the accuracy of Herbart's interpretation of Plato, which we can well leave to classical scholars, but its philosophical meaning and his attitude towards it. It is striking, and not accidental, that Herbart's interpretation is very Kantian, that Plato's idealism consists in ascribing reality to the ideas alone, and in maintaining that everything in the sensible world is only an illusion. 72 Herbart's attitude towards such a theory is also very Kantian. He makes it very clear in his bailage that he does not accept such idealism, Plato's system is not my own. 330. Rather than trying to destroy the reality of the sensible world to prove the sole reality of the ideas, Herbart, like Kant, wants to preserve that reality to prevent us from fleeing into the intelligible world. He too wants to affirm the bathos of experience. The challenge of Plato's system for Herbart then consists in showing that the alleged contradictions in the sensible world are not really contradictions at all. In the Bailage, Herbart announces that he has a method for dissolving these contradictions, one that can save the reality of the sensible world. He calls it the method of relations, or the doctrine of the completion of concepts. Yet he offers no explanation at all of this method, leaving us only with a name and a promissory note. Fortunately, however, Herbart does provide an explanation elsewhere, though in an unlikely place, namely, the introduction to Pestalozzi's Idee eins ABC der Anschauung, 168-169. There we are told that it is the very nature of philosophy to isolate concepts, to strip them of their accidental associations, and to focus on them alone, as if they were independent entities. But in doing so, philosophy removes concepts from their legitimate sphere of application. It treats them as if they have an unconditional validity on their own, quite apart from the specific conditions that give them their real sense and reference. The result of this feat of abstraction is that the use of these concepts gets caught in contradictions. We make general claims about the concepts, failing to see that they are true only in a specific sense and in a specific context. These contradictions serve as a stimulus to the philosopher to return the concepts to their original contexts, to show how their meaning depends on other concepts with which they stand in close necessary connections. Now the chief purpose of all philosophy, Herbart declares, consists in showing the connections in the given, in restoring the interconnections and context that have been lost by the isolation and abstraction of concepts. Though Herbart does not mention his method of relations in this passage, it is clear that he understands its purpose along the lines stated here. The task of the method of relations is to restore context and connection, and thus to remove contradictions that are involved in the hypostasization of concepts. There is another short writing from Herbart's early Göttingen years that is very revealing about his intellectual development, especially his evolving conception of philosophy. This is his Kurs Darstellung eines Plans zur Philosophischen Vorlesungen, which appeared in 1804. 73. Written with a student audience in mind, this piece is simple description of Herbart's plans for his lectures on logic and metaphysics in 1804. Herbart defines philosophy as little more than the attempt to think about ultimate questions about the world and life. Philosophy has no definite a priori form, and its method is only that way of thinking that has become habitual because it has proven useful. 294. More an activity than a system, philosophy is the activity of thinking for oneself. The best teacher of philosophy is one that encourages and cultivates this activity in his students, and not one who tries to indoctrinate them with his system. Some 50 years earlier Kant had given a very similar account of the purpose of philosophy in his plan for his lectures, 74, and it would not be at all surprising if Herbart was thinking of the sage of Königsberg. For towards the close of the piece he notes the power of the Kantian revolution upon his generation, and he declares that the leading thinkers of his day have not really moved far beyond it. 298. All in all, the theses and lecture plans of the early Göttingen years show much about what Herbart is moving away from but very little about where he is going to. We learn something about his negative attitude towards speculative idealism, traditional metaphysics, and the natural law tradition, but next to nothing about what is to replace them. It is noteworthy that Herbart is also skeptical about the romantic worldview that had once seduced him in Bremen. Thus he flatly dismisses the intellectual intuition that played such a prominent role in romantic thinking, and he even warns against a too romantic interpretation of his aesthetic account of moral judgment. This interpretation, he declares pointedly, should not be confused with a certain pretentious aesthetic that talks about the beautiful as the highest. 298. That was a clear jab against the Romantics and even some of his friends from the Gesellschaft der Freien Männer. The general picture that emerges from the early Göttingen years is of a young thinker refusing to define himself, hence he hates all systems and who wants to be nothing more than a free spirit in philosophy. This was Herbart enjoying and asserting his independence. After years of struggle against the dominance of Fichte, and after flirting with romantic ideas, Herbart had finally come into his own. Now that he had wiped the slate clean, he was ready, finally, to begin writing his own philosophy. We must now consider the first fruits of his newly found independence. 6 main points of metaphysics. In 1806 Herbart published his Hauptpunkt der Metaphysik, 75, which he had composed in the summer of that year. 76. This was a breakthrough work for him, which finally lays down the foundation for his own philosophy. His 1828 Allgemeine Metaphysik, which is his central work on metaphysics, was largely based upon the standpoint he had already reached in his Hauptpunkt. Because of its historical and systematic importance, we do well to examine its content and arguments. The Hauptpunkt is brief but dense, discussing in very concentrated form some of the central problems of metaphysics. Unfortunately, its exposition is uncompromising, offering few aids to the ordinary reader. The subtitle of the book warns us that it is composed for prepared listeners, Vorgeübten Zuhörern zusammengestellt, who were advanced students of Herbart's own lectures. The preface refuses to make further explanations for the reader and warns us that it contains only what is necessary from a strict scientific point of view. Such an approach poses serious challenges to the contemporary reader, however, who cannot count himself among Herbart's prepared listeners. The major challenge is the sheer obscurity of the work, which makes for different, even conflicting, interpretations. We will attempt to compensate for this obscurity by placing Herbart's work in its historical and systematic context. Prima facie it seems odd for Herbart, who now has Kantian predilections, to be embarking on metaphysics, the very discipline whose impossibility had been demonstrated by Kant in the first Critic. Yet it is important to understand what Herbart meant by metaphysics. It is decidedly not the science of the absolute, as it was in Schelling and Hegel. Though the dense exposition of the Hauptpunkt tells no secrets, some of Herbart's lectures on the Introduction to Philosophy, which were given around the same time, reveal his meaning. 77. Their metaphysics is defined in Kantian terms as the science of the conceivability of experience, 327. 78. The task of metaphysics, Herbart further explains, is to show how the central concepts of experience are possible. It will do so by showing how one concept is possible only through its relations to other concepts. To demonstrate these relations, Herbart will follow a method of relations. This was the method which he had baptized in the Beilage to his dissertation, and which he had expounded in the Introduction to Pestalozzi's 79. The Kantian conception and approach behind the Hauptpunkt emerges in the few elucidatory comments in the preface. These comments are polemical and directed against Herbart's opponents, who are the Schellingians. In his view, they have a dogmatic metaphysics which claims to have knowledge of the absolute. Against them, Herbart reminds us of the progress of metaphysics since Kant. We now know that it is an error to regard cognition as a mirroring of its object, and that we cannot know things in themselves, 177 to 178. We also know since Fichte, Herbart adds, that whoever talks about being also thinks about it, and that for just this reason he will have to justify his thinking, 178. This comment, which is an allusion to Fichte's dispute with Schelling, shows Herbart taking sides with his former teacher. He was essentially accusing the Schellingians of dogmatism, of trying to escape the question of justification by appealing to an intellectual intuition. Herbart was reminding them that it is impossible to escape the demand for evidence. The question always remained, how do they know that what they intuit is the divine? To drive his point home, Herbart cites some lines from Kant: even the Holy Gospel must be compared with moral perfection before one recognizes it as such. 80. The Hauptpunkt begins with a discussion of method, specifically with the method of relations. While he had sketched only a rough idea of that method in his earlier writings, he now gives for the first time a technical and logical account of it. Herbart introduces his discussion with a classical problem of logic: what is the connection between ground and consequent? There seems no simple and precise way to specify that connection. If we say that the consequent is identical with the ground, the inference shows us nothing new and is only a tautology. If, however, the consequent is distinct from the ground, there is no necessary connection and no valid inference. 179. For Herbart, this problem is the same as Kant's fundamental problem: how is synthetic unity possible? How can there be a necessary connection between distinct terms? The same problem recurs because the necessary connection requires identity between the terms, though they should be distinct from one another. As we have seen, Herbart's reflections on this problem go back to the 1790s. Only then Herbart saw this problem as identical with the issue of self-consciousness. In the Hauptpunkt that Fichtean perspective disappears entirely, with the Ich abruptly dismissed as the most annoying of fantasies. 185 to 186. The problem of synthetic unity is now discussed on a strictly logical level. How can we resolve the problem of synthetic unity? We do so, Herbart says, if we postulate a third term, a mediating concept between the distinct terms. 180. This mediating concept is a whole having distinct parts or aspects. The whole connects its parts or aspects because it is in both of them, but it also separates them because it is not in them in the same way at the same time. To show how synthetic unity is possible in any specific case, we must determine how the parts of a whole are both identical to and distinct from one another. The task of the method of relations is to show us how synthetic unity is possible for the general concepts of experience. It does so by exposing and resolving contradictions involved in the use of these concepts. 181. There is a danger of contradiction involved in all these concepts, Herbart points out, because, as synthetic unities, their terms need to be identical to yet distinct from one another. 182. To resolve the contradiction, we show the respects in which the terms are the same and the respects in which they are different. But this is not the end of the matter because contradictions can arise on a deeper level. The parts m and n of the whole A are themselves wholes having parts m and n. The problems that we have found between m and n now arise within m and n themselves. Their parts m and n appear in contradiction because they too are synthetic unities, which are both the same and different, so the same operation of finding the respects in which m and n are different and the same must continue. And so on. Herbart poses no limit to how far we can pursue the analysis involved in the method of relations. Whatever its exact formal structure, the chief point behind the method of relations is transcendental, to show how a synthetic a priori concept is possible. Such a concept, Herbart thinks, is a necessary condition of experience, basic to how we conceive and perceive our world. The method of relations shows how these concepts are possible by removing the contradictions in their use, which it does by showing how each concept forms a coherent whole, a synthetic unity where some of its elements are the same in some respects and different in other respects. Through the method of relations, metaphysics can then claim to be the science of the conceivability of experience. A procedure of exposing and resolving contradiction, and of doing so by showing how concepts form coherent wholes, makes Herbart's method of relations sound very much like Hegel's dialectic, which was developed around the same time. 81. The method of relations seems a dialectic for Hegelians, the dialectic a method of relations for Herbartians. Are, though, these methods really the same? Though there are indeed structural similarities, it is noteworthy that they have utterly opposed uses or goals. The aim of Herbart's method is to show only the possibility and reality of experience, to remove the contradictions discovered by idealist philosophers who are all too ready to declare the world of experience a realm of illusion. The aim of Hegel's method, though, is the exact opposite, to show that the finite world on its own is illusory and that it has reality only as an appearance of the absolute or idea. After his opening reflections on methodology, Herbart takes us into the depths of metaphysics proper. His transcendental inquiry, as he calls it, consists in an abstruse discussion of the most abstract concepts of metaphysics, viz., being, essence, force, substance, change. The entire metaphysics is sketched in 14 sections, whose extreme density poses a challenge to the most patient reader. We cannot provide here an analysis, let alone a summary, of these sections. Our only task is to focus on those passages relevant to Herbart's emerging conception of transcendental idealism. Herbart begins with that most basic of metaphysical concepts, being, seen, 1. Before analyzing it, though, he reminds his reader, transcendental inquiry bears in mind that the thinker always remains enclosed in the circle of his representations. 188. For this reason, he says, we can speak of being only insofar as we attach a thought to it. What is that thought? What is the act of thinking that expresses being? Herbart equates the thought of being with the simple act of positing, that is, assuming that something exists. To explain that A is to explain that the matter rests with the simple positing of A. 188. Being is therefore sheer existence, nothing more. Herbart insists that we should not assume from the mere concept of being that there is a plurality of beings. The concept of being is neither one nor many but simply that which is posited. Like Kant, Herbart insists that existence is not a predicate. It adds no new content to the subject of an assertion. To say that something exists is not to attribute a determinate property to that thing. Since it is not a property, existence has no degrees, so that the whole notion of a most perfect being, an ens realissimum, makes no sense. 189. And since it is only in virtue of a property that one thing relates to another, being in itself is self-sufficient, having no relations to anything else. It is therefore utterly simple, indeed completely inexplicable, because to explain something means to determine its relations to, or connections with, other things. 189. Having explained the concept of being, Herbart proceeds to that of essence, Wesen, 2. What is thought of as being, something that exists, is a being, ein Wesen, 2, 190. Essence is therefore the being of this or that thing. Essence as such, however, is necessarily one, Herbart argues, because being is utterly simple, excluding all relation. It is one not in the sense that it is one indivisible thing among many, but in the sense that it excludes all plurality. Since it has no relations, it has neither plurality, nor quantity, nor degree, nor infinity, which all presuppose relations in some form. It is only a figure of speech, therefore, when Herbart talks about a being in the singular, as if it were one among a plurality of beings. Strictly speaking, we cannot assume that there is a plurality of things, at least not insofar as we consider the sheer being of a thing. All things that have being are the same insofar as they have being, that is, insofar as we regard their essence alone. 190. If, then, there is a multiplicity of things, their plurality must come from some other source than their mere existence. So far, Herbart's analysis of being or essence makes it seem utterly ineffable. We cannot state anything definite about being, because to do so would be to ascribe some property to it when being is utterly propertyless. Since being is utterly simple, excluding all relations, and since to explain something is to relate it to other things, being seems utterly inscrutable. Still, the fact remains that we do talk about being, that we do say what it is. The question then arises, what status should we give to our talk about being? Not fearing the consequences of his radical position, Herbart places all talk of being outside being itself. 190 to 191. When we talk about being, he says, we use an image, Bild, which should not be confused with what it is an image of, that is, with being itself. 190. These images are only how we view being, and they are accidental to being itself. Herbart therefore calls them accidental views, Zufällige Ansichten. 190. After treating the very general and abstract concepts of being and essence, 2, Herbart then proceeds to consider their application to experience. 9. More specifically, he examines the concept of being as a particular thing in experience. 3, 5. This involves investigating first of all the concepts of substance and its accidents. 3. It is a basic fact of our experience, Herbart says, that the simple sensations of experience are never found on their own but that they are always in connection with one another. They appear in complexes, which we call things or substances. 3, 191. There is a problem, however, with the concept of a thing. We think of the thing as a unity, as the whole of all its properties. But these properties are utterly different from one another. Each of them refers to a distinct kind of sensation, which is utterly unique and simple. For example, no one can make a single sensation comprising the yellowness and heaviness of gold. The form and the matter of the thing are then in conflict. The form, the complex, posits one single being; the matter, the distinct properties, gives us a multiplicity of beings. 3, 192. Yet this one being and these many beings should be, somehow, one and the same. Here, then, lies one of those contradictions that Herbart claims to be pervasive in the ordinary concepts of experience. Already at this point in his discussion Herbart reaches a significant conclusion, that we cannot know things in themselves. 3 ANM, 192. We have already seen how sections 1, 2 make being itself unknowable, but that does not give us the conclusion that particular things are unknowable. Why does that additional point follow? Though Herbart does not explain, we can reconstruct his reasoning from his other assumptions. Herbart has made several contrasts between the thing itself and the properties by which it is known. While the thing is one, its properties are many, each distinct from the other. While the thing is unique, its properties classify it and compare it to other things, and while the thing is indivisible, the properties divide it into distinct aspects. The basic problem seems to be that each thing is essentially propertyless, whereas all knowledge of things takes place through their properties. To know a thing is to be able to say what it is, but to say what it is involves the attribution of some property to the thing. So Herbart seems to be reasoning as follows: if the essence of the thing is propertyless, and if all knowledge is through properties, then the essence of the thing is unknowable. Having determined that things in themselves are unknowable, Herbart goes on to draw another significant conclusion to vindicate the critical philosophy, that empiricism and rationalism are both necessary and complementary. This follows from the fact that we need to postulate a single thing beyond the senses, as rationalism demands, and that we must see each of its properties as given in experience, as empiricism insists. Whatever weight we care to give to Herbart's reasoning for these conclusions, they show how his metaphysics intends to confirm fundamental doctrines of Kant's transcendental philosophy. After discussing the concept of substance and accident, Herbart introduces the concept of change, Verandering. 4. This concept brings with it, however, further contradictions in our concept of a thing. We sometimes regard a thing as just the conjunction of its properties. Asked what the thing is, we just list its properties. Gold, as Locke tells us, is that substance that is yellow, malleable, and soluble in aqua regia. Because the thing is just the conjunction of its properties, it requires all of them, such that if only one were changed, we would have a new thing. 4, 193. But this means that the identity of things will be constantly changing, and that we will never be able to talk about the same thing amid change. To avoid these consequences, we adopt another conflicting conception of a thing, which is no more plausible. According to this conception, we ascribe identity to a thing throughout change, so that even if some of its properties change, even if it has gained some new ones or lost some old ones, we still regard it as one and the same thing. So we identify the thing with, yet distinguish it from, its many properties. A contradiction therefore lies before our eyes, that one substance ought to be many, and that many ought to be one. 4, 193. How do we resolve this contradiction? Content for now to play the role of dialectician, Herbart does not propose a solution. Rather than resolving the tension, he increases it by posing another contradiction. In a passage showing uncanny parallels with Hegel, 82 Herbart introduces the concept of force, Kraft, 5. The concept of force seems to explain the unity of a thing and the diversity of its properties, 5, 194. The force unifies all these properties, which are one and all its manifestations. The concept of force and its manifestation now takes over the role of substance and accident. But we quickly discover that the concept of force is no less problematic than its predecessor. The problem is trying to explain how all these properties form a unity, how they belong to a single thing. On the one hand, each property has its determinate quality in virtue of contrast or negation, in virtue of the fact that it is not another property. On the other hand, each is a simple unique positive quality, a unique, simple what, and as such stands alone and does not negate another, 195. Neither view explains the unity of the thing, the former gives us contrasting qualities that exclude one another, whereas the other gives us unique and independent qualities standing indifferently alongside one another. Somewhat mysteriously, Herbart ascribes to each being an act of self-preservation, Act der Selbsterhaltung, 5, 195. Though he introduces this concept with little explanation, its rationale follows from some of his earlier moves. He has used the concept of force to explain the unity of a thing, and he has also stressed a thing's identity over time. Putting these together, one gets the idea of a force to maintain one's identity, that is, self-preservation. If there is such a force, Herbart reasons, there must be also another countervailing force, which he calls a disturbance, Störung. These disturbances do not change the inner identity of a thing, however, which is maintained in its being by its inner power of self-preservation. This account of acts of self-preservation and their disturbances play a fundamental role in Herbart's psychology, as we shall soon see. 83. After treating the concepts of substance, change, and force, 3, 5, Herbart examines the no less fundamental concepts of space, time, motion, and causality, 6, 9. The most striking feature of his account of space and time is his departure from Kant's transcendental aesthetic. Herbart had already showed his misgivings about the transcendental aesthetic in the introduction to his book when he argued that the Kantian doctrine that space is an a priori form of intuition cannot explain the origin of specific spatial appearances, that is, that we see here a triangle and there a circle, 186. That quarrel with the transcendental aesthetic continues when Herbart questions the assumptions of absolute space and time, 6, 7. Herbart constructs the concept of an intelligible space from the places occupied by objects, so that space follows from the relations between these places, 7, 198 to 199. The notion of an absolute space preceding all these constructions Herbart dismisses as a mere abstraction, 201. Absolute time is dismissed on similar grounds. It is simply the form in which something goes through space, that is, succession, the way in which one body continuously changes its place, 8, 203. Time is nothing more than the quantity of succession, divided by speed, 203. Just as Herbart found contradictions in the concept of a thing and its properties, so he finds contradictions in the concepts of absolute space, time, and motion. In devising these contradictions he takes his cue from Zeno's paradoxes. Throughout his analysis of experience, Herbart is preoccupied with finding contradictions in the most basic concepts. This is just what we should expect from his method of relations, whose task is to expose such contradictions. It is striking, however, that Herbart poses no solutions to these contradictions, which is no less a task of his method. On several occasions he invokes the method of relations to analyze the contradictions, but these analyses only clarify the reasons for the contradictions without resolving them. What is going on? It is only in a section titled Übergang zum Idealismus, attached at the close of section 9, that we are given some explanation of the aim of the proceedings. Here Herbart states that the doctrines of the nothingness of space, time, and motion, and the unknowability of things in themselves, belong to a realistic metaphysics. 204. All these doctrines, he says, are connected with the positing of something real, which seems to be indicated by experience. This entire realism, he then adds, is the inevitable booty of idealism. This idealism, though apparently irrefutable from the outside, explodes from its inner contradictions. 205. What does Herbart mean with these cryptic lines? Is he committing himself to idealism or realism? And what does he mean idealism and realism? It is on the basis of these lines that some scholars regard Herbart as a realist opposed to Kant's transcendental idealism. But a closer look at the context shows that Herbart is not taking issue with Kant but siding with him. Herbart seems to suggest that the contradictions arising within experience arise from transcendental realism, that is, the assumption that appearances are things in themselves. Herbart is then alluding to the Kantian doctrine that the antinomies arise from transcendental realism, and that their solution rests upon transcendental idealism. The idealism that explodes from inner contradictions is not, however, transcendental idealism but the idealism criticized by Kant in the Prolegomena, that is, that idealism which holds that space, time, and the things of experience are only illusory. That Herbart has in mind this sense of idealism is clear from his closing remark that Kant has used the term idealism to designate those early doctrines of the nothingness of space and time, etc. Herbart complains about the confusions created by Kant's usage, not least because he uses the term idealism to describe his own transcendental idealism. That Herbart regards transcendental idealism as the solution to these contradictions is apparent from section 10, Idealismus. For here we learn that there are two realms, a realm of appearance, shine, and realm of being, which is that of intelligible nature. 205. Herbart insists that these two worlds are completely separate, that though the realm of being appears through the form of appearance, it cannot explain anything in that realm, either individually or collectively. But there must be something that carries or bears the realm of appearance, and that is some representing being. The sharp division between noumena and phenomena, being and appearance, suggests that the contradictions involved in the basic concepts of experience are resolvable through something like the Kantian strategy in the dynamical antinomies, making the thesis apply to things in themselves, the antithesis to appearances. Though Herbart never states that he is employing such a strategy, it is consistent with his general adoption of transcendental idealism, i.e. the distinction between appearances and things in themselves, and his insistence that the antinomies be resolved through the method of relations. The transcendental idealism that emerges from the Hauptpunkt der Metaphysik is Kantian in its broad outlines. It adopts the central Kantian distinction between things in themselves and appearances, which Kant uses to define his own transcendental idealism. It also maintains that we have knowledge of appearances alone, that things in themselves are forever inaccessible to us. Prima facie Herbart comes to these very Kantian conclusions from very non-Kantian premises, from the analysis of the concepts of being, substance, change and power. The transcendental aesthetic, which is so central to Kant's transcendental idealism, plays no role in Herbart's. Yet, from another perspective, even Herbart's premises are Kantian, because he comes to his distinction between appearances and things in themselves by extending the strategy of the antinomies to the concepts of experience. The modus operandi of Herbart's book is indeed to bring the antinomies of the transcendental dialectic right into the realm of experience itself. Still, Herbart's transcendental idealism is not exactly or entirely Kant's. There is a greater element of realism in Herbart's transcendental idealism insofar as it stresses the givenness and irreducibility of the particular qualities of the manifold of sense. My world is not simply reducible to the realm of my consciousness because that consciousness arises from my interaction with other beings which disturb my pure activity. Hence Herbart writes about his own strict realism, streng realismus, according to which the appearances of representing beings arise from the most colorful mixture of disturbances involved in their interaction with one another. 14, 215 to 216. To this extent, then, those who ascribe realism to Herbart are not entirely wrong. It's just that his realism has to be placed in the context of his transcendental idealism as a whole. 7. The idea of philosophy. The Göttingen years were Herbart's most productive. Having overcome the crisis of his Bremen days and eager to make a name for himself, Herbart began to publish one book after another. In 1806 he published not only the Hauptpunkt der Metaphysik but also his Allgemeine Pädagogik, which put forward his educational ideas in systematic form. 84. Shortly after both these works appeared, he published another shorter one on philosophy, his Überphilosophisches Studium, which appeared in 1807. 85. In style, expression, and audience this work is the very opposite of the Hauptpunkt. It is clear and straightforward, directed not towards the initiated but the novice. Its aim is pedagogic, to introduce the student to the goals and methods of philosophy. Apart from its pedagogic value, Überphilosophisches Studium has an important place in Herbart's intellectual development. It was his first systematic attempt to define his conception of philosophy and its methodology. Though it is not so explicit, Herbart's account is partisan, indeed polemical. He sets forward his conception of philosophy in deliberate opposition against the speculative idealism of Fichte and Schelling, and in doing so falls back on the Kantian tradition. Herbart's conception of philosophy in this work is decidedly Kantian in spirit, anticipating ideas common in the Neo-Kantian tradition. To see the roots of Neo-Kantianism, we should study Herbart's text, not Trendelenburg's Logisk Untersuchungen. Herbart begins by rejecting the view, which was characteristic of speculative idealism, that philosophy should provide the first principles of all knowledge, or that it should be the foundation for all the sciences. Rather than starting with first principles, which it grounds on an esoteric intellectual intuition, philosophy should start with the examination of the logic of our ordinary concepts and the principles of the special sciences. 234. It is not that Herbart thinks that everything is in order with these concepts and principles as they stand, and that the philosopher should do nothing more than comment upon them. Rather, he insists that philosophy must be a critical examination of these concepts and principles. All too often some of them, viz., being, activity, cause, continuity, raise paradoxes and contradictions, and it is the task of the philosopher to resolve them. True to the Kantian tradition, Herbart rejects both empiricism and rationalism as one-sided strategies for solving these problems. Empiricism tries to escape these problems, as if experience were given and unproblematic, while rationalism attempts to solve them on the basis of some higher principles that transcend experience. Neither approach works. Empiricism needs to resort to rational analysis to solve problems, and the abstract principles of rationalism are empty if they are not based on experience. Proper philosophical method, Herbart implies, involves the abstract reasoning of rationalism combined with the reference to experience of empiricism. Like many modern philosophers, Herbart sees philosophy as a problem-solving enterprise. It should first and foremost focus on the problems raised by ordinary discourse and the principles of the special sciences. Its task is then to find the true construction of a problem, that is, to see all the factors that compose it and the requirements for its solution. 237. The true method of philosophy should be pure self-surrender to the nature of the problem, Reinhingebung die Natur des Problems. Or, as Herbart puts it more simply, speculation is the striving toward the resolution of problems. 267. This does not mean, however, that philosophy should be nothing more than piecemeal problem-solving. Herbart insists on the value of striving for greater unity of knowledge, on the need to construct a general system in which all partial perspectives are organized into a coherent whole. 249. Yet at the same time he also warns about the pitfalls of premature system building. It forces the data of experience into preconceived molds, and it prematurely ends inquiry, 243 to 244. The striving for a system should move forward, he advises, only insofar as it can correct itself. No less than Fries, Herbart recommends an analytic method for philosophy, one that begins with the bathos of experience, the analysis of ordinary concepts and concrete intuitions. The philosopher needs to immerse himself into his subject matter, sinking into the black night of eternal death and the furious fires of hell, 239. After his experience he should form a basic concept, Hauptbegriff, to articulate what he has seen, and which will serve as the starting point of his investigation. He should explore the logic of this concept, all the while testing its implications against the particulars of experience, 240 to 241. In forming his basic concept the philosopher will have to rely on intuition, but this intuition should be simply a provisional starting point for later critical reflection. On no account does it provide a rationale or evidence for a first principle, as an intellectual intuition is supposed to do. Herbart envisages many different starting points for a philosophical investigation, where each starting point depends on the philosopher's individual standpoint or attitude, Ansicht. But the variety of these viewpoints, he stresses, should be taken as an opportunity rather than a problem. The best philosophical system will be one that brings together all basic concepts, all partial standpoints, which together form the truth, 245. The title and timing of Herbart's work indicate that he intended it to compete with Schelling's earlier lectures on philosophical method. 86. Sure enough, much of the work consists in a polemic against the methods of the two great men, who, though unnamed, are unmistakably Fichte and Schelling. Herbart takes exception chiefly to their a priori methods, their appeal to intellectual intuitions to justify their first principles, their imposition of abstract schemata upon the wealth of particular facts, and their beginning philosophy with abstract principles or concepts, viz., the absolute or the ego, which are not derived from experience, 254, 271. While Herbart thinks that philosophy should indeed aspire to systematic unity, he thinks that it is important to realize that this unity is only for us as knowers and that it need not correspond to reality itself. He again insists upon distinguishing between the ratio cognoscendi and ratio essendi, the order of knowledge and being, just as he once did in his critique of Schelling. What distinguishes philosophy from other disciplines, Herbart insists, is that it is second order, an investigation into our concepts of things rather than things themselves, 274. In the course of his polemic against Fichte and Schelling, Herbart announces his departure from a fundamental doctrine of the idealist tradition, the unity of reason, 259 to 60, 275. Though the aspiration towards systematic unity is indispensable, there is one basic dualism that no system will ever surmount, that between norm and fact, between practice and theory. There is no principle of unification for such distinct kinds of discourse, Herbart contends, 285 to 286. He thinks that both Fichte and Schelling have confused this distinction, Fichte by attempting to derive experience from the moral law, and Schelling by introducing a teleological perspective into nature, 255 to 259. For all his critique of idealist methodology, Herbart still does not break with it entirely. On one important score he is still a follower of Fichte, in his use of a dialectical method. In his Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre Fichte had applied a combined method of analysis and synthesis to discover and resolve contradictions between concepts. Herbart took this as the inspiration for his method of relations, 87, which he first expounded in his Hauptpunkt and now reaffirms in Überphilosophisches Studium. 88. As Herbart now explains it, the method of relations consists in the progressive analysis of a concept by finding the middle terms between its components, 273. A middle term C that connects A and B is determined by analysis to be connected to A and B only by virtue of another term C, which connects C to A and C to B, and so on. Given his ban on a priori methodologies, it is somewhat surprising to see Herbart following Fichte on such an important score. Herbart believes, however, that his use of this method is more critical than that of his predecessors, that is, he regards it as strictly a method of exposition rather than one of discovery. 8. Aesthetic Foundation of Ethics. The final work of Herbart's Göttingen years was his Allgemeine Praktische Philosophie, which was published in 1808. 89. This work laid down the basis for his ethics, just as the Hauptpunkt set forth the foundation for his metaphysics. True to his insistence on maintaining a firm distinction between the normative and natural, the practical and theoretical, Herbart makes metaphysics and ethics two distinct domains of philosophy. They are for him not just separate parts but equal coordinate ones. Fichte was as wrong to subordinate the theoretical to the ethical as Spinoza was to subordinate the ethical to the theoretical. Though insisting on their equal status, Herbart devoted most of his time and energy to metaphysics and the theoretical branches of philosophy. The Allgemeine Praktische Philosophie was his only systematic work on ethics. There is something of a mystery to Herbart's ethics. For he had insisted that, of all parts of his philosophy, it showed his greatest debts to Kant. 90. Yet in ethics Herbart departs from Kant in the most fundamental ways. He denies that there is a single principle of morality, he insists that reason is not the source of moral obligation, he maintains that obligation has to be determined on the basis of particular situations, and he bases morals on aesthetics. Where, then, lies the debt to Kant? We can only imagine Kant reciting that old Italian saying he had once applied to Fichte, "May God protect us from our friends, against our enemies we can take care of ourselves." 91. The solution to the mystery, as we shall soon see, is that Herbart constructed his ethics from building blocks taken from Kant's aesthetics. Herbart's best account of his foundation for morality appears in the introduction to the Allgemeine Praktische Philosophie. He begins with the classic problem of ethics, whether something should be good because we desire it, or whether we should desire it because it is good. 334. Herbart's solution sides with the latter alternative. Although he recognizes that values by their very nature involve human desires, he denies that values are determined by desire alone. 335. Indeed, he insists that the good takes precedence over desire. For it is only on that basis that it is possible to judge and value desires themselves. It is the basic presupposition of practical philosophy, he maintains, that there be such a thing as will-less valuation, Willenlosschätzung. 335. Though fundamental, this presupposition is undermined by every prevalent form of ethics, in Herbart's view. There are three current theories about the foundation of ethics: a theory of the good, Güterlehre, which bases ethics on the good; a theory of virtue, Tugendlehre, which founds it on virtue; and a theory of duty, Pflichtenlehre, which gives primacy to duty. Herbart rejects all three, because they share one common faulty assumption. That assumption is that the will is primary, the basic rule and source of value. 337. Thus the theory of the good assumes that the good is the goal of the will, the theory of virtue makes the will the supreme power behind virtue, and the theory of duty assumes that the will is the source of duty, the supreme commander. 338. The fundamental problem with this assumption, Herbart argues, is that it becomes impossible to judge the will. 338. These theories do not go far enough in their search for the source of morality, because they do not inquire into the basis of the value of the will itself. 337 to 338. Herbart's position will make more sense if we see it as a critique of Kant's concept of autonomy. Kant had made the third formulation of the moral law his principle of autonomy, according to which a human being is subject only to laws which are made by himself, so that the subject is bound only to act in conformity with a will which is his own. 92. Herbart finds this conception problematic because a will that makes the laws also can break them. It stands above all responsibility and accountability, since it can by sheer fiat invalidate any law that would dare to pronounce a sentence against it, as the sovereign source of law itself. such a will can loosen just as easily as it can bind. Of course, Kant insists that the moral will is rational, that its laws should be universalizable, binding everyone's desires and inclinations on all occasions. But, rejecting the categorical imperative as a sufficient criterion of morality, Herbart doubts that the Kantian will can have a rational content. There are all kinds of universalizable imperatives, depending on the will from which one begins. 93. Given the emptiness of the Kantian criterion, the sheer formality of the universalizability requirement, the Kantian will becomes a serious danger, having the power to make virtually anything into a universal law. Since the will cannot regulate itself, there needs to be some higher source of moral authority. Herbart's practical philosophy was his attempt to determine that source. Given that practical philosophy has to be based on will-less valuation, on judgment that has authority over the will, what kind of valuation or judgment should that be? Without providing any argument, Herbart simply declares that this kind of valuation or judgment should be aesthetic. 94. Morality should take from aesthetics, he advises, a model of judgment that is independent of the will, and which has authority over it. 390. Prima facie aesthetic judgment satisfies this requirement, because it determines something to be beautiful or sublime even if it is not an object of desire or the will. Though Herbart does not refer to Kant here, his reliance on Kant's theory of aesthetic judgment is obvious, indeed so much so that he probably felt no need to point it out. In the Third Critic, Kant had famously argued that judgments of taste are independent of interest, and that their pleasure comes strictly from the act of contemplation, intuition or reflection, alone. 95. Since aesthetic judgments are disinterested, and since interest involves desire or will, aesthetic judgments are also independent of desire and the will. 96. This doctrine of disinterested aesthetic contemplation was one of the crucial building blocks of Herbart's own ethics. We can explain Herbart's appeal to aesthetic judgment as a solution to the problem of moral obligation if we consider it as a response to Kant's confessed failure to resolve that problem. In the third section of the Grundlegung, Kant admitted that he could provide no explanation for why we should take an interest in the idea of morality, or for why we should subject ourselves to the moral law. Granted, it is rational to act on the categorical imperative, but that still begs the question why I should be rational. As Kant explained, why should I subject myself to this principle, the moral law, and indeed as a rational being in general? I readily concede that no interest drives me, for that would not give a categorical imperative, but I must still take an interest and see how that happens, for this obligation, sollen, is properly a willing, wollen, which holds for every rational being under the condition that reason is practical in him without any hindrance. If someone asks why the universality of our maxim as a law should be the limiting condition of our action, and upon what we base the worth that we attribute to it, we cannot give him any answer. 97. Citing this very passage, 98. Herbart takes it as evidence that Kant has not taken his inquiries far enough. He accepts Kant's point that the interest in the moral law cannot derive from sensibility, from any inclination, need or desire, because that would destroy the integrity of the moral law, which demands that duty should be the sole motive for our action. He also recognizes that the interest cannot derive from reason, given that the question is what interest we should take in being rational. What, then, should provide an interest in acting according to reason? It is precisely here that Herbart thinks that aesthetics comes to the aid of moral philosophy. It is aesthetics alone that can explain why we should take an interest in morality. An aesthetic interest is neither sensible nor rational but something in between. It gives us a disinterested pleasure in witnessing morally good actions, and indeed in inspiring us to do them. It is the beautiful and the sublime that motivates and inspires us to act morally. Here again Herbart can be seen to be developing an idea already implicit in Kant, who had himself stressed the moral dimension of the idea of the sublime. 99. Kant came close to an aesthetic point of view in morality, Herbart maintains, when he set forth the idea of humanity as an end in itself. 100. That idea presupposes the idea of dignity, which also invokes that of the sublime, the idea of a value transcending all the forces of nature. Though basing much of his theory on Kant, Herbart goes on to provide his own account of aesthetic judgment. He declares that he is especially concerned to separate aesthetic from moral judgment, so that it never collapses back into the moral, and so that it never loses its authority over the will. 341. He finds two basic differences between aesthetic and moral judgment. First, the representation of the beautiful or sublime in aesthetic judgment should be singular and complete, whereas the representation of the good in moral judgment is general and incomplete. 343 to 344. Second, the representation of the object in an aesthetic judgment must be separate from our attitude towards it, whether we approve or disapprove it, whereas the representation of the good in moral judgment involves our approval of it. 344. Herbart qualifies this last point regarding aesthetic judgment: it is only the content that we perceive with indifference, the relations between its content are immediately perceived with approval or disapproval. 345. He gives this example from music: though we are indifferent to any particular sound, we perceive the combination of sounds with either pleasure or displeasure. For Herbart, as indeed for Kant, the special object of aesthetic appraisal is form. He envisages a science of aesthetics that determines the most basic forms and which kinds of pleasures are connected with them. 345. Pursuing his aesthetic analogy, Herbart maintains that moral judgment is based on what he calls moral taste. 101. Taste in general he defines as a power of perceiving and judging particular forms or unique relations between things. 350. Just as a form of taste, moral judgment is not different from other kinds of taste, namely, poetic, musical and plastic. 347. Like aesthetic taste, it perceives and judges particular relations or unique forms. Excellence in moral taste, just like that of aesthetic taste, requires sensitivity to the particular features of objects, what Hume called delicacy and Herbart calls tenderness of feeling. Zartheit de Gefühls. 353. Moral taste does have, however, some distinctive features of its own apart from aesthetic taste. What is distinctive about it is that it judges desire itself and not simply, as other forms of taste, the object of desire. 348. It concerns especially our own inner states and not simply objects outside us. 347 to 348. Its special concern is the human will, and specifically how these wills relate to one another in particular circumstances. The most obvious problem for an aesthetic theory of morality is that it seems to forfeit the universality required of moral judgment. Judgments of taste are notoriously personal and contradictory, so that there seems no hope of deriving the universality of moral judgments. Herbart considers the objection in some detail in a special section of his introduction. 102. His response to it is surprising and dramatic, that we should just drop the universality requirement in moral judgment. The ideal of a fundamental moral principle that provides a standard of judgment for all circumstances is illusory, he argues. He comes to this conclusion not from a critique of the Kantian categorical imperative, though that does lie at the back of his mind, but from an appreciation of the fact that moral judgments always concern very complex and unique circumstances. Human life is much too colorful for us to know a priori all the simple relations of the will and how they will encounter one another. 351. Herbart does allow for a minimal kind of universalizability, and does not permit the possibility of conflicting judgments about the same case. He insists upon consistency, that people should judge alike in the exact same circumstances. The problem is that when we specify the circumstances, all the factors making for the judgment, the law ceases to be very general at all. It is universalizable only in the sense that it is consistent but not in the sense that it is general. 350. Hence the lack of generality is more a strength than a weakness of an aesthetic theory of morality. For the aesthetic theory rightly emphasizes the particularity and uniqueness of the object of moral judgment. Just as aesthetic judgment concerns a particular work of art, so moral judgment concerns a particular action under particular circumstances. Although Herbart stresses the unique situations of moral life, he does not throw overboard all general rules and guidelines in ethics. While there is no general principle of morality that will be sufficient in all cases, there are still many general guidelines that we might or might not want to apply in a particular situation, depending on the exact circumstances of the case. We can form general moral concepts when we focus on the similarities between different cases and abstract from the peculiarities of the particular circumstances. These general concepts Herbart calls practical ideas, which we acquire not through induction but by an act of intellectual rather than sensible intuition. 352. 103. The rest of Herbart's ethics is then devoted to outlining the specific ideas governing our practical life, though an account of them goes well beyond our purposes here. 9. Professor in Königsberg. Though Herbart was happy in Göttingen, and so much so that he even declined an offer from Heidelberg, his happiness was not to last. Political events soon cast a cloud over his future there. After Napoleon's victory over Prussia in the battles of Jena and Auerstadt in October 1806, Prussia lost control of all its territories west of the Elbe, first and foremost among them Hanover, which now became a puppet kingdom of Napoleon's brother Jerome. Göttingen was within the Principality of Hanover, and so now came under French rule. Though the new French government professed to protect the university and to guarantee academic freedom, the university was forced, on short notice, to raise enormous sums of money to lend to the government. This Zwangsanleihe, or compulsory loan, brought the university to the verge of financial ruin. To add insult to injury, the new government also abolished the old tax exemptions for professors, who were now forced to pay back taxes. Herbart himself had to pay the new government, within 20 days, 1,500 francs, an enormous sum for him, which he could raise only by borrowing from his old friend Schmidt. 104. As a result of these events, and the glum prospect of renewed French exploitation, the general mood in Göttingen was very bleak. 105. It seemed that Göttingen had no future, especially so for Herbart. Not only was there the oppression of living under French rule, but there was also the realization that all his plans for the reform of the university would come to nothing. All his pedagogical hopes and ideals were now dashed. To escape it all, Herbart longed to leave Göttingen. As he told Schmidt, February 15, 1808, "Everything is now so bleak, I often seriously think of getting completely away from this place." 106. Thus it came almost as deliverance, when, entirely unexpectedly on October 1808, Herbart received news of an impending offer from the University of Königsberg. 107. The first successor to Kant's chair, Wilhelm Traugott Krug, had accepted an offer from Leipzig, thus leaving Kant's throne vacant. Because of his writings, success with students and expertise in pedagogy, Herbart seemed to the Prussian authorities the best man for the job. His knowledge of pedagogy, they noted, was especially valuable for the reform of education in Prussia. After some quick and easy negotiations, Herbart accepted the offer, 1,100 thalers, which was enough to remove all his financial worries and debts. For the next 24 years, 1809 to 1833, Herbart would remain in Königsberg, which would be the apex of his academic career. For Herbart, the call from Königsberg was the fulfillment of a boyhood dream. Now he really would be the successor of the philosopher whom he had venerated since childhood. Such was the gist of the happy news he conveyed to Schmidt in December 1808. "I am once again going to be a Prussian subject. Doubtless you will recall that we Göttingers were that once, then against our will. But now Krug in Königsberg has had the honor of being called to Leipzig. And so for me I now have the unexpected luck of getting that place that I so often dreamed of as a youth when I studied the works of the Königsberg sage. To be sure, in those days things stood differently with the Kantian philosophy and the Prussian monarchy, but in both there is still something that greatly attracts me. I will happily see it as a duty of the position to preserve the memory of Kant." 108. After resigning from Göttingen, Herbart undertook the long journey to Königsberg in mid-March 1809. Along the way he stopped in Berlin to see Fichte, who, despite their disagreements, received his old student warmly, introducing him to the Prussian authorities as a man of intelligence and many talents. 109 Herbart arrived in Königsberg by the middle of April, in plenty of time to celebrate Kant's birthday, which was honored every April 22 by Kant's old Tischgenossen. Among the guests, Herbart, as Kant's successor, now took a place of honor. Just what the Kantian legacy meant to Herbart in these days is apparent from a speech he gave several years later on the occasion of Kant's birthday. 110 To assess Kant's remarkable achievements, Herbart notes, we first have to place him in the context of his time. Philosophy in the period before Kant was devoted to the cause of enlightenment, to making philosophy popular for the general public, and it had ignored or neglected fundamental problems. Rather than thinking through problems, which challenge our ordinary intuitions and feelings, it would simply appeal to common sense and have done with the matter. Hume's skepticism aroused more dumb astonishment than serious thinking. It was Kant's great contribution, Herbart maintains, to have returned philosophy to its fundamental problems, to have made it take seriously once again skepticism and its challenges to our ordinary view of the world. Rather than fearing the direction and results of radical thinking, Kant would fearlessly investigate an issue regardless of the consequences. We must never underestimate, and we should forever cherish, Herbart thinks, the critical dimension of his philosophy, which insists that we constantly ask the questions, how much do I know, and what is it that I know? 64. But Kant's critique went beyond a mere examination of previous philosophy, of this or that special system or school of thought, for it was first and foremost a critique of reason itself. This critique of reason is most apparent, Herbart maintains, in the Antinomies, where Kant discovers the necessary contradictions in reason itself, 65, 67. Herbart stresses that the antinomies are no mere septical trope, that they are not some easily resolvable puzzle or paradox. Rather, they are endemic to the very enterprise of metaphysics, which inevitably gets caught in contradictions whenever it thinks about the basic concepts of experience, 67. Still, despite standing far above his own age, we must never forget, Herbart advises us, that Kant too was a child of his own time. As much as he did to overthrow the prejudices and dogmatism of his own day, he was still to some extent captive to them. For Herbart, this is especially apparent in Kant's psychology, which still clung to the old faculty psychology. About that psychology, Herbart openly declares, "Here I must confess frankly my regret that such a great mind had to be bound in such shackles." 68. Herbart's early years in Königsberg are marked by two developments, his growing identification with Kant and his increasing alienation from the general direction of German philosophy. 111 The two trends were tightly interwoven. Herbart saw Kant's legacy as the bulwark and remedy against the excesses of contemporary German philosophy. That philosophy, as Herbart saw it, was dominated by his old nemesis, his erstwhile rival for Fichte's attention and recognition, Schelling. There were, in his view, two corrupting forces behind Schelling's influence. First, his formalism and a priori methodology, especially his tendency to explain everything by imposing some a priori conceptual scheme upon it. Rather than examining things for their own sake, Schelling began with general principles and described all facts in their terms. Second, his mysticism, a tendency deriving from appeals to intellectual intuition. Herbart expressed his misgivings about Schelling in a polemical essay, Über die Unangreifbarkeit der Schellingsche-Lehre, which he published in 1813. 112 Here Herbart declared that there was not much point in refuting Schelling's philosophy, which was a task already performed by Fries and Koppen. 113 The problem was not in refuting Schelling but in explaining why, despite such thorough refutations, Schelling's philosophy still managed to persist as a corrupting force. Herbart's chief explanation for the persistence of Schelling's philosophy was its appeals to intellectual intuition. These were not only popular, because they avoided the need for hard thinking, but they were also irrefutable. Who could question an intellectual intuition if it was esoteric, the privilege of a talented elite? Herbart charges the Schellingians with dogmatism because they fail to ask basic questions about how they know their intuitions to be true. If the Schellingians only took to heart Kant's call for criticism, they would never have dared to presume to be in possession of infallible intuitions. Herbart does not dispute that intuition is often a sound starting point in philosophy, but he insists that it cannot be the end point, because intuitions have to be refined and elaborated into concepts, judgments, and inferences, which are indeed subject to criticism. Much of Herbart's polemic in this piece is reminiscent of Kant's famous essay Von einem neuereinigen Zerhobenen Vornehmen Ton in der Philosophie, where Kant once railed against the esotericism and dogmatism of Platonic intellectual intuitions. 114 Fighting the pretensions of mysticism was another score on which Herbart could identify with the Kantian legacy. All Herbart's alienation from contemporary German philosophy came to a head in a pamphlet he wrote in 1814, Über meinen Streit mit der Mode Philosophie dieser Zeit. 115 The pamphlet was an act of self-defense against two reviews of two of his recent books, his Allgemeine Pädagogik and his Lehrbuch zur Einleitung in die Philosophie. Mode philosophy, it is not surprising, turns out be the philosophy of Schelling, whose corrupting influence Herbart detects in his anonymous reviewer. Laying aside all Herbart's rhetoric and bluster against intellectual fashion, one fundamental philosophical issue emerges from his pamphlet. Namely, how are we to define philosophy? In his Lehrbuch Herbart defined philosophy as the cultivation of concepts, die Bearbeitung der Begriff. 116 The reviewer took exception to this because he felt that philosophy should deal straight away with reality itself, not simply with our concepts of reality. Like a good Schellingian, he wanted the philosopher to grasp reality immediately through an intuition. Herbart's response to this criticism reveals how much he prefers Kant's legacy to the fashionable philosophy of his day. It is a well-known fact that, if there is to be knowledge for us, we know only through representations, and that in all philosophizing we deal immediately only with our representations. Whoever forgets this, and wants to jump right away into reality, lands in that old morass from which Kant with great effort rescued his contemporaries. 325. Before this passage, Herbart provides a short statement of his own philosophical credo, where he makes it entirely plain that he accepts the basic principles of Kant's transcendental idealism, that all our inner and outer intuitions are representations within us, and that they do not provide us with knowledge of things in themselves. 320. If we put this statement in its context, namely Herbart's opposition to Schelling, it becomes clear how much he opposed his own transcendental idealism to Schelling's absolute idealism. While transcendental idealism is critical, not assuming that our representations of things directly reveal things themselves, absolute idealism is dogmatic, assuming that we have an immediate and direct grasp of reality in itself through intellectual intuition. This statement should be noted well by those scholars who classify Herbart as a realist and who assume he is opposed to transcendental idealism. 10 Psychology. Now that we have placed Herbart in Kant's chair in Königsberg, it seems that our story about his path to Kant might well come to a close. We have already taken stock of the deep Kantian dimension of his philosophy, his transcendental idealism, his critical conception of philosophy, his reformation of ethics through Kantian aesthetics. What more could we possibly add to make Herbart more Kantian? We might as well crown his head with Kant's peruke. Yet there is one more factor to ponder in examining Herbart's relationship to Kant, and we would be remiss not to consider it. This is Herbart's psychology. It is here that Herbart's relationship to Kant becomes especially fraught and critical. Herbart not only thinks Kant failed as a psychologist, but that the foundation of his philosophy has to be based on a new psychology. So, to have a completely balanced picture of that relationship, we need to know something about Herbart's psychology. Though Herbart's later reputation rested mainly on his psychology, it was only in his Königsberg period that he fully devoted himself to the subject. Reflections on psychology were always an integral part of his early epistemological and pedagogical writings, so psychology was never far from his central concerns. Still, before Königsberg, Herbart wrote little specifically devoted to the subject. There is a short section on psychology in the Hauptpunkt der Metaphysik, 117, though little more. Herbart's first systematic work on psychology is his Lehrbuch zur Psychologie, which first appeared in 1816. 118. Although intended as only a compendium for his lectures, the Lehrbuch is still a historically significant text. It is here that Herbart first launched his attack on faculty psychology, which made him famous, and it is here that he first sketched the doctrines that he would put forward in his 1824 Psychologie als Wissenschaft, which is his major work on psychology. In some respects the Lehrbuch is the more revealing text, because it explains premises presupposed in the later work. The preface and introduction to the Lehrbuch are very revealing about Herbart's views on the method of psychology and its place in the sciences. We learn right away that psychology is not an independent empirical science but only one part of philosophy. Herbart indeed conceives of his textbook as part of a larger course preparing the student for philosophy. According to his classification of the sciences, 119 psychology is a form of applied metaphysics, and only one of three such forms, along with physics and physiology. Still, psychology is the most important of these forms, and it is of special importance to philosophy in general. Why? This, Herbart explains, is for two reasons. First, because it is necessary to raise the psychological question of the possibility of knowledge, and second, because psychology has been used as a weapon in philosophy against all kinds of prejudices, though it is laden with prejudices itself. Both these points mean, Herbart concludes, that improving psychology is a basic condition of correcting the errors in all parts of philosophy. 297. Herbart thinks that the method of psychology should be, as far as possible, like that of the other empirical sciences. Namely, it should be what he calls rational empirics, that is, the method of deriving laws from observations, and then from these laws making predictions and further observations. 304. Herbart's psychology is intentionally naturalistic, attempting to explain the mind according to natural laws, so that it is part of the general fabric of nature. Hence he states that the goal of psychology should be to provide a natural history of the mind. 303, 3 On no account, however, does Herbart intend his psychology to be materialistic, subsumption under laws of nature does not mean for him subsumption under laws of matter. In any case, matter, true to his transcendental idealism, turns out to be nothing more than appearance. 365, 114. Despite prescribing a strict methodology, Herbart is not very sanguine about the prospects of following it. He warns us that we cannot expect pure empirics in psychology, that is, the possibility of describing experience just as given without the intrusion of prior thinking. 302, 3. 120. There is no such thing as pure data in psychology, pure facts independent of how we observe them. The mind is not like a lump of clay that exists independent of the sculptor who would form it. 121. Self-observation often distorts the phenomena of consciousness, tears them out of context, and then surrenders them to general concepts. 302 to 303, 3. Herbart flatly denies the classic Cartesian doctrine that inner experience enjoys any epistemic advantages or superiority over outer experience. 305, 5. It is just as difficult to know ourselves through introspection as it is to know objects through the external senses. In his scruples about the methods of self-observation, Herbart surpasses Fries and Benach, who were much more naive and self-confident. Such are his doubts, however, that one wonders why he thinks psychology can be a science at all. To some extent, Herbart addresses this problem. Despite the problems of self-observation, he still maintains that there are some prospects for success in psychology provided that we make certain guiding assumptions. We must assume that mental life consists in particular events, that these events are in constant change, and that they are a manifold within one consciousness. We must also adopt as a working hypothesis that representations are forces whose activities are capable of measurement. 306, 6. It is this hypothesis, Herbart thinks, that allows psychology to approach scientific status, because it alone permits a mathematical treatment of psychological phenomena. The ultimate justification of these guiding assumptions, he maintains, lies in metaphysics, whose task is to examine the presuppositions that make empirical psychology possible. So, though Herbart has modest hopes for psychology as an empirical science, he insists that it must have a metaphysical foundation. For these reasons he puts forward his psychology as little more than an acceptable hypothesis. 306. The antithesis of empirical psychology, the great obstacle to its realization, Herbart finds in the old faculty psychology, which he regards as a relic of scholasticism. Accordingly, the first part of the Lair book is devoted to a thorough critique of the concept of a psychological faculty. The greatest damage to psychology occurs, he complains, when we pass from what happens in us to powers that we have. 303, 3. The attribution of a faculty to similar mental phenomena he likens to a form of mythological thinking. It is as if there were a special animate force behind each kind of natural event, so that just as there is one God for thunder and lightning, another for rain and the harvest, so there is a distinct faculty for each kind of mental phenomena. On no account should we assume that the concept of a faculty is like that of a natural law, as if the faculty works always in specific ways under specific conditions, for the concept is always much too vague for that, applying under all kinds of different conditions. 122. The very idea of a faculty is for Herbart a hypostasis, the reification of an abstract concept. We assume that there is some kind of thing lying behind the concept we use to refer to similar phenomena. Behind Herbart's critique of mental faculties there lies a deep nominalism. There are no general facts, the true psychological facts lie in the momentary states of the individual, and these are immeasurably far from the height of the general concept, man in general. 310, 11. For this reason, Herbart will begin his own psychology with particular events alone, avoiding all commitment to general concepts not derived from facts. One faculty theory in particular is the subject of Herbart's wrath in the Lair book, the tripartite theory that divides the soul into representing, desiring, and feeling. This classification finds its locus clas psychus in Kant, and under his influence it had become very widespread in Herbart's day. Herbart throws a battery of objections against it, that it is based on an incomplete induction, that its distinctions are not firm and clear, so that one phenomena falls under several headings, that it is impossible to regard these powers as separable, as if they could function apart from one another. 310 to 312, 13, 15. The main problem with the theory, though, is that it tears apart the indivisible unity of the mind. 311, 15. Such was Herbart's faith in the importance of psychology that he implicitly subordinates epistemology to psychology, as if there could no question of epistemology being a separate discipline on its own. One reason psychology is such a crucial discipline, he writes, is because of the psychological question of the possibility of knowledge. 297, my italics. The dependence of epistemology upon psychology becomes a prominent theme in the Lair book, for here Herbart argues that epistemology will come closer to proper scientific status only through the work of empirical psychology. This point is driven home especially with regard to Kant, who becomes the foil for most of Herbart's objections. We are told in no uncertain terms, the foundations of Kantian philosophy, if they are to be tenable, must also be irrational empirics. 304. Kant has made all kinds of mistakes in epistemology due to his faulty psychology, namely, it is just false that people represent space as an infinite quantity, that substance and cause are universal principles for understanding experience in all stages of life and culture, that all people have implicit in their moral consciousness a categorical imperative, and so on. 304 to 305, 4 ANM. Herbart even says that, since Kant, psychology has gone backwards rather than forwards. 307, 9 ANM. Leibniz and Locke put psychology on a better foundation because they at least based it upon experience, whereas Wolff and Kant spoiled that promising beginning by making psychology into a scholastic discipline. Rather than relying on empirical observation, they followed an a priori method and simply presupposed, and constantly applied, the concept of a faculty. Kant was not only led astray by Wolff, he made things worse by attacking Wolff where he was most plausible, namely, in the idea of the mind as a substance. Instead of tearing apart Wolff's intricate web of faculties, Kant drew it ever more tightly and finely. Herbart's verdict on Kant's psychology could not be more damning. And so it came to pass that the Kantian doctrine was weakest where it should have been strongest. The critical weapons were sharpened with great finesse, but they were fashioned from a brittle metal which shattered with use, and which must be completely reforged. 308, 9 ANM. After his critique of faculty psychology in Part I of the Lair book, Herbart turns to the exposition of his positive doctrine in Part II. The guiding assumption behind his psychology, as he now explains it, is that the mind consists in acts of self-preservation which express themselves as representations. 364, 112. Herbart refuses to begin his psychology with the soul, seal, which ex hypothesi does not exist anywhere or at any particular time, and which is therefore ultimately unknowable. 363 to 364, 109, 111. His psychology will begin, true to his nominalist leanings, with nothing more than particular acts of self-preservation. It will not assume any subject in which these acts inhere, still less will it speculate about their source or origin. 370, 125. That said, Herbart does think that he has a metaphysical justification for his guiding assumption, namely, his doctrine, expounded in the Hauptpunkt, that essence consists in power, craft, which consists in acts of self-preservation. 123. We are reminded here, though Herbart does not explicitly mention it, of Leibniz's theory of nisus, the striving of each monad towards representation. We begin, then, with only representations, with acts of striving or self-preservation. These representations do not exist on their own, of course, but stand in relation to one another, which gives rise to a system of striving and counter-striving, action and reaction. Explicitly invoking a physical analogy, Herbart states that representations stand in relations of pressure and counter-pressure to one another, just like forces in the physical world. 364, 112. Representations are indeed forces themselves, standing in a system of mutual attraction and repulsion like physical forces. Herbart insists, however, that representations become powers, craft, only through their relations to one another, and more specifically only when they resist one another. 369, 124. None has a power in itself, for that would be only another hypostasis, but only in resisting other representations. 370, 124. Each representation must both resist and yield to the pressure of other representations, without which tension it would cease to be a striving, and so even a representation. 370, 125. Assuming that each representation is a force, Herbart argues, permits us to ascribe to each a certain degree or quantity, which appears as its clarity or obscurity. 370, 126. It is in virtue of this degree or quantity that we can measure the force of the representation, and so treat it mathematically. Herbart agrees with Kant that a discipline is a science only to the degree that it permits of mathematics. He disagrees with him, however, that psychology cannot permit mathematics. Once we understand representations as forces, we open the path to their measurement and so their scientific treatment. Each representation consists in infinitely many smaller ones, or what Herbart calls elementary apprehensions, elementarisken Auffassungen, the analog of Leibniz's petit perceptions, 384, 160. For them to make one representation they must fuse together and form one total craft. Like Leibniz, Herbart thinks that most representations are subconscious, and that they come to consciousness only when the striving of a representation surmounts the resistance against it, 372, 130. When a representation reaches a certain degree of strength, it reaches what Herbart calls the threshold of consciousness, Schwelle de Bewusstseins. There is, however, a limit to the strength of consciousness, Herbart thinks, since no representation is infinite in its strength, 384, 159. Hence he proposes his law of decreasing receptivity, that the stronger a representation is, the less its strength increases, 384, 159. When we add together all representations of sufficient strength to reach this threshold, we have consciousness itself, which just designates the totality of all simultaneous actual representations, 372, 130 ANM. Having achieved such a reduction of the realm of consciousness to individual representations, Herbart then seems to reintroduce the soul through the back door, for we are told in no uncertain terms that the unity of the soul is the ground for the opposition of representations, for their forming a system within consciousness, 374, 136. The same point is made later when Herbart insists that the unity of the soul is the source of the unity of our experience, 401, 196 ANM. The lingering presence of the soul in the background seems a relic of Herbart's Kantian Fichtian heritage, which scarcely coheres with his teaching elsewhere that representations by themselves form the unity of experience through their laws of interaction, 399 to 400, 194. Herbart ponders the objection that his psychology is too reductivist because it considers only the quantitative aspects of the mind, leaving aside its qualitative dimension, 380 to 382, 146, 151. Since the qualitative aspect would involve feeling and desire, Herbart attempts to respond to the objection by proposing his own theory of feeling and desire. The soul is called the mind, Geist, insofar as it represents something, and it is called the spirit, Gemüth, insofar as it feels and desires, 380, 146. Herbart then insists, spirit has its place in the mind. In other words, feeling and desire are functions of representation, and so they too are ultimately capable of quantitative treatment. Herbart explains that feeling and desire are really only specific kinds of representation, 382, 151. Desire arises when a representation is driven forth yet held back, events that give rise to an unpleasant feeling, which is the source of desire, 381, 149. Feeling occurs when a representation comes forth from its own power and is assisted by other forces so that it is strengthened, 381 to 382, 150. It is ironic here how close Herbart comes to Wolff's own theory of the mind as a vis representativi, the power of representation, of which desire and feeling are only aspects or functions. The Kantian tripartite theory, which has been the target of so much of Herbart's criticism, grew out of the critique of this Wolffian theory, whose simple scheme, Kant argued, could not accommodate the specific functions of desire and feeling. It must be said that Herbart's schematic treatment of this complicated topic is too simplistic, failing to address these Kantian objections. Such are the basics of Herbart's psychology as he first presented it in the Lehr book. The question remains, however, of its value and limits. Just how much did Herbart think he could explain of the mind according to his mathematical method? Though Herbart does not treat this question in the Lehr book itself, he turned to it more directly in a later essay, Über die Möglichkeit und die Notwendigkeit Mathematik auf Psychologie anzuwenden 124. Here Herbart admits that mathematics is of no use in metaphysics, 101, and that its use is limited to the realm of quantity. He denies, however, that the realm of the mind is qualitative alone. There is a broad quantitative dimension of psychic life, and it is just this which is amenable to mathematical treatment. This dimension includes the following: 1. The strength of each representation, namely, its degree of clarity or obscurity; 2. The degree of resistance between representations; 3. The degree of connection between representations and the number that are connected, 102; 4. The length and duration of a series of representations, and 5. The speed or slowness in changes of representation, 107. It is especially significant, Herbart notes, that representations fall into series of different kinds, for each of which we can provide precise equations, 103. Yet Herbart admits that there is one fundamental aspect of mental life that his psychology cannot explain, namely, the content of the representations themselves, 107. What is represented, he flatly concedes, does not come into further consideration except insofar as their resistance or connection depends on it. 107, 125. This is, of course, a remarkable concession. For it means that Herbart's psychology really cannot have the epistemological value and implications he promises, for epistemological issues concern first and foremost the content of representations, what they mean and whether they have a truth and reference. So, though Herbart promised to put epistemology on a firm psychological basis, there is not much left of epistemology at all in his psychology. Least of all is there anything left of Kant's epistemology. Throughout the Lehrbuch Herbart rejects one basic Kantian doctrine after another, all on the grounds that they are poor psychology. Rather than putting Kant's epistemology on a new psychological foundation, as he promised, Herbart uses psychology to destroy it, piece by piece. He denies, for example, that the unity of our experience is the product of an act of synthesis, insisting instead that representations cohere with one another through their own inner force, 318, 21. Unity is not a creation of the mind but it is a given of our experience, into which we later introduce distinctions, 399, 400 to 401, 194, 196. The whole idea of inner sense is dismissed summarily as an invention of psychologists, and as a rather poor invention at that, because we know nothing about the specific representations it supplies or the law by which it operates, 323, 32. The main assumption behind the metaphysical deduction that all thinking is judging is also questioned on the grounds that thinking does not necessarily involve speaking or the use of language, 328, 40. Most striking of all, Herbart rejects the assumption that we have a faculty of understanding that consists in concepts, 326, 37. Since there is no such thing as concepts, which are only abstractions, all that we can say in the end is that concepts are ideals to which our thinking should approximate, 393 to 394, 179, 181. The whole idea of a priori powers and activities of the mind, which is so central to Kant's problematic, collapses in the face of Herbart's critique of psychological faculties. The mind does not consist in innate powers and faculties but only in the interconnections of representations, which are formed by their own activity. Given Herbart's trenchant critique of Kant's psychology, and given that his psychology became by far the most influential aspect of his philosophy, it is hardly surprising that Herbart's Kantianism has been overlooked. It is so hard to square Herbart's mechanist and naturalist psychology with Kant's transcendental philosophy that we have to forgive those who have stressed his opposition to Kant. And yet, as we have seen, apart from his psychology, Herbart was a deeply Kantian thinker, just as he said he was. His transcendental idealism, his critical conception of philosophy, his reworking of ethics according to Kantian aesthetics, his loyalty to the basic Kantian dualisms, all make him very Kantian. So it was with neither hyperbole nor irony that Herbart declared that October Day in 1833 Kantianum ipsi me profsus sum. That was a public confession, coming from the heart, of his deepest philosophical convictions. They were the hard-won result of his philosophical development from Jena to Königsberg, yet they were also there from the beginning in the little boy. 3. Friedrich Eduard Benecke. Neo-Kantian martyr. 1. The last anthropologist, the youngest thinker in the empiricist psychological tradition of Neo-Kantianism was Frederick Eduard Benecke, 1798–1854. Born 25 years after Fries and 22 years after Herbart, Benecke belonged to a completely new generation from his predecessors. When he came of age in the early 1820s, the Wunderjahr in Jena, which both Fries and Herbart had experienced firsthand, were becoming a rapidly fading memory. While Fries and Herbart were ordinary professors at the height of their careers, Benecke was still a student in Berlin. Yet, despite these differences in age, these philosophers shared one common experience, one which became a bonding force among them. Namely, they all suffered under the shadow of Romanticism and speculative idealism, which had become the dominant forces in German philosophy in the 1820s. All reacted against these forces, and as such regarded themselves as outsiders, as rebels against the philosophical culture of their day. Against romantic enthusiasm and idealist speculation, they allied their philosophy with the new empirical and mathematical sciences, and they identified themselves with that philosopher who seemed to represent best the spirit of those sciences, Immanuel Kant. Though much younger than Fries and Herbart, Benecke still belongs to the same philosophical tradition. He shares with them the same fundamental positions, the central role of empirical psychology for epistemology, the fundamental truth of transcendental idealism, the reaction against the neo-rationalism of speculative idealism, the need for an empirical and analytical method in philosophy, and allegiance to the Kantian tradition, which he too believed was betrayed by speculative idealism. With Herbart, Benecke preached a situation ethics and the need for an aesthetic foundation for morality. Benecke's affinities with Fries and Herbart are not simply the product of historical hindsight. For Benecke himself was fully aware of them. He had read Fries when he was still young, and listed him among those authors who had most influenced his early thinking. He greatly admired Herbart, whose metaphysical writings he deemed indisputably the most acute and profound that our century has shown. 2. Although Herbart was a lesser influence upon him, chiefly because he discovered his writings only after most of philosophy was already formed, 3. Benecke still felt that they had so much in common that it warranted collaboration. He duly proposed joining forces with him, for though nothing came of that proposal, it is not hard to see why. While Herbart had encouraged Benecke and written favorable reviews of his early writings, 5. He treated him more as a student than an equal. More importantly, Herbart knew that there were unbridgeable philosophical differences between them. He found Benecke's radical empiricism wildly implausible, a relapse into the bad old days of pre-Kantian empiricism. 6. Furthermore, he had stressed the need for a metaphysical foundation of psychology, which had become a sticking point with Benecke, who insisted that psychology be entirely empirical and cast aside all metaphysics. 7. Of the three thinkers in the empiricist psychological tradition, Benecke had the most radical program, which pushed the claims of empiricism and psychologism to their ultimate limit. His empiricism was so extreme that, at least in his early years, he denied the existence of the a priori entirely, insisting that experience alone is the foundation for knowledge. And his psychologism was so excessive that he regarded all intellectual disciplines as so many parts of psychology, which was for him the basic science, Grundwissenschaft. In both respects Benecke went further than Fries or Herbart, who not only retained aspects of the Kantian a priori but who also believed that psychology is one science among others. Benecke's place in the history of Neo-Kantianism is not very secure. For the most part, 8. The standard histories of the movement have ignored him. To some extent, this neglect is perfectly understandable. As a radical empiricist, Benck seems to belong more to the tradition of British empiricism than anything having to do with Kant. Following that tradition, he rejects every rationalist strand in Kant's philosophy, viz., Kant's theory of a priori intuitions and concepts, his theory of the synthetic a priori, his philosophical method, his categorical imperative. After rejecting all these doctrines, it seems difficult, indeed impossible, to be a Kantian. Benck also sought publicity as a critic of Kant. His early work on ethics, his 1822 Grundlegung zur Physik der Sitten, was a blistering polemic against Kant's moral doctrine. Finally, no less than Herbart's psychology, Benck's was empiricist, naturalist and mechanist, making for a great contrast with Kant's own transcendental psychology. Nevertheless, despite all these factors, Benck still deserves a significant place in the history of Neo-Kantianism. For the fact remains that he greatly identified with Kant, and even regarded himself as the Königsberger's only legitimate son. His 1832 tract und die philosophische Aufgabe unserer Zeit is indeed one of the very first Neo-Kantian manifestos. Benck identified with Kant for two chief reasons. First, he regarded Kant's transcendental idealism as a powerful statement of the fundamental anthropological truth that all knowledge revolves around man. Second, he saw Kant's philosophy as the most potent antidote against the ills of speculative idealism. For Benck, the heart of Kant's philosophy was its critical spirit, and that ultimately rested on its empiricism. It was with his empiricist principles primarily, his insistence that all knowledge be limited to experience, that Kant did battle against the rationalism of Descartes, Leibniz, and Wolff. Benck wanted to continue that battle in his day against the neo-rationalism of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. Benck was the last major thinker in the German anthropological tradition. It was his great contribution to have kept that tradition alive in the 1820s, when it was rapidly becoming forgotten with the rise of Romanticism and Hegelianism. Benck was schooled in all the great authors of this tradition: Platner, Locke, Hume, Garve, Tietjens, and Fries, and he remained true to its central teachings all his life. He very much took to heart the central doctrine of this tradition, that all knowledge originates in man, and therefore should revolve around him. That alone was sufficient for him to make psychology into the master science. When Herbart later demanded that Benck justify his radical psychological program, he would take refuge in this old doctrine, citing it again and again like a mantra. Even in his own lifetime, Benck's psychology was quickly becoming obsolescent. True to the anthropological tradition, Benck continued to maintain the value and necessity of the concept of the soul and the method of self-observation. Unlike Herbart, he was very ambivalent about the use of mathematics, ultimately doubting its utility in explaining the qualitative aspects of mental life. In all these respects, Benck was clinging to the past. Already in the 1830s, in Benck's own lifetime, psychology had little use for introspection or the soul, and it was becoming much more experimental, physiological, and mathematical. It was in Leipzig in the 1830s that Gustav Fechner, Alfred Volkmann, Ernst and Eduard Weber began to conduct their pioneering experiments in visual perception, which, in their rigorous experimental techniques, went far beyond anything Benck had practiced or even dreamed. The Neo-Kantianism of the 1860s would ally itself more with the new experimental and physiological psychology of Helmholtz and the Leipzig school than the old anthropological tradition. 11 For better or worse, Benck's influence on his age was slight. Unlike Fries and Herbart, he never got the recognition that he so deeply craved and so truly deserved. No school formed around him to spread his teaching and to keep his memory alive, as happened with Fries and Herbart. He had a few disciples, 12, though they were largely concerned with applying his psychology to pedagogy. Later in the 19th century, Benck finally received some recognition, finding a modest place in several histories of philosophy. Since then, however, he has been largely forgotten. Only very recently, in the work of Klaus Christian Kohnke, has Benck received some of the attention he deserves. To a tragic life. Friedrich Eduard Benck was born in Berlin on February 17, 1798. 15. His family was upper middle class. His father was a high-ranking Prussian bureaucrat, a commissioner of justice and finance, and his mother, née Wilmsen, came from a well-known literary family. About Benck's early education little is known. We do know that he went to the best primary schools in Berlin, and that he progressed so rapidly that, by age 12, he was in the top third of the Friedrichswerdersken Gymnasium. From an early age, Benck showed talent for classical languages and mathematics as well as a fondness for poetry. At the gymnasium he graduated at the very top of his class at the age of 17. In 1815 Benck enlisted as a volunteer in the campaign against Napoleon. We know little about what he did during that campaign or his wartime experiences. Returning from his military service at Easter 1816, he matriculated at the University of Halle to study theology. There he read the Bible, learned Hebrew and Arabic, and wrote 2 prize-winning essays on religious themes. 16. It was also in Halle that he developed an interest in philosophy, which was sparked off by 2 prominent Kantians there, Ludwig Heinrich Jacob, 1759–1827, and Johann Christian Hofbauer, 1766–1827. After only a year in Halle, Benck returned at Easter 1817 to Berlin, where he went to lectures on theology and philosophy at the new university. He attended Schleiermacher's lectures, which were to have a significant effect on him. It was during his Berlin student days that Benck discovered his calling in life. To pursue his pastoral training in theology, he made a habit of going to sermons, and while listening to Schleiermacher one fine Sunday, he had an epiphany. It was nothing Schleiermacher said that inspired him, he was so lost in thought that he could have been anywhere. It was what was said on the way to church that moved him. While walking there he had been talking with his brother about the dire state of contemporary philosophy and about the urgent need to make it change course. It was this line of thought that engrossed him and made him pay scant attention to Schleiermacher's sermon. Upon leaving the church, he resolved, henceforth, to devote the rest of his life to philosophy. And so, at the tender age of 19, Benck found his mission in life, the reform of philosophy. 17. Unfortunately, Benck tells us very little about the precise content of his epiphany, about what was wrong exactly with contemporary philosophy and how it should be reformed. Fortunately, though, his historical context and later writings make it easy to reconstruct some of his thinking. The contemporary philosophy in question was the grand metaphysical systems of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, which held sway over the philosophical scene in Berlin. Though Fichte had died in January 1814, his spirit still haunted the halls of the university, and in October 1818 Hegel began his famous lectures in Berlin, which would soon become the talk of the town. It was not that Hegel reigned unopposed. The source of resistance to his philosophy came from Schleiermacher, who strongly disapproved of its overweening rationalism and a priori methodology. Battle lines began to form between the philosophical school under Hegel and the historical school under Schleiermacher. 18. Modeling. Its methodology on the new empirical sciences, the historical school believed in the value of careful empirical and historical research. To the historians, Hegel's dialectical method, with its a priori reasoning and rigid schematic form, seemed to be a relapse into scholasticism, the very antithesis of the scientific revolution inaugurated by Bacon and defended by Kant. Taking into account all these facts, we can reconstruct the content of Benck's epiphany along these lines. The dire state of philosophy came from its scholasticism or excessive rationalism. The remedy for it should be advocating and following a more empirical method in philosophy. Ultimately, Benck's epiphany was probably very much inspired by the historical party in Berlin. So it was perhaps no accident after all that it occurred during a sermon by Schleiermacher. The day after his epiphany Benck marched straight to the dean of the university and declared his intention to qualify as an instructor in philosophy. Only 2 months later, on August 9, 1820, he submitted his inaugural dissertation, De Veris Philosophianities, 19, a short statement of his new program for a reform of philosophy and a sharp critique of the prevailing methodology. Immediately thereafter, in the winter semester of 1820, Benck began his first lectures as a Privatdozent. Lecturing at Berlin in the early 1820s was a bold and risky undertaking. Benck had to compete with Hegel, who enjoyed not only great popularity but also the patronage of the Prussian government. Schopenhauer's experience was a signal lesson about these hazards. He attempted to give lectures in Berlin in the spring semester of 1821, even daring to schedule them at the same time as Hegel's, but with catastrophic results. Only 5 students appeared. But where Schopenhauer failed miserably, Benck had conspicuous success. In the winter semester of 1821-22, he had 30 students in each of his lectures, one on logic and metaphysics and the other on mental illnesses. 20 such success could only have troubled Hegel, who would have seen Benck as a Schleiermacher ally, and who was intent on consolidating his power over the philosophical faculty in Berlin. At the very least, it was not in his interest for Benck to continue lecturing. Sure enough, Benck heard from the philosophical faculty in February 1822 that his lectures for the forthcoming semester were to be cancelled, his Venia Legendi withdrawn. 21 No reasons were given. After begging for an explanation from Baron von Altenstein, the Minister of Education, 22 Benck was told that the reason had something to do with his latest book, Grundlegung zur Physik der Sitten. Altenstein could not tell him, however, what precisely about that book that had proven so offensive. On that matter, he had to refer Benck to his secretary, Johannes Schultz, who might know more about it. On February 7, 1822, Schultz had written a memorandum about the reasons for a rescript against Benck's lectures, citing passages from the appendix to Benck's Physik der Sitten. Schultz found it especially problematic that Benck had maintained that reason is only a refined form of sensibility, and that thinking is a purely natural process. 23 Apparently, though, Schultz did not inform Benck about the contents of the memorandum or the reasons for the decision. Deliberately, Benck was left in the dark, the victim of an inscrutable bureaucratic decree. He again wrote Altenstein on March, begging for an explanation and complaining that he knew only from hearsay that it had something to do with his Physik der Sitten. 24 After months of waiting, Benck's uncle, a civil servant who had intervened on his behalf, received a letter from Schultz, dated July 15, 1822, stating that he still believed it necessary to uphold the rescript against Dr. Benck. 25 But little explanation was given, and Benck himself was still not informed. Undaunted, Benck wrote in October 1822 to Karl August Hardenberg, Minister of State, begging for the right to defend himself and declaring his incomprehension at the rescript, which was contrary to the university's policy of academic freedom. 26 Receiving no answer by December, Benck went to the very pinnacle of government, appealing to Prince Friedrich Wilhelm himself. 27 Eventually, he was granted an interview with Altenstein, who told Benck in no uncertain terms that a philosophy that could not explain everything in relation to the absolute was no philosophy at all. 28 Altenstein's explanation suggests that Benck was the victim of Hegelianism. That, at least, is the explanation of Benck's supporters. 29 It is still unclear, however, whether Hegel himself had intervened with the ministry against Benck. 30 It is possible that Altenstein was only voicing his personal opinion to Benck. There is another simpler explanation for the rescript, that Schultz, as minister responsible for executing the Carlsbad decrees, was only doing his job. 31 Books, like Benck's, were dangerous, expressing views likely to undermine public morality and religion. Whatever the reason for the rescript, Benck found himself unemployed. Now that his career had abruptly ended, he was forced to explore opportunities elsewhere. After having banished Fries, the University of Jena was eager to get Benck as his replacement, and it was even willing to grant him an ordinary professorship. The condition of his coming to Jena, however, was that Altenstein declare that he had nothing against Benek's employment in Saxony. Benek duly beseeched Altenstein for a letter to this effect. 32 But Altenstein was not obliging. He declared that, though he found nothing personally wrong with Benek's character, his teachings were evidence of his intellectual immaturity and his unsuitability to teach at a university. That was a sentence of damnation. However, Altenstein, like Schultz, was only following official policy. According to the Carlsbad decrees, a rescript against an instructor at one university automatically barred him from employment at any other land of the German Confederation. 33 For 2 years Benek struggled to reinstate himself in Berlin. All to no avail. In mid-January 1824 he went to Göttingen in the hope of becoming a Privatdozent there. He habilitated at the end of January, and in the next weeks began his lectures, which initially proved very successful. 34 It soon became clear, however, that he could not make his living as a Privatdozent in Göttingen, whose students had little interest in philosophy. 35 For 2.5 years Benek struggled in Göttingen, eking out a precarious existence. For family reasons he returned to Berlin in April 1827. Again and again he supplicated Altenstein for reinstatement of his right to lecture in Berlin. Finally, in the summer of 1827, Altenstein relented and Benek could resume his career as a Privatdozent. But then came the even longer struggle for promotion. Benek found it humiliating to be only a Privatdozent at his age and with his publications. He constantly appealed to Altenstein to be made a professor, and he could produce strong arguments in favor of his promotion. His lectures were popular, his books were getting widespread recognition, and he had no personal resources. It was only in April 1832, after Hegel's death and the strong recommendations of the philosophy faculty, that Benek was named an extraordinary professor. But he still received no money, and since all faculty members were obliged to contribute 30 thalers to their widow's pension, Benek, a bachelor, liked to say that he actually received a negative salary from the university. Even after Hegel's death, the Ministry of Education was intent on preserving his legacy, so they appointed as many Hegelians as possible. Benek struggled on, living in dire poverty despite the increasing success of his lectures and writings. He complained that his destiny in life was to be the Schutzmauer gegen die Hegele. 36 To fight his isolation in Berlin, Benek established contacts with English intellectuals, with John Herschel and William Whewell, whose views were more congenial to his own thinking. 37 After Altenstein's death, Benek finally received a small salary from the university, yet he was never promoted to an ordinary professorship. He stayed in Berlin until the very bitter end. Benek died under mysterious circumstances. On the way to a lecture March 1, 1854, he disappeared. A search was made by the police, friends, family, and students, but all to no avail. Some 2 years later his badly decomposed body was found in the Spree near Charlottenburg. It is unclear whether he committed suicide or was murdered. 38 Two workers were indicted for his murder when they were found to be in possession of his coat and gloves, but they claimed to have found them along the Spree and were eventually acquitted for lack of evidence. The fact that money was still found on the corpse counts against the robbery hypothesis. Though he was seen to be in a good humor on the day of his disappearance, Benek was known to be in poor health and to be very depressed by his isolation and the lack of advancement in his career. 39 The fact that the Faculty of Philosophy had recently decided to pass him by for promotion must have been another heavy blow. The evidence suggests suicide as the most likely cause of death, a sad but understandable end for a very tragic life. 3 Epistemological foundations. Shortly after his epiphany, Benek set to work to realize his grand ambition. It was probably in the spring of 1819, when just 21 years old, that he wrote his first philosophical work. This was his Erkenntnislehre, which he finished in May 1819 and then published in 1820. 40 This work laid down the basis of his epistemology, and thus the foundation for much of his philosophical program. Though he would later refine and revise it, he would follow its central theses for the rest of his life. The preface to Benek's book is very revealing about his intentions and program. Right away we see how much the young Benek was inspired by Kant. His grand plan is to complete Kant's philosophical revolution. We are told, however, that the promise of Kant's philosophy has been scarcely fulfilled. 6:9. Rather than creating eternal peace among philosophers, the critique of pure reason has only incited more conflict among them. There is now a bellum omnium contra omnes in the philosophical world, where each system claims to be the universal standard of pure reason. It is striking that Benek puts the blame for this situation on Kant himself. Though he was right to call for a law book of pure reason, a tribunal to settle the disputes between philosophers, Kant had still not laid down its proper foundation. The task of Benek's Erkenntnislehre is to do just that. Its business is to determine the basic guidelines, if not all the precepts, of this law book of pure reason. 12. To rethink the foundations for the critique of pure reason, Benek insists that we go back to the basis of all epistemology, the theory of judgment. We need to ask the question, what is judgment? What makes a judgment true or false? 9.2. Although Kant rightly began his critique with a classification of the forms of judgment, his classification is deeply flawed, and as a result the critique has been put on a faulty foundation. All judgment for Benek involves the comparison between two activities of the mind, one represented by the subject term and the other by the predicate. The judgment is true if the two activities are partially or completely identical with one another. 28.4. In other words, it is true if the intuition represented by the predicate is contained in, or part of, that intuition represented by the subject. 12.2. The judgment "this lily is white," for example, states that my intuition of white is part of, or contained within, my intuition of this lily. 11-12.2. In saying that the predicate is contained in the subject by virtue of a partial or complete identity, Benek implied that all true judgments are essentially, in Kantian terms, analytic. Sure enough, he insisted on banishing Kant's distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments. 16-17.3. Kant wrongly believed that there are synthetic judgments because he had the wrong idea of the subject of a judgment. He equated that subject with our concept of it, in which case some judgments are indeed synthetic because the concept of the subject does not contain the predicate. But the proper subject of a judgment is not just any concept of it but our whole intuition or perception of it, in which case the subject term does indeed contain or involve the predicate. 13:16-17.3. Benek admits, however, that there can be synthetic judgments in cases where we have an incomplete intuition or perception of the subject. It turns out that complete identity between subject and predicate is only an ideal of knowledge, which we attain only in the sciences when we have an adequate knowledge of the subject. 25.4. Ultimately, whether a judgment is analytic or synthetic, Benek argues, depends on how we define the subject, and how we define the subject is essentially a pragmatic affair, depending on our purposes. 28-29.4. In ordinary life many of our judgments are synthetic because we have a rather inadequate concept of the subject, but in science, where we have a more adequate knowledge, they are analytic. But a judgment that is analytic in one science also can be synthetic for another, because the terms have different definitions depending on the different ends of inquiry. 27-28.4. Benek does not hesitate to generalize his theory of judgment, applying it to all kinds of judgment, even those in mathematics. 31.5. He therefore questions Kant's theory that the judgments of mathematics are synthetic a priori. Prima facie they do appear to be synthetic because it is hard to see how the predicate is contained in the subject in judgments like the three angles of a triangle are equal to two right angles. Benek assures us, however, that they can be made analytic through further analysis of the subject term. 33-34.5. He does not dispute that we often begin proofs in mathematics with intuitions, but he insists that we can analyze and refine these intuitions, and then on that basis define the subject term so that it is equivalent to the predicate. 90-91, 14. Having rejected the synthetic a priori status of mathematics, Benck then went on to question Kant's thesis that mathematics requires the a priori status of space and time. 132, 18. Since mathematical propositions are, after proper analysis, analytic, their truth would not be jeopardized if space and time were entirely empirical. Although Benck, like Leibniz before him, proposed that all true judgments be reducible to identities, he knew all too well that such identity alone does not amount to knowledge. The reason was all too simple: a formula or identity by itself has no necessary application to reality. 47, 7. The judgment all dryads live in the forest, for example, is just as much a judgment of identity as all bodies have weight. 48, 7. What is necessary for a formula to be knowledge, Benck insists, is that it applies to reality or being itself. 46, 7, and we can determine whether that is so only by consulting experience. 60, 8. What distinguishes knowledge from mere fiction is therefore perception. Warneman, 52, 7. Benck's insistence that judgments, to count as knowledge, be confirmed in experience is simple and straightforward enough. It was the fundamental principle of his empiricism, which he saw as the bedrock of his agreement with Kant. 212-213, 25. But in developing his theory, Benck encountered two difficulties. First, he stressed that no amount of experience can ever confirm a universal judgment. 36, 5. For such a judgment to be true, it must hold for all instances, but it is impossible to confirm whether this is true because we cannot make a complete induction. This means that many judgments of empirical science, which are universal, cannot be true in a strict sense. We can make them true only by convention, that is, by so defining the subject term that the predicate follows from it, but that still leaves us with the problem whether the conventions give us knowledge of reality. We have no guarantee that they are not judgments like all dryads live in the forest. Second, Benck found it difficult to explain objective knowledge of things in space beyond our own subjective states. Since he insists that the immediate objects of knowledge consist in our own representations, 70-71, 10, we need some criterion to distinguish those representations that refer to objective things in space from those that are only illusory. Only if we know such things do we have objective knowledge. 79, 11. But what is this criterion? Since Benck does not specify it, his foundation of knowledge is left hanging in the air. It seems possible that the knowing subject is caught inside the circle of his own consciousness. We will consider in later sections how Benck attempted to solve these problems. Whatever its difficulties, Benck believed that his theory of knowledge had provided the necessary foundation for a critique of pure reason. The critique of pure reason now had a clear and simple criterion of truth, the identity, complete or partial, of a subject with its predicate. Benck realized, of course, that most judgments fall far short of such an ideal, especially in ordinary life but even in the sciences, for they too seldom have an adequate idea of the subject. Still, the point was to have a clear conception of the ideal of knowledge, the goal to which investigation must aspire. Kant's conception of the synthetic a priori left the tribunal of critique bereft of a workable criterion, because it seemed impossible to assess when such judgments are true. Kant resorted to his transcendental deductions of such judgments, but these arguments are problematic, resting on subtleties and scholastic reasoning. Seen as a whole, Benck's Erkenntnislehre seems a curious mixture of rationalism and empiricism. Its standard of true judgment goes back to Leibniz's predicate-in-notion principle. 41 While its talk about comparing ideas to determine their agreement or identity sounds like no one more than Locke. 42 Although Benck insists that true judgments be confirmed in experience, he still entertains the rationalist ideal of a deductive system of the sciences. a mathematical philosophy like Newton's that will demonstrate all its basic truths, 117 to 118, 16. This seems to affirm the very scholastic methodology that Benck repudiates in Kant. The two strands of his epistemology can be made consistent, however, provided that Benck insists that mathematical philosophy comes at the end rather than the beginning of inquiry. While a mathematical system is fine to organize and systematize empirical discoveries, it should never be used to replace or anticipate them. For the psychological program shortly after the Erkenntnislehre, Benck published his Erfahrungszielenlehre, 43, which also appeared in 1820. The two works are complementary. The Erfahrungszielenlehre states and defends the psychological program and premises behind the earlier epistemological work. Epistemology, Benck firmly believed, should be completely merged with psychology. The study of the powers and limits of human knowledge is therefore for him only one chapter within psychology, which is the study of the human mind as a whole. This conviction had been fundamental to, yet implicit in, the Erkenntnislehre. It was now time to explain and justify it. The Erfahrungszielenlehre was the first full statement of Benck's youthful dream, his plan to reform all of philosophy. The work attempts to provide a psychological foundation not only for epistemology but for all philosophy, for ethics and aesthetics as well. Its psychology serves strictly philosophical ends. Its intent is not to establish a complete system of psychology, a larger task for a later occasion, but to lay down just enough psychology to serve as a foundation for the central parts of philosophy. The ultimate intent of Benck's program, which emerges only later, is to make all parts of philosophy into parts of psychology. If my view wins out, as I am fully convinced it will, he wrote in 1822, all philosophy will become the natural science of the human soul. 44. Why psychology? Why did Benck think it held the solution to all the problems of philosophy? There was a tangled web of motives behind Benck's faith in psychology. First of all, he believed that psychology alone could make epistemology into a science. Psychology was, or at least in principle could be, an empirical science. It could follow the same methods of observation, experiment, and induction that are used in physics, chemistry, biology and physiology. True science, Benck writes in his introduction, cannot be founded on anything else but perception and the experience arising from comparing and correlating it. 7. An epistemology could be scientific, therefore, if it were founded on psychology, whose methods of observation and induction were the same as those of the empirical sciences. Another rationale for Benck's faith in psychology was his conviction that understanding the mind is the key to understanding knowledge itself. What we know is determined by how we know, by the activities of the mind that shape and form the object of knowledge. Hence self-knowledge of these activities is the basis for all knowledge, the key to understanding everything knowable. This rationale for psychology appears clearly in Benck's introduction when he tells us that psychology is the most basic science of them all, indeed the science of science. Why? Because the soul is the very medium or instrument that creates science. 7. All knowledge is fundamentally a knowledge by man, for man, and of man, because it depends so much upon his powers of perceiving the world. 5. Still another rationale for Benck's confidence in psychology lies in his theory of meaning. We have already noted this theory at work in the Erkenntnislehre, where Benck analyses judgment into psychological activities. Only at the close of the Erfahrungszielenlehre do we find the basis for this theory, 166 to 167, 12. There Benck reasons that we can identify and name the object of knowledge only through basic mental activities, namely, through the use of speech and hearing. Since the words that designate what we know are products of such basic mental activities, their meaning ultimately derives from them. Alternatively, whatever we know is the product of activities within ourselves, so the words we use to designate what we know are grounded in these activities. Outside these activities, Benck tells us, there is nothing in man, and therefore nothing for man. And so Benck concludes, the complete expression of all simple and complex activities exhausts the secret of all human knowledge. 167, for better or worse, then, Benck here seems intent on breaking down any distinction between psychological activities and their objects. The realm of intentional objects dissolves into mental activities because these activities create these objects, which have no existence apart from them. Since the objects of mental acts are constructed by these acts, they ultimately acquire their sense and reference from them. The idea that there is some realm of intentional objects distinct from the activities that create them Benck would regard as an artificial abstraction. To believe literally in its existence he would regard as hypostasis. 45 From a Kantian perspective, Benck's psychology seems a relapse into the bad old ways of the past, a regress to the old empiricist tradition of epistemology whose shortcomings had been exposed by Kant in the first Critic. In Benck's defense, however, it must be said that going back to the old empiricist project was the only way of going forwards, and precisely because of the defects of Kant's epistemology. It was one of Kant's greatest failures, Benck believed, that he had not reflected on the metacritical question, the question of the basis of his own methodology. 46 There was indeed a remarkable discrepancy between Kant's methodology and his own standards of knowledge. His methodology in the first Critic is a priori reasoning, but his standard of knowledge is possible experience. How could Kant square such a scholastic methodology with his own standard of knowledge? The only way to comply with Kant's own standard of knowledge, it seemed, would be for epistemology to adopt the same empirical methods as the other sciences. So, in Benck's view, it was not he but Kant who had relapsed into the bad old ways of the past, for his method of a priori reasoning was precisely that used by Wolffian rational psychology. In thus charging Kant with following a scholastic methodology in his psychology, a methodology at odds with his own empirical standards of knowledge, Benck was following in the footsteps of Fries and Herbart. On this point the empiricist psychological tradition formed a united front against Kantian orthodoxy. The method of Benck's psychology is supposed to be observation and induction. He writes in his introduction that psychology should proceed by the same methods as the other empirical sciences. It has to collect and compare phenomena, find what they have in common, and then trace them back to their causes. 1. Benck later describes his method as genetic, meaning that it analyzes psychic phenomenon into their more basic elements, and then shows how they arose, how they came into being through the process of their genesis, through the combination of these elements. 85, 8. Though keen to follow the methods of the other sciences, Benck says nothing about experiment. He is still far from envisaging the kind of experimental psychology developed by Volkmann, Fechner, and the Webers in the 1830s. And what he means by observation seems to be little more than introspection. On any point of doubt about his results, he simply requests the reader to look into himself. This was the standard practice of Erfahrungsseelenkunde. 47 Benck's program in his Erfahrungsseelenlehre is very reductivist, attempting to explain all mental activities as appearances or functions of what he calls basic activities, Grundtätigkeiten. These basic activities consist in all those necessary to sustain animal life, e.g. digestion and reproduction, the senses and muscle movements involved in action. 10, 1. This seems to be a materialist program, though that is definitely not Benck's intention. He stresses that it is impossible to separate mind and body within these basic activities, which are not only physical but also mental. 10, 1. He also maintains that the mind is not only passive in receiving stimuli but also active in responding to them. 11, 1. Though his program is very reductivist, there is also a holism behind Benck's general position. He insists that a human being is indivisibly one, so that to act in any particular way he or she has to act as a whole. Hence he writes, the whole human being has to be active if any activity at all is to arise in him. 11, 1. The point of his explanatory program is to show that all activities are part of a single vital human being, so that we must not divide it into independent faculties. No less than Herbart's program, then, Bennett's is directed against the old faculty psychology that divided the soul into independent faculties. It is interesting to note, however, that Bennett, unlike Herbart, does not intend to banish the concept of a faculty entirely. He prefers the term activity over faculty because it is in line with his fundamental belief in the vitality of the human being. But he sees nothing wrong in principle with the concept of a faculty, which, he says, designates nothing more than the arousal of activity in a thing with the appropriate stimulus. 12.1. Bennett adds that a faculty should designate a kind of activity, and warns against postulating a new faculty for each activity. Because we must first determine the kinds of activities before we attribute faculties to the soul, we need to begin by examining and classifying its various activities, and only after that can we determine the basic faculties. 13.1. Hence, for Bennett, the concept of an activity still proves more basic than that of a faculty. True to his reductivist program, Bennett argues that all the higher activities of the soul, conceiving, judging, language, understanding, arise from the action of the environment on the basic activities, and then from their combination or interaction with one another. 54-76, 6. The basic mechanisms for the derivation of these higher activities are association and the repetition of a stimulus, or what Bennett calls reawakening or rearousal, Wiedererwecken. We form concepts from the repeated stimulation of similar activities and the weakening stimulation of different activities. 15.2. We create language when we associate a sound with a concept. 26.2. And we make judgments when we state through words that one mental activity is the same as, or part of, another. 27.3. On no account, Bennett claims, should we postulate a special independent faculty for conceptualization, language, or judgment, because these are only functions of our basic activities. For similar reasons, Bennett thinks that there is no reason to postulate a special faculty of inner sense to explain self-awareness, which arises only after our basic activities recreate impressions they have had in the past. 58-61, 6. Although Bennett believes in the fundamental unity of the mind, he maintains that there are two basic series of activity involved in human knowledge. 42-44, 5. One series has its source in acts of perceiving, with the stimulation of the senses, the other comes from relating or connecting these acts of perceiving, which chiefly happens according to cause and effect, where cause-effect relations arise from the constant conjunction of successive representations. 38.4. We seem to return here to Locke's old distinction between ideas of sensation and reflection. 48. The point of Bennett's distinction is indeed empiricist. For he is concerned that we not confuse his distinction with another one, that between the a posteriori and the a priori. 45.6. What Kant and others call a priori knowledge, he argues, really ultimately arises from experience. Kant's a priori concepts are only the most general concepts that we abstract from experience. We consider some knowledge to be a priori or innate only because we have not done a sufficient account of its genesis. 47-48, 6. It is noteworthy, however, that Bennett would eventually qualify such radical empiricism, admitting that the mind has inherent activities that make all knowledge possible. 49. On the basis of his psychological analysis, Bennett attempts to draw further epistemological conclusions. We are told that the whole question whether our knowledge is subjective or objective is rather vague and suspicious. 13-14, 1. Some of our senses, namely, seeing and hearing, are more objective than others, because different people see and hear the same thing, or because the same person sees and hears the same thing at different times. But all the senses are to an extent both subjective and objective because they depend on our inner activity as much as an external stimulus. 14, 23, 1, 2. It is very difficult to draw a fine line, he argues, between the subjective and objective component of our representations, between what we receive from outside and what we supply from within, because our receptivity and spontaneity are so intermingled. 22, 2. Bennett does think, however, that psychology gives some basis for belief in things in themselves. Though he does not explicitly defend Kant's notorious concept here, he maintains that the stimulus behind our perception of an object and the object itself are beyond cognition by our perceptual activity. 44, 5. We can think about and perceive the world only insofar as it reveals itself to us. The fundamental question for Benneck's empiricism, however, is whether and how it can justify some of the basic propositions of natural science. Some of the most important of these propositions are laws, which claim that there is a universal and necessary connection between kinds of events. Kant had rejected empiricism precisely because he believed that it cannot justify such propositions. Experience, as Hume taught, shows us only constant conjunctions and never warrants the inference to a universal and necessary connection. Fully aware of this problem, Benneck addresses it in section 3, though he still does not develop a completely unequivocal position regarding it. He again insists, as he did in the Erkenntnislehre, that all universal judgments are valid only if they hold for all cases falling under them, 29, 3, and that we can be certain that they are valid only through a complete induction, 32 to 33, 3. He also admits, however, that certainty is only in proportion to the degree of the induction, 32, 3, and that no induction can ever be complete, 29, 3. In that case, it seems we should admit that all natural science is uncertain, however rigorously we have proceeded in our observation and experiment. To an extent, Benneck seems willing to accept this result, and he even endorses Hume's account of the concept of causality as amounting to nothing more than constant conjunction, 38, 4. But he also seems to hesitate, stopping short of this sceptical conclusion. Rather than flatly admit the uncertainty of all universal propositions, he appeals to the phenomenon of mathematical construction, which shows how we can base a universal proposition from considering a single case, 29 to 30, 3. From the construction of a single triangle we can see, for example, that all its sides must be equal to 180 degrees or 2 right angles. All universal judgments arise in this way, Benneck then suggests, 30 to 31, 3, though he provides no further explanation. To escape skepticism, then, Benneck entertains the possibility that all universal judgments can be verified through a process akin to mathematical construction. But why this is so, and how it is so, is left unexplained. The Erfahrungsseelenlehre, no less than the Erkenntnislehre, leaves the question of the foundations of knowledge hanging in the air. The Erfahrungsseelenlehre attempts to provide a new foundation for aesthetics and ethics as well as epistemology. Accordingly, more than half of the work is devoted to these disciplines. First comes the new foundation for aesthetics, which is for Benneck a theory of feeling. Feeling is explained on the basis of the same activities as the faculty of knowledge. It consists in those states arising from the ratio between the mind's receptivity and spontaneity, between what Benneck calls stimulus, reis, and power or energy, Kraft, 86 to 87, 8. There are 3 kinds of feelings: pleasure, das Angenehme, when stimulus preponderates over power, sublimity, das. Friedrich Eduard Benneck, Neo-Kantian Martyr 159. Erhaben, when power preponderates over stimulus, and beauty, das Schön, when stimulus and power are in equilibrium. This very sketchy and schematic account of feeling then provides the foundation for Benneck's ethics. For Benneck, no less than Herbart, ethics is ultimately based on aesthetics. This is because ethics is based upon human feelings, the study of which is aesthetics, the doctrine of feeling, 130, 10. Why is this so? We judge the morality of actions, Benneck explains, according to whether they arouse feelings of sublimity or beauty within us, 132, 10. A virtuous action gives us feelings of sublimity or beauty, and a vicious one gives the opposite of those feelings, the common or ugly. Such a reduction of ethics to aesthetics comes as a surprise, especially for someone who otherwise avows to follow the spirit of Kant's philosophy. but in the field of ethics Benck is more the antagonist than protagonist of Kant. He thinks that the whole concept of practical reason is an occult quality, which he wants to reduce to its more basic elements, which are to be found in feeling, 133, 11. More radically, he wants to abolish the entire doctrine of duties from ethics and to replace it with the doctrine of virtue alone, 163, 11. Judging human actions according to general rules is for Benck an abomination. It abstracts from the particular factors necessary for each moral judgment, and it measures all human beings according to a single standard of mediocrity, 144, 11. Like a good student of Schleiermacher, 50 Benck is critical of Kant's belief in absolute duties because it ignores the realm of individuality, that is, the particular motives of a person's action, the particular circumstances in which a person must act, the particular constraints and limits of action. Moral judgment has to be aesthetic because it is first and foremost a matter of feeling, of learning how to sympathize with people, of acquiring the power to reenact another person's state of mind, 127 to 128, 11. The great advantage of feeling over general rules is that it is more perceptive of the individual features of each case of action, and so more likely to result in fair and accurate moral judgment, 144 to 145, 11. Erfahrungsseelenlehre has for Benck, as it had for its early protagonists, a liberal social and political agenda. Its aim is to make the judge or magistrate see the world from the standpoint of the defendant, so that they are more tolerant and provide more humane judgments. Such, in crude outline, was Benck's early philosophical program. It was all very sketchy and schematic, stated in dense and awkward prose. But in 170 small pages Benck believed that he had provided the basis for a complete reform of philosophy, the foundation for the Philosophia Perennis, forever sought and never caught. However, he was confident, as only a very young man can be, in his discovery and its success. In the concluding section he went so far as to claim that his philosophy was not just this or that philosophy but philosophy in itself, 166, 12. Soon, though, around the time he wrote his Erkenntnislehre and Erfahrungsseelenlehre, Benck had a trying encounter with another young and ambitious philosopher in Berlin, one who later would become as famous as Hegel, Arthur Schopenhauer. Schopenhauer and Benck both habilitated in Berlin in 1820, though Schopenhauer began to lecture one semester before Benck. Curious about his future colleague, Benck attended Schopenhauer's lectures twice in the spring of 1820. He was later given the opportunity to examine Schopenhauer's work when the editor of the Zeitschrift Allgemeine Literaturzeitung invited him to review Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung, which had appeared in January 1819. Though hesitant, Benck agreed to write the review, which duly appeared in December 1820. 51. A review of Schopenhauer was a very delicate task for Benck. The two new Privatdozenten were rivals for student audiences in Berlin, and any review was likely to arouse suspicions about the reviewer's motives. Well aware of this danger, Benck strived to write a fair, balanced and objective review. He would be free and frank in his philosophical judgments, but philosophical differences should never be a cause for personal animosity. Benck pointed out that Schopenhauer had been highly critical of Kant. Even though he had the greatest respect for him, he wanted Schopenhauer to take his criticisms in a similar spirit. And then in one sentence he summarizes all his admiration and reservations about the author. The book before us shows such great philosophical insight, such a richness of thought, such a rare gift for clear and vivid exposition. It contains in its refutation of other views, and in its account of its own, so many illuminating remarks about all parts of philosophy, that, the reviewer must now bring this panegyric to an end. We cannot complain enough about its many errors bordering on insanity, to which its author has been led through consistent deduction from a few false principles. 378. Benck's review, which is nearly 30 pages long, contains many insightful criticisms of many aspects of Schopenhauer's work, to which we cannot begin to do justice here. On the whole, Benck strives to evaluate Schopenhauer by his own standards, and contents himself with finding inconsistencies. Among these inconsistencies, Schopenhauer insists that knowledge is limited to experience but then claims to have knowledge of reality in itself. Schopenhauer limits the principle of sufficient reason to appearances but assumes that the will in itself is the cause of appearances. The gross errors Benck finds in Schopenhauer's book, those bordering on insanity, concern the vast metaphysical conclusions that he draws from scanty empirical premises. Benck questions whether the immediate knowledge we have of our own mental activities gives us sufficient evidence to infer the existence of a single cosmic will that appears in all of nature and in every human being. 388. By the end of the review, the main differences between Benck and Schopenhauer are plain. Benck's more cautious empirical approach clashes with Schopenhauer's metaphysical ambitions. Benck accepts wholeheartedly Schopenhauer's many statements to the effect that science gives us knowledge only of the appearances of things, but he cannot endorse Schopenhauer's statements that philosophy gives us knowledge of reality in itself. If philosophy is a science, it should be subject to all the limits of science. Whence then this bold ambition to know the inner nature of things? 382 to 383, Benck knew that in writing the Review of Arrival he was skating on thin ice. But there was another reason that he was fearful about the reaction to his review: Schopenhauer's arrogance and sensitivity, his open contempt for other philosophers, was well known. His book was sprinkled with caustic and vituperative remarks about Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. Would not Benck, by writing his review, soon become a similar target for Schopenhauer's wrath? Benck was hopeful that he could make the whole discussion more civilized. At the end of his review he chastens Schopenhauer for his venomous remarks, which he finds unworthy of a philosopher. He agrees with the philosophical failings of these authors, but philosophical failings should not be treated as if they were moral vices. In thus chastening Schopenhauer, Benck was hoping that he would discourage him from treating him as he had done to so many others. His plea was for Sachlichkeit, sheer objectivity, sticking to the issues and leaving one's ego behind. It was a grievous miscalculation. Schopenhauer could not have been more incensed by Benck's review, which he saw as the work of a rival intent on undermining him. 52. He immediately wrote an indignant letter to the editor of journal, Heinrich Karl Eichstädt, demanding that he publish immediately, without any delay and the slightest editorial changes, his response to the review, which he enclosed. 53. If Eichstädt did not do so, he would find 6 other journals that would publish it, in which he would add his own explanation for the whole affair. Why was Schopenhauer so angry? In his response he explained that it was not the reviewer's opinion about his book. He expected criticism and disagreement, and even welcomed it. What he took exception to, however, was all the lies and slander. Benck's review was indeed a forgery and fraud because, on at least 10 occasions, he had used quotation marks for sentences that never appeared in Schopenhauer's book. Allegedly, Benck omitted phrases, pushed together disparate sentences, added words with wild abandon, and then used quotations marks as if this farrago were the author's exact words. It was one thing to criticize the content of the book, but it was quite another to distort it. This incoherent pastiche, this clumsy prose, this monstrous dog's dinner, was presented to the whole world as if they were the ipsissima verba of the author. What could that be but lies and slander? Eventually, Eichstädt acceded to Schopenhauer's demands, though he did so only by giving Benck the space to reply to Schopenhauer's accusations. Schopenhauer's riposte, with Benck's reply immediately following it, duly appeared in the Intelligenzblatt der Jenisken Allgemeinen Literaturzeitung for February 1821. 54. Benck found it easy to reply to Schopenhauer's accusations. Some of the changes were due to printer's errors, but most of them were due to abridgments, which Benck felt obliged to make for his readers and reasons of space. In no case were the abridgments such that they destroyed the meaning of Schopenhauer's sentences. Such abridgments are the common practice of all reviews nowadays, Benck said, so that Schopenhauer need not feel that he was the special target of a conspiracy. If Schopenhauer felt that these abridgments damaged the beauty of his prose, Benck was sorry for that, but then he had some bad news for him. The latest review of Schopenhauer's work in the Leipziger Literaturzeitung had made the same kind of abridgments. 55. As for the tone of Schopenhauer's Riposte, Benck felt no need to censure it, it spoke for itself. Towards the close of his review, Benck made reference to one extraordinary fact about his encounter with Schopenhauer. He said that, to prevent all the trouble and embarrassment of a public dispute, he had tried to discuss matters with Schopenhauer personally. Indeed, on 2 occasions, Benck paid a visit to Schopenhauer's lodgings in Berlin and asked to speak with him. On both occasions, however, the maid sent him away, and on the second she even told him that Schopenhauer was at home. The poor young man turned completely pale, the maid told Schopenhauer after the second visit. 56. Schopenhauer revelled in Benck's humiliation, which he felt to be due revenge for the review. However brief, Benck's clash with Schopenhauer was portentous. It was symbolic of the future rivalry between Schopenhauer and the later Neo-Kantians, who, like Benck, disapproved of Schopenhauer's grandiose metaphysics. Refusing to acknowledge Schopenhauer's claim to be Kant's only legitimate heir, the Neo-Kantians would subject his metaphysics to sharp criticism throughout the 1860s. Though Schopenhauer did not live to see the Kant revival of the 1860s, we can be certain that he would have vented a hefty dose of spleen over it. After all, the Neo-Kantians were university philosophers, and he had also expressed his contempt for Herbart and Fries just as he had done for Benck. We will have occasion to examine the Neo-Kantian clash with Schopenhauer in later chapters. 57. 6. The physics of morals. The early 1820s was a period of extraordinary creativity for the young Benck, whose high ambitions were matched only by his inexhaustible energies. In 1822, only 2 years after his Erfahrungseelenlehre and Erkenntnislehre, he published his first work on ethics, Grundlegung zur Physik der Sitten. 58. His major work on ethics was his 3-volume Grundlinien der Systems der praktischen Philosophie, which appeared from 1837 to 1840. 59. There are important differences in emphasis and meaning between the earlier and later works, though these do not concern us here. Our interest will be limited strictly to Benck's earlier work, which was more controversial and which laid down the basis for his later work. Benck's Grundlegung zur Physik der Sitten is a much more full exposition of the ethical doctrines already sketched in his Erfahrungseelenlehre. There is the same naturalistic program, the same emphasis on the central role of feeling, and the same opposition to an absolutist morality. On one very important point, though, the texts differ. The aesthetic foundation of morality, so pronounced in the earlier work, falls into the background in the later one. Benck retains the distinction between beauty and sublimity, though these aesthetic concepts no longer play a foundational role but only distinguish between 2 kinds of virtue. 60. For Benck's ethics, no less than his epistemology, Kant proves to be the decisive figure. But it is almost entirely in a negative sense. The antagonism towards Kant already apparent in the Erfahrungseelenlehre now becomes more explicit and emphatic. On point after point Benck takes issue with Kant, defining his position in opposition to him. The Physics of Morals is meant to refute and replace Kant's Metaphysics of Morals. The very subtitle of Benck's work reveals his intentions, Ein Gegenstück zu Kants Grundlegung zur Metaphysik der Sitten. The work was conceived in epistolary form, where Benck's imaginary correspondent, Karl, is a Kantian. After 20 long letters, Karl finally comes to see the light, the untenability of virtually every tenet of Kant's moral philosophy. Because it takes such a diametrically opposed view to Kant on so many issues, Benck's Grundlegung zur Physik der Sitten is one of the most interesting and important works on ethics to appear in the early 19th century. Benck's criticisms still resonate, anticipating positions later advanced in the 20th century. 61. Just what does Benck mean by a physics of morals? Though it is left undefined in the work itself, he went to some pains to explain himself in a later appendix and apology. 62. The term gave rise to suspicions of materialism, which Benck was eager to dispel. 63. The physics of morals is meant to be an application of the naturalist-empiricist program Benck had already outlined in his Erfahrungsseelenlehre. This project would trace the fundamental principles of morality back to their origins in human sensibility and feeling, which are held to be the sources of all mental activity. 64. The method of the physics of morals would be genetic, that is, it would show how moral principles and concepts that seem to be eternal, innate, and a priori are really the products of education and environment. 65. To address concerns about materialism, Benck insists that a physics of morals is not a materialist or sensualist program. 66. The physics of the soul means only the nature of the soul, according to the Old Greek sense of physis, and Benck insists that its nature is distinct from matter itself. Though no materialist, Benck is a naturalist. He is perfectly clear that his project intends to explain all the characteristic phenomena of the soul according to natural laws. 67. And he even endorses Lessing's naturalism, according to which there is nothing supernatural and everything happens of necessity. 66. Such naturalism was alone sufficient to get him into trouble in the repressive environment of the 1820s. When Schultz complained about Benck's book, he never mentioned materialism, but he did express his disapproval of a doctrine which held that thinking is a purely natural process. Benck's Grundlegung zur Physik der Sitten was first and foremost an attempt to rehabilitate the sentimentalist ethics of Hutcheson, Hume, and Smith, which had been once endorsed but then repudiated by Kant. Though his ultimate debts are to his British forebears, 68. Benck's more immediate ones are to Jacobi, who, via Rousseau, had imported sentimentalism into Germany. Never one to conceal his debts, Benck explicitly declared that Jacobi's views were closest to his own, and he acknowledged that it was Jacobi who first gave him the idea for a genetic account of morality. 69. Benck's central thesis is indeed straight out of Jacobi and the sentimentalist tradition, that moral principles are derived from, and indeed must be based upon, sentiments or feelings. We know what is right or wrong first through feelings, which we later formulate into concepts and principles. 10. 80. So it is not principles that determine our moral feelings, it is our moral feelings that determine our principles. To be sure, concepts and principles are necessary to clarify and explain these feelings, but they cannot ever replace them and ultimately have to be based upon them. 279. If, for example, we were purely rational beings who never had a feeling of sympathy, we would never have motive or reason to be kind to others. We approve benevolent actions, and disapprove selfish ones, only because we have that feeling of sympathy. Generalizing from this point, Benck assumes that there is a sui generis class of moral feelings, which it is the business of ethics to discover, define, and clarify. 86-87. The decisive role of feeling in morality has been so ignored, he argues, because so many philosophers have a false conception of sensibility. They see it as a purely passive and physical capacity opposed to reason, though it is in reality active and spiritual. Following Hume and Jacobi, Benck regards sensibility as the source of all our vital energies, indeed as the dominating power of the soul, of which reason is only one function. 70. The flip side of Benck's enthusiasm for sentimentalism is his vehement reproof of Kant's rationalism. Not the least reason to be an empiricist and sentimentalist in ethics, he believes, is that rationalism is so bankrupt. All the problems of the rationalism of Kant's epistemology resurface in his ethics. Kant's categorical imperative makes the same mistake as all rationalist speculation, it attempts to squeeze blood from a turnip, that is, to derive concrete or particular results from a general or universal principle. The categorical imperative, as a purely formal principle, proves to be empty because all kinds of maxims, whether moral and immoral, are universalizable. 37-38. The only reason Kant's principle seems to provide results, Benck argues, is that the arguments for it tacitly presuppose feelings, which are necessary to tell us whether we accept a maxim as a universal law. 39-40. On the whole, Benck finds Kant's criterion useless because it is too vague. Kant does not specify exactly how to formulate a maxim, so we get inconsistent results depending on the formulation. 37 to 39, 257. He also fails to give a precise account of the moral will that is to be the ultimate determinant of the value of a maxim. 42 to 43. Contrary to Kant, and very much like Herbart, Benck sees no special moral value attaching to universality. Since immoral principles can be universalized no less than moral ones, the distinction between universal and particular commands is purely logical. 247. Focusing upon the universality of a maxim to determine the morality of an action is in any case a distraction, because it does not consider the very special circumstances of each case and the complicated motives of an agent. 130. Each case is unique and each agent is different, so that it becomes almost impossible to generalize what we should do. 199 to 200. It is indeed precisely here, Benck argues, that we can see the great value of moral feeling over universalizability as a test of morality. 278. Feeling is perceptive of, and responsive to, different circumstances and motives, and so is more likely to provide a more tolerant and accurate moral judgment. For Benck, the most objectionable aspect of Kant's moral theory lies in its doctrine of absolute or unconditional moral values. No value is so absolute, Benck argues, that there cannot be some higher one. 94. None is so unconditional that it should not be surrendered under specific circumstances. 31 to 33, 269 to 272. Consider, for example, the prescription against murder. There seems to be no higher precept, no more absolute prohibition, but sometimes we even excuse it, namely, in times of famine the Greenlanders murder their children rather than see them starve to death. 100 to 101. While Kant makes it a fundamental principle that we always treat humanity as an end in itself, it is still the case that we often make exceptions to this principle, viz., we execute criminals, we command soldiers to sacrifice their lives in time of war. 95. Benck sees no problem at all in admitting a kind of relativism, one which accepts opposing moral assessments of the same kind of actions, so that whether we approve or disapprove of polygamy or suicide should depend on the circumstances, time, and age of the agents. 269 to 272. Following the spirit of his historical age, Benck insists that a Rijkslayer that pretends to be independent of time and place is een leerdichtung, and stresses that all legitimate Rijkslayer has to be in part an historical science. 186, 192. Given his critique of absolute values and universality, it is not surprising that Benck's position in Physik der Sitten comes close to a complete virtue ethics. Like all virtue theorists, he insists that we cannot formulate general rules that hold for all cases, and that we can determine what we ought to do only by considering particular circumstances. A general principle by itself has no moral force because it cannot tell us under particular circumstances how, and indeed whether, we should follow it. A proper moral imperative does not take simply the general form be kind, but the more particular form be kind in this case. 246. Benck's virtue ethics is most explicit when he states that the moral law should be derived from our model of the virtuous man. 228, 230. Accordingly, he cites a maxim he attributes to Aristotle, the good is what the excellent man does. 71. Benck even defines morality in terms of virtue because it consists for him in having power over one's sensible desires and in following one's system of values, whatever they might be. 214, 217, 209 to 210. Since morality is independent of precepts, he even leaves it open-ended what these values should be. People can be virtuous, that is, moral, whatever the desires they control and whatever the values they have. Whatever his leanings towards a virtue ethics, it is striking that Benck does not completely disavow general moral principles. He even goes so far to say that, at least in particular cases, we can determine right or wrong with mathematical accuracy. 179, 278. It turns out, though, that we determine right or wrong not by consulting the categorical imperative but by reckoning according to the utilitarian calculus, that is, by weighing gains and losses and choosing that option that maximizes pleasure or minimizes pain. 172, 179. The strong utilitarian streak in his ethics emerges most clearly when Benck states that a sound moral system should be grounded on the value of pleasure as pleasure. 213. 72. He even goes so far in his utilitarianism as to claim that no crime is committed if a thief, who is in dire need, steals from someone who does not derive any benefit from his property. 174. Benck disavows consequentialism, however, because he thinks that it is a mistake to take into account the success of an action to determine its morality, which is ultimately determined by the will. 21, 187. 73. The apparent tension is resolvable if we follow through with Benck's distinction between Sittlichkeit and Recht, between the morality and legality of an action. 196 to 198. While the legality of an action considers its consequences, its morality concerns its motives. 196. No aspect of Kant's ethics more aroused Benck's ire than its theory of metaphysical freedom, which ran counter to his own deep-seated naturalism. 66. The Kantian concept of a noumenal self he saw as a lapse into obscurantanism. 66 to 67. 74. It seemed absurd to place moral motivation and character into a mysterious realm beyond time and space. Since it is plain that moral volition and action occur in time, it should follow, at least by Kant's own reckoning, that they must be part of nature, which encompasses the entire temporal realm. 67. Kant's aim, of course, was to protect moral freedom, to save moral responsibility from the determinism of nature, but Benck insists that there is no need to assume that freedom excludes determinism in the first place. All that freedom presupposes in a moral sense is that we have the power to control our impulses, and that our actions are free from constraint, but neither presupposition means that an action has no cause. 75. All acts are indeed the product of previous causes, but that does not make the will superfluous, because it too is a necessary cause of our actions. 72. Benck goes on to argue, like all compatibilists, that morality is not only compatible with causal necessity but even presupposes it. 67 to 68. Moral judgments presuppose that people's actions will follow causal laws, namely, do X if you want Y assumes that X is in appropriate circumstances a cause of Y. 67 to 68. 76. All told, the Physik der Sitten was a remarkably bold and original work, at least if we place it in its historical context, which was still dominated by Kant's ethics and speculative idealism. Its empiricism, naturalism, and relativism proved very challenging for his contemporaries. It was not surprising, then, that the Physik der Sitten led to the rescript against Benck's lectures in Berlin. Sadly, Benck would never live down the fate that the Physik der Sitten imposed on him. It was no work for the age of reaction. 7 Cracks in the foundation. Shortly after the Erfahrungszahlenlehre appeared in February 1820, Benck realized that his program faced grave obstacles. His grand vision was to make philosophy into a science by transforming it into empirical psychology. All his confidence in that revolutionary project came from his belief that psychology too could be an empirical science, a science on par with physics, physiology, and chemistry. Soon enough, however, he learned that belief stood in urgent need of defense. For there had been some powerful critics of empirical psychology, even dangerous skeptics, who doubted the very possibility of psychology as a science. Responding to these critics and skeptics became one of Benck's priorities in the early 1820s. This was a central task of 3 early works: Neue Grundlegung zur Metaphysik, Das Verhältnis von Seele und Leib and Beitrag zu einer rein Seelenwissenschaftlichen Bearbeitung der Seelenkrankheitskunde. 77 One of the chief critics of empirical psychology was no less than Kant himself. In the first critic he had treated psychology like a stern stepfather. 78 While he seemed to allow the possibility that it could be an empirical science, he insisted that it was only part of applied philosophy, and that it should be banished entirely from metaphysics or pure philosophy. Psychology had still not proven itself, and it was scarcely a discipline in its own right. Hence one had to treat it as a stranger whom one suffers for a while, and grants residence for a time, until he can move into his own lodging in a comprehensive anthropology, the pendant to empirical natural science. In the preface to his Metaphysica Anfangsgrund, Kant went on to doubt whether empirical psychology could be a science at all. 79 A discipline was a science only to the degree that one could apply mathematics to it, and it is impossible to apply mathematics to the phenomena of inner sense, which are too fleeting to be properly measured. As if these pronouncements on the scientific status of psychology were not challenging enough, Benck was disturbed even more by another central Kantian doctrine. This was the Kantian theory of inner sense, according to which we know ourselves only as appearances. Kant had maintained in the first critic that while we can know that we exist as spontaneous subjects, we cannot know how we exist as such a subject, whose essence or intrinsic nature is an unknowable noumenon or thing in itself. 80 The reasoning behind this apparently paradoxical doctrine seemed perfectly straightforward, that all knowledge, including self-knowledge, is limited by the form of inner sense, which is time, and that form provides us with knowledge only of appearances. 81 This thesis had far-reaching consequences. It meant downgrading self-knowledge from its once privileged position in modern philosophy. While Descartes, Locke, and Hume saw self-knowledge as certain and immediate, they held knowledge of the external world to be uncertain and mediate because it has to be inferred as the cause of my ideas or representations. With his doctrine of inner sense, however, Kant put self-knowledge and knowledge of the external world on the same footing. Both are certain and immediate, but both gave us knowledge only of appearances. The thing in itself, whether as an external cause of sensation or the subject behind all representations, is unknowable. It was one of the central aims of Benck's psychology to restore the primacy and immediacy of self-consciousness, to reinstate its privileged place in epistemology after its demotion in the Kantian critic. In his Neue Grundlegung zur Metaphysik, Benck attempted to provide a knockdown refutation of Kant's doctrine of inner sense. Here he tries to prove more geometrico that we can know ourselves as we really are, and that our self-knowledge is privileged over knowledge of the external world, which has to be inferred from our knowledge of our own inner states. Prima facie it is odd to find Benck resorting to the method of mathematical demonstration so loved by rationalists and so scorned by empiricists, but Benck had to resort to metaphysics here, because it is obvious that the question at stake is not empirical. When questions are not empirical but metaphysical, Benck thinks that the only exact methods to decide them are mathematical. In general, he questions Kant's distinction between the mathematical and philosophical methods, and believed that philosophy could have all the certainty and exactitude of the mathematical method provided, of course, it rigorously follows that method. 82. Benck thinks that his very first proof is sufficient to refute the Kantian doctrine. 8. He sets himself the following task, to find one representation that corresponds with being. 6. We find that representation in the very act of becoming aware of a representation, he argues, because that representation, simply as a representation, has a being of its own. 7. It does not matter whether this representation conforms to something else beyond itself, in this case another representation, it still exists as something in its own right, and it therefore has being. The simple facts that we can be aware of this representation, and that this representation has a being of its own, demonstrates that we can have knowledge of being, at least in our own case through the awareness of our own representations. It is evident, however, that Benck laid too much on such a simple and slender proof. The argument is clearly insufficient to prove his thesis. For the question remains whether the representation we know belongs to ourselves in ourselves or as an appearance. The representation indeed amounts to being, sen, but only in a very general sense, which leaves open the question whether it is being in itself or mere appearance. Furthermore, Benck seems blind to the deeper problem of self-knowledge. How can we know the act of representing ourselves except on pain of an infinite regress? This was the kind of problem that tormented the young Herbart, who did not fail to remind Benck of their importance. 83 Benck turned to the question from another angle in his Das Verhältnis von Seele und Leib. After explaining his earlier proof in less technical language, he adds the following argument, that there is a fundamental difference between knowing ourselves and knowing the external world, because to know the external world we have to go outside ourselves to see if our representations correspond to something external to us, but in the case of ourselves we do not have to go outside ourselves at all, rather, what we know lies before us in immediate self-observation. 43-44, 3. This basic difference between the two forms of knowledge is denied on the Kantian doctrine, Benck implies, because it makes it seem as if self-knowledge is just as difficult and problematic as knowledge of the external world. Here again, though, Benck's argument is too thin. It begs the question because if all cognitive activity conditions and determines how things appear to us, as Kant argues and Benck admits, 33-34, 2, we are still left with the question how we know ourselves in ourselves. Even our self-knowing activity should condition and determine what it knows. This means that even in our own case the self-knowing subject has to go outside itself to know itself as an object in itself. The distinction between knowledge of ourselves and the external world collapses, but this is the price we have to pay for the Kantian principle that all cognitive activity shapes what it knows. Another potent critic of empirical psychology was Hume. Although his science of human nature was an ancestor of Benck's own project, Hume's legacy was a very ambivalent one, having the power to destroy as well as inspire. For resting uneasily beside David Hume the naturalist there was David Hume the sceptic. And the two Humes are not happy bedfellows. Hume's critique of the principle of causality seems to undermine the science of human nature he is so intent to establish. That science claims to consist in universal and necessary laws, much like Newton's laws of motion, but the thrust of Hume's doubts about causation is that there is no evidence for the idea of necessary connection involved in a natural law. Benck was a great admirer of Hume, whom he read carefully and in the original English. Such, indeed, was his admiration that in his Erfahrungsseelenlehre he had even endorsed Hume's analysis of causality into constant conjunction, 38-42, 4. Later in the 1820s, however, Benck saw the troubling consequences of such scepticism. Hume's doubts about causality work against not only the laws of nature but also the laws of mind. Benck addresses the source of his new doubts in section 5 of Das Verhältnis von Seele und Leib. There he tackles head-on Hume's skepticism. He declares that he is in full agreement with Hume's fundamental principle, that we can demonstrate the reality of an idea only if we can find an impression corresponding to it, 59, 41, 42n. But by this very standard, he argues, we can vindicate the reality of the idea of causal connection. We have an immediate feeling of causal power in the case of our own will, Benck argues, 63, 64, 5. When we resolve to close the door, for example, we have a feeling of our effort to close it, the force by which we push the door against the resisting air and onto its frame. That feeling, Benck believes, is nothing less than a simple impression of force or power, which is sufficient to ground the idea of necessary connection behind our idea of cause and effect. This impression of force and power is given and simple, and it is not an idea resolvable into more simple impressions, hence it is not created by the imagination, which has the power to join together and take apart impressions but never to create them. 43. It is remarkable to find Benck falling back on this tired old argument, which had a long and inglorious history. As Benck well knew, its weaknesses had already been exposed by Hume in the Inquiry. 84 Indeed, on these grounds he had rejected it himself in his Erfahrungsseelenslehre, 38, 40, 4. But now, Out of sheer desperation, Benck attempts to rehabilitate it and to vindicate it against Hume's objections. Too much was at stake, the very possibility of providing a sound foundation for universal laws in psychology. And so Benck sifts through Hume's objections and tries to wiggle out of them. But it is all to no avail. His efforts are no more successful than those before him. For while we might indeed have a simple impression or feeling of effort or force, there is no reason to think that this impression or feeling involves the experience of a necessary connection. We have two distinct impressions, the feeling of effort and the closing of the door, but no evidence of a necessary connection between them, and so no reason to call one the cause and the other the effect. The fallacy of Benck's Hume, Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding, in essays and treatises on several subjects. Argument becomes very clear from his description of the experience involved in feeling how one mental state follows another. Benck says that we feel not only the effort but also how the succeeding state is conditioned, bedingt, by the preceding one, 69, 5. But where is the impression of something conditioning or determining something else? It is plain that Benck had simply read into the experience the very causal principle needing justification. 8. Settling accounts with Kant. Though a sharp critic of Kant in his Erfahrungsseelenlehre and Physik der Sitten, Benck never ceased to define and orient his philosophy around him. Never did he renounce the claim to be the legitimate heir of Kant's legacy, the true spokesman for the spirit of the critical philosophy. It was important, however, that he justify such a bold claim, which was very controversial in the 1820s. Just because the Kantian spirit was such a potent imprimatur, philosophers of many stripes would claim to be its true disciples. Not the least among them were the great idealist system builders themselves, Fichte, Schelling and Hegel, whose work Benck regarded as a betrayal of Kant. Somehow, then, Benck would have to defend his claim against other contenders for the Kantian mantle. He turned to just that task in his 1832 tract Kant und die philosophische Aufgabe unserer Zeit. 85. The tract is subtitled Eine Gedenkschrift, literally, a celebratory memorial, because it was written to celebrate the semi-centennial of the publication of the Kritik der reinen Vernunft. Coincidentally, it appeared in November 1831, the very month of Hegel's death. That aroused Hegelian suspicions. 86. Was Benck, a known enemy of Hegel, covertly celebrating the death of their beloved master? If so, it was an insult to der Verwigten. To counter such mistrust, Benck felt obliged to add a prefatory note attesting that the date was sheer coincidence and that his work had been in fact finished earlier in August. However, its printing had been prevented by the spread of cholera in Berlin, the very pestilence that had claimed Hegel's life. Benck's tract has been seen as the beginning of the Neo-Kantian movement, as the first explicit call for a return to Kant. 87. But, as we have seen, it was preceded in that role as early as 1803 by Fries Reinhold, Fichte und Schelling. Still, it was an early manifesto, to say the least. It appeared at least 30 years before Otto Liebmann's Kant und die Epigonen, which is often seen as the beginning of Neo-Kantianism. The Jubelschrift, as it is known, begins with a broad assessment of Kant's achievement and place in history. Benck saw Kant's work as the great watershed of modern German philosophy. The critical philosophy was revolutionary, he believed, primarily because it broke with the predominant rationalism of its day and led philosophy back to the foundations of true knowledge, which lay in the bathos of experience. Benck regarded Kant's philosophy as the culmination of the empiricist tradition, as the last great representative of the lineage beginning with Bacon and continuing with Locke, Berkeley, and Hume. If modern German philosophy would only follow that precedent, he believed, it would finally march down the road towards science. Yet, Benck lamented, the great promise of Kant's revolution came to nothing. Rather than following in the footsteps of the empirical tradition, philosophy after Kant had turned into a new form of rationalist speculation. It was the grand metaphysical systems of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel that had dominated German philosophy after Kant, and they represented a remarkable rehabilitation of rationalism. They were based on abstract reasoning and a priori deductions following methodologies fundamentally akin to the rationalism of Leibniz and Wolff. Worst of all, though, this resurgence of rationalism was in the name of Kant. Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel all claimed to fulfill the spirit of Kant's philosophy. How could this be? What went so wrong with Kant's revolution that it inspired the very rationalism it condemned? That was the chief question Benck wanted to answer in his Jubelschrift. The ultimate reason for the failure of Kant's revolution, he argues, was that Kant himself was still too much a child of his own age. Though a penetrating critic of rationalism, his own philosophical method was still too indebted to it. Kant had defined philosophy as rational knowledge by means of concepts, and, sure enough, the method of the first critic is still very much the old a priori reasoning of Leibnizian Wolffian rationalism, 29–30. Thus Kant derived the forms of understanding from the forms of judgment through conceptual analysis, and he defended the categories as necessary conditions of experience through transcendental deductions, that is, abstract reasoning from first principles. Thus the very rationalist methodology Kant had banished in metaphysics he had endorsed in epistemology. As Benck puts it, Kant drove speculation from mere concepts out of the front door only to reintroduce them through the back door, in place of the objective fictions with respect to the world and God, against which he had rightly pronounced a sentence of death, he put subjective fantasies. 33. It was Kant's use of an a priori method, Benck contended, that set such a bad example for his successors. His rationalist methodology was the model for Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, who believed that they could know the first principles of experience by sheer a priori reasoning. No wonder, then, that they claimed to represent the spirit of Kant. Benck insisted, however, that Kant's rationalist methodology represents only one side of his teaching, and indeed the more antiquated and least original side. The more novel and innovative side is its empiricism, its demand that all claims to knowledge be justified by experience. There is a striking tension between these two sides of Kant's philosophy, Benck maintained. While his methodology is a relic of rationalism, his standard of knowledge is entirely empiricist. That raises the question about how Kant can justify his own epistemology. For what warrant in experience could there be for the transcendental deduction of the concepts of the understanding? Or, for that matter, the metaphysical deduction of the table of the categories? For Benck, there is only one way to resolve the tension, abandoning the rationalist method and following a strict empirical one in epistemology itself, 92–93, 98. It was an argument, as we have seen, strongly reminiscent of Frei's in the 1790s. 88. It becomes clear from the Jubelschrift that Benck saw Kant's chief contribution to philosophy as essentially negative. The great value of Kant's philosophy, in his view, lay in its critique of rationalism, and that critique went hand in glove with its empiricism, which was the stick with which Kant beat rationalism. The fundamental intent of the critical philosophy is indeed, true to name, critical. In responding to critics who charged him with ignoring the positive side of Kant's teaching, Benck remained unrepentant. 89. The positive aspect of Kant's teaching is problematic, he maintained, because it comes from his rationalism. Like Fries and Herbart, Benck downplayed the role of the critic der Urteilskraft in Kant's philosophy, which, he insisted, introduced no major systematic changes. 12. The third critic was no less critical than the first, and the speculative excesses it inspired came from ignoring its critical messages about the limits of teleological judgment. Although the Jubelschrift stresses the negative side of Kant's achievement, it would be wrong to infer that this was Benck's final or complete assessment of Kant. For it is a striking feature of the Jubelschrift that it leaves out of account Benck's more positive assessment of Kant's achievement. When we consider other writings of Benck, it becomes clear that Kant's philosophy was important to him not only because of its critique of rationalism, but also because it had laid down the very foundation of philosophy. It was Kant who had established for Benck that first philosophy must be ultimately anthropology or psychology. Kant's greatest achievement, Benck maintains, is that he showed once and for all that philosophy must begin with, and revolve around, the knowing subject. Kant had shown that we cannot understand our world until we first have knowledge of ourselves, because all knowledge of the world is ultimately conditioned by human beings. In the preface to an earlier work, Das Verhältnis von Seele und Leib, Benck declared that this orientation of philosophy around the subject was the proper living spirit of the Kantian philosophy. 7. Benck, in other words, strongly endorsed Kant's Copernican revolution. This more positive assessment of Kant becomes clear from another work Benck wrote in the early 1830s, his Die Philosophie in ihrem Verhältnisse zur Erfahrung, zur Speculation and zum Leben. 90. Benck called the work a polemic, ein Planker, 91. And so indeed it is, for here he spells out in more detail than ever before the problems of idealist speculation. But this work also reveals more clearly Benck's allegiance to Kant's positive doctrines. Benck's account of philosophy in this work shows, despite his empiricism, how much he is still indebted to Kant's method and conception of philosophy. Although Benck thinks that the method of philosophy should be empirical, he still accepts the basic Kantian point that its aims should be epistemological, and indeed critical. For Benck, no less than Kant, philosophy should be first and foremost an examination of the powers and limits of knowledge, an account of the universal laws of the foundation of knowledge. 4. Benck even endorses the standard rationale of epistemology as philosophia prima. He thinks that Locke and Kant were right to insist that before we make claims to knowledge we should first investigate the faculty of knowledge itself. 12-13. The standard Hegelian objection to that strategy that investigating knowledge involves claims to knowledge does not much impress Benck, who thinks that second-order knowledge claims are still much less hazardous than first-order ones, especially metaphysical ones. 13. Though empirical psychology is a first-order investigation into the nature of inner experience, Benck still understood epistemology as a second-order enterprise, one whose primary task is to determine how we know the world rather than anything about the world itself. Thus he defines philosophy as a science of science whose task is to determine the methods of the sciences. It is the specific mission of philosophy, he wrote, to engage in an exact analysis and examination of scientific procedure, all for the sake of defining and preserving the method of empirical investigation first championed by Bacon. 6. One of its tasks is therefore to determine the universal distribution and limitations of the matter of knowledge, that is, to settle the border disputes between the sciences, so that one knows the extent to which the methods used in the examination of inanimate nature also apply to animate. 6. Benck praises Kant for making the subject the middle point of philosophy, the center from which philosophy explains everything. 11-12. The starting point of philosophy should be, as Descartes and Kant taught, self-awareness, the awareness of our own existence and mental activity. Descartes was right to begin his philosophy with the cogito and Kant with the ich denke. Philosophy should start with what is certain, with immediate knowledge, and that certainty and immediacy comes only with knowledge of ourselves and inner states. 1-12. However much we can doubt whether our representations are true of the world, we at least cannot doubt that we have those representations. Self-awareness should therefore be the foundation and medium of all knowledge. 12-14. Benck does not intend this endorsement of self-awareness to be, however, a rationale for a kind of rationalist foundationalism. Unlike Reinhold and Fichte, he does not think that we can begin with some self-evident first principle, grounded in self-awareness, and then from it derive the rest of our knowledge. His only point is that we should acknowledge that awareness of ourselves, and of our own representations, is the ultimate evidence for all knowledge. Knowledge of the external world and other worlds is mediate knowledge, based upon or inferred from the immediate knowledge of our own selves and representations. It is ironic, however, that Benck was riding roughshod over Kant precisely when he believed he was embracing his very spirit. For the doctrine that we have an immediate knowledge of ourselves, and only mediate knowledge of the external world, had been the central target of Kant's criticism, in both the critique of the fourth paralogism in the first edition of the Critic and in the refutation of idealism in the second edition. Benck had conflated Kant's position with this old Cartesian doctrine despite Kant's persistent efforts to refute it. We have seen, however, that Benck was perfectly well aware of Kant's attempt to place self-knowledge and knowledge of the external world on a par, and that he went to great, though futile, pains to refute Kant's limitation of self-knowledge to appearances. In expounding Kant in these terms, then, Benck was going against his own better knowledge of Kantian doctrine. In short, he was making Kant the philosopher he wanted him to be rather than the philosopher he was. This at least shows the extraordinary importance Kant had for Benck. He was willing to distort Kant to enlist him in his cause. Just how far Benck was willing to go in embracing Kant is apparent from his endorsement of one of his most controversial doctrines, the thing in itself. What Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel regarded as Kant's biggest mistake, Benck saw as common sense. Since we know directly only our own inner states, we must infer the existence of the world outside us, which we know only to the extent that it is like us or conforms to our own inner nature. 22. We know external objects only insofar as they affect us but not as they are in themselves. 23, 41, 82. Benck's abiding attachment to Kant is in inverse proportion to his aversion to the great post-Kantian system builders. In his view, they have cast aside what is solid in Kant, his limitation of knowledge to experience, and they have affirmed what is most suspect, his a priori method in philosophy. Benck credits the post-Kantians with being more consistent than Kant in developing and applying that a priori method. But in following it, they also commit their gravest error. He is convinced that methodology does nothing more than create castles in the air. A philosophy a priori, he insisted, is only an empty phantom. What exactly is wrong with the great speculative systems? Benck gives his clearest diagnosis of the problem in Die Philosophie. Here we are told that there are two defining characteristics of speculation, both of which make it illegitimate, 65 to 67. First, speculation derives from mere concepts the existence of what is thought in them, 65. This was a constant if implicit theme of classical rationalism, which appears in Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, and Wolff. Benck sees the source of this rationalism in Descartes' dictum that the perception of the clarity and distinctness of our ideas is sufficient evidence for their truth, 66 n.1. Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel continued this tradition, because they used pure reasoning about mere concepts, namely, the absolute, the ego, the indifference point, to determine the nature of things. Second, speculation attempts to derive concrete or determinate conclusions from abstract or indeterminate premises, 67. This enterprise is most apparent in Fichte, who attempted to deduce all of reality from his abstract and empty first principle I. Each characteristic suffers from fatal difficulties, Benck argues. The problem with the first is that it attempts to derive existence from essence, and the problem with the second is that it attempts to derive determinate from indeterminate content, or, as Benck loves to put it, the concrete from the abstract, the full from the empty, something from nothing. Both problems, Benck insists, were already fully exposed by Kant in his Critique of Rationalism, 112. The first problem appears in his critique of the ontological argument, and the second problem is the main lesson of the amphiboles and paralogisms. Benck notes that Kant himself was fully aware of his differences with his successors, and that it is absurd of them to claim to represent the spirit of his philosophy. To this end, he cites in full Kant's famous declaration against Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre, 103 to 104. From a broad historical perspective, we can see that Benck's critique of neo-rationalism reaffirms the earlier critiques of Fries and Herbart. However much Benck would disagree with Fries and Herbart about positive doctrine, he was entirely at one with them in their opposition to neo-rationalism. If we accept the maxim "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," we can see on this ground alone that Fries, Herbart, and Benck formed a single tradition or alliance. With Benck's tragic death, the lost tradition too will come to its sad and sorry close. Its existence, however, was not in vain. It will live on in a new transfigured form. We call its transfiguration Neo-Kantianism. But before we examine that movement proper, we must see what happened in between its rise and the lost tradition's fall. 4. The interim years, 1840 to 1860. 1 years of transition. The lost tradition came to an anticlimactic close in the 1840s. Its heroes wandered off and withered away, largely unsung and forgotten. Herbart had died in 1841, and Fries in 1843, and though Benck would stagger on until 1854, he was a marginal figure in Berlin. His isolation, loneliness, and suicide there stands as a stark symbol of the fate of his tradition. That said, the legacy of the lost tradition was of inestimable value for Neo-Kantianism. It had kept alive central Kantian doctrines that had been cast aside by the speculative idealists. While Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel wanted to bury these doctrines, Fries, Herbart and Benck did their best to nurture and sustain them. Among these doctrines were Kant's transcendental idealism, his limitation of knowledge to experience, his regulative strictures on teleology, and the crucial dualisms between form and matter, understanding and sensibility, essence and existence. Without the preservation and protection of these doctrines, the Kant revival of the 1860s would have been unthinkable. For that revival was first and foremost a rehabilitation of these doctrines. When the later Neo-Kantians reaffirmed them, they were upholding a torch passed down to them by the lost generation. Yet the lost tradition alone could never have given birth to Neo-Kantianism. Only a few of its progeny became Neo-Kantians. Its influence was simply too thin and weak to produce a Neo-Kantian movement. The Frisian school had dissipated by the late 1840s, its journal having ceased publication in 1849, after only 2 issues. Though Herbart's school lasted for decades in Germany and Austria, it had almost entirely revolved around his psychology rather than his epistemology and metaphysics. And Benck, for his part, had only a few disciples, none of whom followed him very closely. 2. The lost tradition also could not claim to have budged the chief obstacle to the emergence of Neo-Kantianism, the speculative idealist regime that had dominated German cultural life from the 1790s to 1840s. Despite all the attacks of Fries, Herbart, and Benck, that regime never swittered, swerved, or swayed. The lost ones, though they had conducted a heroic underground resistance against speculative idealism for more than 30 years, never enjoyed their day of liberation. They lived long enough to enjoy a flash of schadenfreude at Hegel's death, yet they went to their graves under the shadow of his disciples. The great cultural and political event of the interim period was, of course, the Revolution of 1848. 3. The effect of the revolution on German philosophy might be thought negligible, and indeed many scholars have written about the decade after the revolution as the end of the classical period of German philosophy. For just this reason, the interim period has been regarded as a stagnant one for German thought. Because the political world was in such turmoil, so the explanation goes, people had to devote their time and energy on politics, so that there was little left for philosophical reflection. Yet we must not confuse a lack of philosophical production with a lack of philosophical significance. While it is indeed the case that people were not as philosophically productive in the interim period, there can still be no doubt that the revolution had a profound effect on German philosophy. In its own way, the revolution helped prepare the ground for Neo-Kantianism. Some of the fundamental ideals of Kant's moral and political philosophy were enshrined in the Verfassung des Deutschen Reichs, which the Frankfurt Parliament had proclaimed in March, 1849. Section 6 on the Grundrechte des Deutschen Volks reads like extracts from Kant's Metaphysik der Sitten. Article 2, 137, makes everyone equal before the law. Article 3, 138, states that personal freedom is inviolable. Article 4, 143, grants everyone freedom of opinion and liberty of press. Article V, 144, ensures that everyone has freedom of belief. Article 6, 158, gives everyone the freedom to choose their own occupation, and Article 9, 164, states that the right of property is inviolable. 5. These were just the kind of personal rights and freedoms that Kant had defended so passionately in his moral and political philosophy. Now, it seemed, they were on the verge of becoming a political reality. That did not happen, of course, and the Verfassung des Deutschen Reichs remained only a dream. Yet, as it happened, the failure of the revolution played more into the hands of Neo-Kantianism than its success ever would have. For the collapse of the revolution made it necessary to defend by intellectual or philosophical means what could not be achieved by political means on the barricades or through the ballot box. It was necessary to ascend to a higher plateau of abstraction and analysis than is possible on the streets or on the debating floor. A defense of the ideals of the revolution would mean first and foremost, however, a defense of that philosopher who best represented those ideals, and that philosopher was, of course, Immanuel Kant. Why, one might well ask, did it not mean a defense of Hegel? After all, he too stood for some of the same basic rights as Kant, and his philosophy was of more recent memory than that of the old sage of Königsberg. Yet the Hegelians were the great losers in the revolution of 1848. They saw the imminent realization of its ideals, national unity and self-determination, as the final proof of Hegel's thesis that there is reason in history. For the Hegelian, the ultimate rationale for these ideals lies in historical necessity, in the telos of history, which is the self-awareness of freedom. It is useless to provide a purely normative justification of these ideals to prescribe what ought to be, and it is necessary instead to give them an historical justification, which means showing how they are immanent in the past. So the Hegelians rested all their cards on history and they lost. When Kaiser Friedrich Wilhelm IV refused the crown the Frankfurt Parliament offered to him, he not only crashed all hopes for a constitutional monarchy, which had been the main ideal of the Hegelian center, but he also demonstrated how little reason there really is in history. The collapse of the revolution of 1848 was the ultimate defeat of Hegelianism. 6. The defeat of Hegelianism left the path open for a return to Kant. Already in the 1840s, there were calls for a return to Kant. Consider the following instances of nascent Neo-Kantianism from the 1840s and 1850s. In 1841 Ernst Sigismund Merbt, 1799–1847, published the first volume of his Kant und seine Nachfolger, 7, whose aim was to trace the origins and reception of the critical philosophy. After the decline of speculative idealism, Merbt felt it necessary for the public to have a better historical understanding of the starting point of German philosophy. While Hegel had reduced Kant down to a preliminary stage of his own system, it was important to understand Kant in his own right, Merbt insisted. He then went on to provide a sympathetic, if somewhat simplistic, account of Kant's philosophy. Though not the first history of Kant's philosophy in the 1840s, it was still the first written from a Neo-Kantian perspective. In 1847 Christian Hermann Weiss, 1801–1866, gave his inaugural lecture in Leipzig on the theme In welchem Sinn die deutsche Philosophie jetzt wieder an Kant sich zu orientieren hat. 9. Though an eclectic and isolated thinker, 10. Weiss was still a force to reckon with. He was ordinary professor in Leipzig, a prestigious appointment, and he was the teacher of Lotze and Fischer. In his lecture Weiss argued that Kant's philosophy should be the orientation point for all future philosophy in Germany, because it wisely avoided the mistakes of the warring parties of the present. The Hegelians had failed to appreciate the importance of experience, assuming that they could reach substantive conclusions from the realm of thought alone, and the Herbartians had exaggerated the importance of experience because they refused to recognize the fundamental role of a priori concepts in constituting our experience. It was Kant's great achievement to have recognized the merits and deficiencies of both rationalism and empiricism. In 1852 Karl Fortlage, 1806–1881, a student of Benach's, published his Genetische der Philosophie seit Kant, 11, whose express purpose was to make philosophers self-conscious that their work was ultimately inspired by Kant. 6. All modern philosophers were collectively and individually nothing more than variously shaped Kantians. 7. Kant was the greatest philosopher of the modern world, and it was around his model that all philosophers should be educated. 4. One of Frederick's aims in writing his Geschichte was ironic, to quell the constant battles between the sects and schools, and he believed that there was no better way of doing this than showing how all recent philosophy, whether Hegelian or Herbartian, had its ultimate roots in Kant. Lamenting the oppressive atmosphere of the 1850s after the failure of the revolution, Frederick believed that philosophers had to learn to assert themselves, to have pride in stating their own opinions, but they could apply this remedy only if they went back to Kant, whose revolution in philosophy was more a way of thinking than a set of dogmas, a way of thinking that stressed the importance of autonomy and thinking for oneself. 5. Against the bleak atmosphere of the early 1850s, Frederick could only advise, as long as we do not forget Kant and Fichte we are not lost. 7. 12. In 2 hectic weeks in 1854 Otto Friedrich Grupp, 1804–1876, wrote his Gegenwart und die Zukunft der Philosophie in Deutschland, 13 his final attempt to set the course for future philosophy in Germany. Writing on the occasion of Schelling's death, Grupp noted that Schelling's recent positive philosophy had taken philosophy back to its starting point in Kant. The positive philosophy was based on the distinction between essence and existence, which was essentially a vindication of Kant against Hegel. Grupp saw Schelling's philosophy as the end of an era, the end of the great systems and the dawn for a new age of philosophy, one where philosophers collaborated and worked in piecemeal fashion rather than producing grand systems as monuments to their own vanity. While Grupp himself did not advocate a return to Kant, he saw the course of recent philosophical history as a vindication of Kant's teachings about the limits of knowledge in experience. But all these instances of neo-Kantianism were mere glimmerings, mere foreshadowings. 2 long and eventful decades, the 1840s and 1850s, separate the end of speculative idealism from the rise of neo-Kantianism in the 1860s. Why such a long interregnum? The simple and classical explanation points to the politics of these decades. With the 1840s came the Great March Revolution, 1848, and with the 1850s came the Restoration. Such dramatic and epoch-making events, whether one is a spectator or participant, do not give the time, leisure, or composure to think about abstract philosophical issues. For these reasons it has been received wisdom that these decades mark a nadir for German philosophy. Philosophers were simply too involved in politics in the 1840s, and too repressed by government in the 1850s, to do much philosophy. While there is an important element of truth to this view, we must not push it too far. For the 1840s and 1850s also witnessed the most profound philosophical developments, without which neo-Kantianism would never have taken place. Among these developments were the materialism controversy, the rise of materialism, the identity crisis of philosophy, and the coming of age of 3 great thinkers, Hermann Lotze, Adolf Trendelenburg, and Hermann Helmholtz, all of whom would have a great influence on the young neo-Kantians. Our task in the rest of this chapter will be to consider each of these developments in their broad outlines. To the materialism controversy, the most important intellectual dispute of the 19th century one can declare with complete confidence was the materialism controversy, which began in the 1850s, and whose shock waves reverberated until the end of the century. No philosopher of that epoch could ignore it, and every philosopher had to stake his position with reference to it. The controversy raised the troubling question whether modern science, whose authority and prestige were now beyond question, necessarily leads to materialism. The dispute posed a disturbing dilemma, either a scientific materialism or a leap of faith in theism, immortality, and free will. The controversy was reminiscent of the famous pantheism controversy between Moses Mendelssohn and Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi in the late 18th century. Just as that controversy determined the contours of intellectual life in the late 18th century, so the materialism controversy did the same in the 19th century. We can assign a definite time and place for the official beginning of the materialism controversy. It was September 18, 1854, in Göttingen. It was then and there that Rudolf Wagner, the head of the Physiological Institute in Göttingen, gave his opening address to the 31st Versammlung Deutscher Naturforscher und Ärzte. Wagner's address, entitled Menschenschöpfung und Seelensubstanz, 14 was an ad hoc piece that he had hurriedly and reluctantly thrown together just days before the conference at the request of some of its leading participants. It was only appropriate, they believed, for the host to hold the opening address. They soon got more than they bargained for. To have maximum effect, Wagner chose a topic from anthropology that he believed would interest everyone: the origin of man and his fate after death. The main question he wanted to pose for the participants at the conference was whether natural science had been able to shed any light on these grand old questions. It was his own personal view, he openly confessed, that the latest research had not been able to demonstrate or refute the biblical doctrine that all human beings came from an original single pair. 17. There were some natural scientists who held that, given the variety of human races, there must have been different original pairs, an Adam and Eve for each race, but they lacked concrete empirical evidence for their views. All the data from the most recent empirical investigations did not contradict the biblical doctrine at all, which therefore should remain inviolate. 17. Regarding the grand question about the fate of man after death, Wagner asked what recent research had to say about the human soul. He noted how psychology was becoming more and more the object of natural science, and less the preserve of theology and philosophy. And here he believed that he had to issue a warning about the direction of the latest physiology. It was a sad but indisputable truth that some physiologists were inclined towards materialism, and they were not only doubting but denying the existence of the soul and free will. 18. The problem with this new materialism, Wagner intoned, is that it was undermining a belief crucial to the moral and political order, the belief in the immortality of the soul. The Christian doctrine of a moral world order, a divine providence that rewarded the virtuous and punished the vicious, rested on this belief. Whoever wanted to preserve morality and religion among the dechristianized masses should strive to uphold that belief at all costs. 26-27. Wagner then closed his address with the plea: natural scientists should consider where their research is heading, they should refrain from spreading doctrines damaging to morals, religion, and state. Judging from its brisk sales, 15, Wagner's address had an impact well beyond the confines of the conference. Many participants were shocked by Wagner's boldness in obtruding moral and political considerations into what was supposed to be a purely academic conference. Yet he had raised questions on the minds of many, ones difficult to ignore. Namely, is natural science heading towards materialism? And if so, what are the consequences for moral and religious belief? Similar questions had been posed by Jacobi some 70 years earlier. It seemed to Jacobi in the 1780s that the new natural sciences were leading inevitably towards the atheism and fatalism of Spinozism, which he regarded as the most consistent and rigorous form of naturalism. Jacobi confronted his contemporaries with a powerful dilemma: either naturalistic atheism and fatalism, or a salto mortale, a leap of faith in a personal creator and freedom. With no less urgency and bluster, Wagner was in effect posing the same dilemma for his generation with regard to the beliefs in divine creation and the immorality of the soul. 16. Wagner's opening address was only his first salvo in what had now become his holy war against materialism. Only a few weeks after the conference, and in response to the controversy aroused by his address, he published his Überwissen und Glauben, 17, which stated his general position regarding the classic issue of reason versus faith. In this piece, Wagner reaffirmed his view that the latest results of the natural sciences provide no evidence against belief in the existence of immortality. While there is no proof for this belief, there is also no proof of it either, so that the believer is free to keep his faith with no fear that science stands against him. 8-9. Wagner then put forward his main rationale for this point: the classic double-truth doctrine of Protestantism. 18. According to that doctrine, faith and reason operate in separate spheres, neither contradicts the other as long as each stays within its boundaries. Faith should not pronounce on matters of science, which we can know through sense experience and reason, but science should not presume on matters of faith, which we know through the Bible, the record of divine revelation. Faith was not for Wagner simply a matter of belief, but, as Luther and Calvin had taught, a kind of immediate experience. 14-16. Faith gives us knowledge of supernatural things just as reason does for natural things, and just as a blind man should not presume to judge what he cannot see, so the non-believing natural scientist should not dare to doubt what the Christian sees through the eyes of faith. Despite insisting that faith and science should respect their boundaries, Wagner had to admit that there were points of contact, Berührungspunkt, between them, and in these cases conflict was difficult to avoid. These cases concerned issues about the origins of things or matters of historical revelation. 18. The Bible, for example, stated that the earth was only thousands of years old, whereas geological and historical evidence showed that it had to be much older than that. Who was one to believe in such cases? Science or faith? One must practice double bookkeeping, was Wagner's answer. 20. That meant that one should still strive as far as possible to resolve the conflict by assigning the apparently contradictory views to their separate spheres. One should limit one's conclusions as a natural scientist strictly to the empirical evidence, and one should not reject matters of faith out of hand but wait for their eventual reconciliation with that evidence. It was plain, however, that this solution was nothing more than a stopgap, another kind of salto mortale, a leap of faith in the eventual reconciliation of faith and reason. Raising a major intellectual issue is necessary for a good public controversy, but it is rarely sufficient. To attract public attention, something more is necessary, namely, bile, pathos and scandal. These the materialism controversy offered in spades. The history behind Wagner's opening address lay in his bitter quarrel with one very angry young man, Karl Voigt. 19. It is no exaggeration to say that Voigt was one of the most fascinating figures of 19th-century German intellectual history. A corpulent man with a savage wit and boundless energy, he was an intellectual raging bull, a formidable opponent in any dispute. 20. Having studied chemistry with Liebig at Gießen in the 1830s, Voigt had received a doctorate in medicine and then gradually became a journalist. He had acquired a reputation for himself in the 1840s by publishing a number of popular books on geology and physiology. These works had revealed a growing sympathy for materialist views, especially a denial of creation ex nihilo and a belief in a complete naturalism. 21. A man of decidedly left-wing political views, Voigt had hung out with Bakunin and Proudhon in Paris in the early 1840s, and he had engaged in revolutionary activity in Bern in 1846. 22. In 1848 he was elected as a member to the Frankfurt Parliament, where he stood on the extreme left of the assembly. Predictably, Voigt's radical views got him into trouble, and after the collapse of the revolution he found himself dismissed from his post in Gießen. From his exile in Italy he would rail against the German establishment, especially its universities. No one represented more the worst side of that establishment, in Voigt's bilious view, than one professor in Göttingen, Rudolf Wagner. In his Bilder aus dem Theorleben, Voigt singled out Wagner as the worst German science had to offer, a superstitious theist whose beliefs set limits to his research. 23. Voigt's attack was not entirely unprovoked, for in a series of articles in the Allgemeine Zeitung Wagner had already warned the public about the dangerous materialist tendencies of Voigt's writings. In his opening address he cited long passages from Voigt's Physiologisch Brief to the effect that there is no free will, that the mind is nothing more than the activity of the brain, and that there is no such thing as the immortality of the soul. 24. After hearing about Wagner's address in Göttingen, Voigt became enraged. Wagner had the nerve to use a public podium to attack him when he was not there to defend himself. When Wagner promised in a later session to discuss the question of the materiality of the soul, he abruptly cancelled it, claiming that he was suffering from a sudden cold. That seemed to Voigt the excuse of a coward. Wagner was withdrawing from the very fight he had started. Voigt was determined that he not escape so easily. Now that Wagner had thrown down the gauntlet, Voigt would pick it up and pursue his opponent relentlessly. And so, in a few heated and inspired weeks in the autumn of 1854, Voigt wrote a blistering and brilliant polemic against Wagner, his Kohlerglaube und Wissenschaft, which first appeared in 1855. 25. The first part is a vicious personal attack on Wagner's moral and intellectual integrity. It indicts Wagner for his sloppiness as a scientist, for allowing his personal beliefs to interfere with his research, and for his temerity in taking credit for publications for which he had done little or nothing. The second part addresses the major intellectual issues raised by Wagner. Voigt found Wagner's distinction between the realms of science and faith utterly artificial and arbitrary. He insisted that there is overwhelming empirical evidence against the two beliefs that Wagner was so eager to protect, that human origins came from a single original couple, and that there is an immaterial soul. Regarding the first belief, all the evidence from geography and anatomy reveals such differences between the various human races that each must have had its own original pair. It is also evident from geology that the age of the earth is much older than anything said in the Bible, and that human beings originated much earlier than 4,000 years ago. So, rather than standing inviolate above empirical falsification, the biblical doctrines are flatly contrary to the facts, in which case it is clear that one has to side with science against them. 81-83. Regarding the belief in an immaterial soul, the latest physiological research gives no evidence whatsoever for the existence of a soul separate from the brain. On the contrary, it shows how closely mental activity is tied to brain functions. If the brain were injured, mental activity would cease, and it is even possible to identify specific parts of the brain that are used for specific mental functions. 107-114. While Voigt admitted that it is difficult to explain how brain processes give rise to consciousness and mental events, he insisted that all the evidence indicates the utter dependence of consciousness upon brain processes. 109. Given such a fact, it is not likely that human beings possess an immortal soul that somehow survives the death of the body. 121-122. Against all Wagner's warnings, Voigt then declared that he had no fear in drawing the appropriate conclusions from all these facts, that the religious beliefs are nothing but superstitions. To uphold such beliefs when they are contrary to all the plain evidence of science is to take a desperate leap into the irrational. Lying just underneath the surface of Voigt's dispute with Wagner were their clashing politics. While Voigt was a radical who had fought for democracy in Bern and Frankfurt, Wagner was a reactionary whose fondest hope was a return to the monarchic rule of the Ancien regime. It was indeed telling that, at the close of his speech, Wagner cited, and vowed to uphold, the political testament of a leading conservative statesman and publicist, Joseph Maria von Rodowitz. 26. The politics of Voigt and Wagner were decisive for their philosophical positions. Wagner wanted to uphold the beliefs in providence and immortality to legitimate the monarchy and to control the dechristianized masses. Voigt intended to undermine these beliefs for just that reason. They were an ideological weapon to control the people, a veil of deception to prevent them from taking control over their own lives in a new democratic order. Thus the dispute between Voigt and Wagner was not only philosophical but also political. It was indeed a battle between two complete worldviews, a life and death struggle of the materialism of the left against the theism of the right. Given its acrimonious and scandalous beginning, it should not be surprising that the controversy spread rapidly. Voigt's dispute with Wagner was only the beginning of a much longer and more complex controversy, which would eventually pull every major thinker into its vortex. As it happened, Wagner's warnings backfired. Rather than frightening the materialists, they provoked them. Out of their closest they came, now marching headstrong, banners waving, in a thick phalanx to challenge the establishment. 1855, the very year Voigt published Kohlerglaube und Wissenschaft, also witnessed the appearance of two mighty materialist tomes, Heinrich Cholbe's Neue Darstellung des Sensualismus and Ludwig Buchner's Kraft und Stoff. 27. What Voigt had announced in a polemical context that the natural sciences are heading inevitably towards materialism that Cholby and Buchner would now defend in a more general and systematic manner. These works laid out the basic principles for a materialist worldview, arguing that it is based on nothing less than the empirical findings of the new natural sciences. Thus Wagner's worst nightmare had become reality. The satyrs of Lucretius had been resurrected, and they were now dancing on the streets of Germany. 3. The identity crisis of no less significance than the materialism controversy for the intellectual map of Germany in the 19th century was the so-called identity crisis of philosophy. 28. Beginning in the 1830s, philosophers began to ask some very hard and basic questions about themselves, about who they were, what they were doing and where they were going. What is philosophy? What kind of questions should it attempt to answer? And what should be its place within the division of the sciences? Neo-Kantianism, like many other philosophical movements in the second half of the 19th century, arose first and foremost from an attempt to answer these questions. Before the decline of speculative idealism, philosophers felt no need to raise such questions. They all seemed to have received convincing answers within that tradition. Speculative idealism from Reinhold to Hegel had a clear conception of the aims and methods of philosophy vis-a-vis the natural sciences. According to that conception, philosophy should provide a foundation for all the sciences, one that is immune from sceptical doubt, and it should construct a system of all the sciences, assigning each a special place in the general body of human knowledge. Such was the conception of philosophy proposed by Reinhold in his Fundament der philosophischen Wissens, developed by Fichte in his Über den Begriff der Wissenschaftslehre, tweaked by Schelling in his Vorlesungen über die Methode des akademischen Studiums, and then finally realized by Hegel in his vast and imposing 3-volume Enzyklopädie der philosophischen Wissenschaften. There were two main reasons why, after the 1830s, these answers no longer satisfied philosophers. The first came with the many criticisms of this foundationalist program. These criticisms came from many quarters, from Fries, Herbart, and Benneck, from the early Romantics, especially from Friedrich Schlegel and Novalis, and from the many opponents of the methodology of nature philosophy, viz. Matthias Schleiden, Émile du Bois-Reymond, Justus Liebig, Hermann Helmholtz. By the 1840s their cumulative result seemed to be that this program cannot get off the ground. We cannot from abstract and general first principles, no matter how certain, derive all the content of concrete experience. Appeals to intellectual intuition, the strategy of Fichte and Schelling, also seemed to ring hollow, to be even desperate ploys, for they could never convince skeptics. After all, who could refute those with opposing intuitions? Intuitions having significant content need justifications of their own, which cannot just come from another intuition. Hegel's dialectical method, which was meant to replace intellectual intuition, seemed problematic too, because its pure thinking seemed to grind out substantive results only by sleight of hand. By attempting to get content from pure ratiocination, the dialectic seemed to be a specious art for squeezing blood from a turnip, or, as Kant once put it, for milking a billy goat with a strainer. Such, very crude